Chapter 450. Fang Yuan took a look at the invitation. The words were very polite. It was written in Northern Plains language. The semi-cursive script looked barbaric but not arrogant. The inscription was Man Tribe Leader's name, Man Tuesday. This was an invitation personally written by Man Tu to express his sincerity. The content expressed Man Tribe Leader's admiration for Chang Shanin. He also said that the previous matter was a misunderstanding between children, and that Chang Shanin did not kill Man Tribe's external elder Shi Wu. This kind of magnanimity made Man Tribe admire him even more. Thus, they held a banquet tonight, sincerely inviting Fang Yuan to come. At the same time, this gift box was an apology from Shi Wu Tribe's elder for offending the hero. Fang Yuan opened it and smiled. This Man Tribe is really considerate. In the gift box there were over 100 bone bamboo gu. Evidently, after Man Duo returned, Man Tribe had investigated Fang Yuan, and even found out about his purchasing in the city. Brother Shanin, this old man has a presumptuous request. The old patriarch said. Fang Yuan waved his hand. I know brother's intention, don't worry, I will persuade you during the banquet, and try to turn the hostility between Gu Tribe and Man Tribe into friendship. Thank you brother Shanin. The old tribe leader was very moved. He stood up shakily and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. There was still some time before the banquet. Fang Yuan sent them off and closed the door. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. He willed and a ray of light flew out of his aperture. The weak light faded, revealing the battle bone wheel. This rank 5 gu was huge, almost reaching the ceiling. Once it appeared, the spacious room immediately became very small. The wheel was covered in cracks and there were several serious wounds that almost destroyed all the spokes. There was also a deep wound that was extremely serious, almost splitting the entire battle bone wheel apart. Only a white bone was left in the middle. It was a shocking sight. This rank 5 gu worm's luck was not good. It was already badly injured by Chang Shanin, and after its original owner Hatu Gu died, it became a wild gu, eating the corpses and bones of the battlefield to survive. Its injuries were never healed. Later it was attacked by Fang Yuan and Gu Yao. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 gu, it could not suppress a rank 5 gu. Fang Yuan could only beat it to the brink of death before subduing it. It was precisely because of this that the war bone wheel was on the verge of shattering. When it landed in the room, a few pieces of bone fell from the wheels. It could be said that it couldn't be any more miserable. Fang Yuan took out a bone bamboo gu from the gift box and used the spring-autumn cicada's aura to refine it. This gu worm was like a bamboo pole made of bone. It was pale white like a white candle. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo gu in his hand. His primeval essence moved according to his will and flowed out of his aperture, all the way up to the bottom of his tongue. The ghost fire gu was residing at the bottom of his tongue. It had already turned into a lump of blue fire. Fang Yuan puffed up his cheeks and lightly spat. With a whoosh he spat out a lump of eerie blue ghost fire. The ghost fire accurately landed on the bone bamboo gu, adhering to its top and quietly burning there. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo gu's bottom like it was a blue candle. The ghost fire continued to burn, emitting a bone-chilling cold. The top of the bone bamboo gu slowly melted under the burning of the ghost fire, turning into a trace of white bone smoke that floated out. Fang Yuan carefully placed the bone bamboo gu near the war bone wheel. The white bone smoke seemed to be attracted to it and floated towards the cracks of the war bone wheel. The war bone wheel shook slightly, the cracks started to repair bit by bit. After a while, the eerie blue ghost fire became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan spat out a second lump of fire, making it burn even more fiercely. After a few minutes, this bone bamboo gu was completely burned. Fang Yuan took out a second bone bamboo gu from the gift box and continued to burn it with the ghost fire, creating white bone smoke. Like this, after using over 30 bone bamboo gu, Fang Yuan had completely repaired the deepest crack on the war bone wheel. A quarter of the bone bamboo gu in the gift box had been used up. To completely repair the war bone wheel, just these bone bamboo gu were not enough. And the war bone wheel was far from being usable in battle. The deepest crack had been repaired, but the other injuries were still all over the war bone wheel. It was like a patient. After Fang Yuan's rescue, he was pulled back from the precipice of death. But this patient's life was still in danger. He needed to continue repairing it. You can't become fat in one bite. The war bone wheel's injuries are too severe. But if not for that, I would not have been able to subdue it so easily. But even if I completely repair it now, I do not have enough primeval essence to activate it. There is no need to rush this matter. Fang Yuan got off the bed and stretched his numb limbs, opening the window. It was already night time, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It is about time. Thinking of tonight's banquet, Fang Yuan walked out of his room. Walking out of the courtyard, Man Duo and Gu tribe leader had been waiting for a long time. Man Duo greets Lord Chang Shanin. Man Duo saw Fang Yuan and immediately bowed, showing great respect. How long have you been waiting? Fang Yuan nodded, asking casually. Man Duo immediately replied, just 6 hours. It is not worth mentioning. It is my honor to stand in front of Lord's door. Senior Chang Shanin, my father is not far away. He has prepared a sumptuous banquet. We await your arrival. Gu tribe's father and son will be accompanying you. Fang Yuan looked at this Man Duo, feeling a slight pity. This lad was indeed intelligent. Unfortunately, Providence made a fool of him. His aptitude was insufficient. He was like his previous self. All right, then let's go. Fang Yuan rode on his hump wolf and left Gu tribe camp with everyone. With Man Duo's directions, the group of over 10 people rode hump wolves as they galloped far away. The cool night wind whistled by their ears. The vast grassland seemed to be running behind them. Moonlight poured down like water. It was a good view up close, but from afar the moonlight looked like smoke. The grass on the ground was lush and verdant. The hills flowed slowly towards the sky. In such a moonlit night, wolves galloped. The land was boundless, the moonlight was beautiful. It was a feeling of freedom. After galloping for a while, they saw a group of hump wolves on a hill. A group of Gu masters were sitting on the wolves' backs. A Gu master was holding a huge flag. The flag was fluttering in the wind. There was a huge man character on it. Seeing Fang Yuan and the rest, this group of Gu masters rode their hump wolves and galloped over. Man Duo saw this and smiled. Lord Chang Shanin, the previous Fangjing, is my father. He is here to welcome you. This was the rule of Northern Plains. If there was a banquet for an esteemed guest, the host would welcome them from 10 li away. The two groups of hump wolves met in the middle. Man tribe leader got off the wolf's back and laughed loudly. Haha, tonight's moon is as bright as the sun. This is the return of our Northern Plains hero. Lord Chang, I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Man tribe leader was 9 feet tall. He had a muscular body and bulging muscles. He wore a large leather robe without sleeves. His shoulders were exposed and his bronze-colored arms were thick, comparable to an ordinary man's thigh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, it was as if the heavens were playing a joke on him. In the night sky, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking the moonlight and causing the grassland to fall into darkness. Man tribe leader's heroic laughter faded away. He was very embarrassed. But Man Duo was astute. His eyes turned as he laughed heartily. Senior Chang Shanin is a famous hero of Northern Plains. Father, you are the hero that we Man tribesmen respect the most. Tonight is the gathering of heroes. Look, the aura of a hero really causes the world to tremble and winds to blow. These words cleverly resolved the awkwardness. When Man tribe leader walked to Fang Yuan, his expression had already returned to normal. Fang Yuan and the rest also got off the wolf's back. Man Tu first bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan placed his right hand on his chest and returned the greeting. Next, Man Tu intentionally stared at Man Duo, saying in a reproachful tone, "Nonsense! How can I be mentioned in the same breath as Lord Chang?" Lord Chang was famous in Northern Plains in the past. He was called Wolf King. His wolf enslavement technique was unparalleled in the world. He even killed the rank 5 Gu master Ha Tu Gu and exterminated a group of bandits, eliminating a great threat to Northern Plains. He is worthy of eternal praise. Yihi tribe leader Man Tu, why are you being so humble? Fang Yuan also laughed. You are Man tribe leader ruling over hundreds and thousands of Gu masters. You are a true pioneer, leading Man tribe to consecutive victories and controlling Hongyan Valley. You are the overlord of a region. My cultivation has already fallen to rank 4 initial stage, while tribe leader's cultivation is at the peak stage, far surpassing mine. Although I have wolf enslavement technique, it is only used to control beasts, while tribe leader Man Tu controls humans. The difference between our realms is like heaven and earth. Tribe leader Man Tu is truly a hero. Man Tu was stunned. Wolf King was famous for being arrogant and difficult to deal with. To think he was so talkative and humble. But when he thought about it, he figured it out. This Chang Shanin became famous at a young age. His personality was naturally arrogant. Now that he was middle-aged and had met with a calamity, his temperament had been tempered. It was normal for him to calm down. Man Tu did not expect Fang Yuan to be so easy to talk to, but to be able to obtain such praise from Wolf King Chang Shanin, he was secretly happy. In his heart he had a higher opinion of Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan's cultivation had fallen to rank 4 initial stage, he had killed the rank 5 Ha Tu Gu, thus Man Tu did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan. He immediately smiled. Lord Chang had already reached rank 4 peak stage over 20 years ago. Now that his cultivation has fallen due to his injuries, he will recover sooner or later and even go up another level. At that time, what can my little cultivation count for? Right at this time, the dark clouds dispersed and moonlight shone down again. Both of you are the heroes of Northern Plains. Good tribe leader spoke at an appropriate time. What is even rarer is that when tigers and wolves meet, they did not fight, but instead appreciate each other. We are fortunate to witness this grand event. It is like seeing the moon after the clouds have parted. His words caused everyone to burst into laughter. Haha, Brother Gu, your words fit the occasion. Please, the banquet is prepared, it is not far away. Man too looked at Fang Yuan, making an inviting gesture. He did not set up a banquet in his own camp, but rushed here. Setting the banquet in the wilderness near Gu tribe's camp showed even more passion and sincerity. Alright, please. Fang Yuan smiled and agreed, but his heart tightened. Chapter 451. In the night sky, the bright moon shone brightly. An enormous dark cloud flew over Fang Yuan's group's head, moving 5,000 li towards the south and arriving above a nameless small hill. The dark cloud covered the beautiful moonlight, casting a large shadow. Darkness covered this hill. The dark cloud floated motionlessly, and a sword light flew out from it. It was the flying sword letter Gu. The flying sword letter Gu flew towards the hill and suddenly entered a certain space, vanishing. In a flash, the hill shook slightly and a red light slowly blossomed. The red light was dazzling like the sunset, condensing into a lump, as if a red sun had risen in the night sky. At once, the surrounding hundreds of li was illuminated in red. From this small red sun, a green jade bridge extended out. A rank 6 Gu immortal, a young man with a round face and fair complexion, stepped onto the bridge and walked out. He wore a snow fox fur robe. His face was flushed red as he raised his head and laughed heartily at the dark cloud. Gui Wang, how have you been? Guang guang guang. Following a hoarse and unpleasant laughter, a figure flew out from the rolling dark cloud. He emitted the majestic aura of a rank 6 Gu immortal. It was Gui Wang. Gui Wang rapidly descended and was about to crash into the ground. Suddenly, a pair of large green-black bat wings stretched out from his back. The bat wings slowly flapped, causing him to float in the air, facing the rank 6 Gu immortal on the bridge. Wanderer Hongyu, these are the lava bats I promised you. There's a total of 5 million of them. You can count them. The Ghost King spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, giving people goosebumps. His appearance was also extremely ugly. His hair was disheveled, his forehead was bulging, his eyes were sunken and his eyes were tightly shut. His ears were large and conspicuous, one ear was almost half the size of his head. Loner Hongyu heard this and raised his head, looking at the dark cloud in the sky. His originally brown eyes began to gradually heat up and turn red, like the color of heated wire. His gaze became hot as if it was solid. After piercing through the dark cloud, he saw the densely packed bats flying in the sky. These bats were dark red in color, emitting a huge amount of heat. Chirping noisily, they crowded together. Loose practitioner Hongyu swept his gaze across and nodded in satisfaction. There are indeed 5 million of them. With these lava bats, my red jade blessed land will no longer need to discharge lava into the ground every month. Not only will it be able to digest the lava, it will also benefit from it. I'll accept all of these lava bats. Ha 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 ha. The Ghost King laughed a few times, the dark cloud broke, the bat was no longer restrained and immediately flew out. These lava bats didn't fly around randomly. Instead, they descended rapidly like a black and red waterfall, plunging into the little sun. Every blessed land's door was unique. This little sun was the door to the red jade blessed land. After leading the disorderly bat army into Hongyu blessed land, Ghost King said, Loner Hongyu, since you have accepted these bats, it means that you have agreed to enter Langya blessed land with me. Of course. When have I, Wanderer Hongyu, ever broken my promise? He would definitely arrive at Langya blessed land in a month. However, the land spirit in Langya blessed land was still there. With just the two of us, we might not be able to break through. Loner Hongyu said worriedly. You don't need to worry about this, I have also invited the 3 Huahai immortals. Ghost King said. The 3 Huahai immortals of the righteous path were invited? Loner Hongyu was slightly surprised. What is demonic, what is righteous? They're just benefits. There were countless secret recipes stored in Langya blessed land. The 3 Huahai immortals are tempted. Ghost King scoffed at these righteous path Gu immortals. Ah, that's true. I still need to make arrangements for these bats. Ghost King, I won't be sending you off. Loner Hong Yu laughed. Ghost King snorted coldly, the pair of green-black bat wings on his back flapped, bringing his body along as he shot into the dark clouds like lightning. The dark clouds rumbled as they flew towards the north, covering the sky along the way. When they were above poison grassland, the dark clouds suddenly stopped. Ghost King stopped and had a puzzled expression. Eh? What's going on? There is the aura of an immortal goo? He descended with an incredulous expression. The place he was standing at was the place where Fang Yuan and Gu Yao met for the first time. Although the aura of the immortal goo is extremely faint, it is indeed a genuine immortal goo. Strange, there is only the aura of an immortal goo but no aura of a goo immortal. Don't tell me this is a wild immortal goo? No, that's not right, there are traces of humans here. That means a mortal goo master obtained an immortal goo? Ghost King deduced this and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had already advanced to goo immortal for over 50 years, but he still did not have a single immortal goo. He only used rank 5 goo worms. Immortal goo were extremely rare. Many goo immortals would not have a single immortal goo in their entire lives. Don't tell me I, Ghost King, have worked hard for most of my life and finally my luck has come today? The allure of an immortal goo was huge. Ghost King couldn't help but be moved. He flapped his bat wings and flew towards the immortal goo's aura. He wanted to find the melon by following the vine. After a while he stopped. In front of him was a sea of ghost-face sunflowers. To think that there are so many ghost-face sunflowers growing here. Shoo 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 shoo. Ghost King sneered a few times, although he closed his eyes, it did not seem to obstruct his vision. With a single thought, the dark clouds that had followed him all the way here began to roll and fall from the sky. Like a giant beast, it bit down on the large patch of sunflowers. In an instant, countless ghost-face goo flew up and countless ghost cry goo let out ghostly cries. Nether Ghost Claw. Ghost King stretched his hand forward, a huge green claw shadow formed in the blink of an eye and grabbed these ghost cry goo and ghost face goo. In an instant, countless wild goo were captured. After a while, the dark clouds rose into the sky again, the sea of sunflowers on the ground vanished, only leaving behind a huge crater. Good harvest. Ghost King was in a good mood. Compared to immortal goo, this was an appetizer. Passing the crater, Ghost King frowned. What's going on? The immortal goo's aura has become faint? Don't tell me it was sealed? He continued to fly, following the aura of fixed immortal travel. His speed was extremely fast. After 15 minutes, his brows rose. The immortal goo's aura has moved from the ground to the sky. Why is there such a change? He inspected the surroundings. After a few breaths of time, he understood. So this is the territory of earth spike rats? This mortal goo master flew into the sky. His goo worms are not bad, he actually has a flying goo. Ghost King snickered, spreading his wings and flying into the sky. He followed the route that Fang Yuan had taken, and was attacked by the shadow crows along the way. A bunch of small birds. Ghost King snorted in disdain, his body shook as 100 pale wandering souls flew out. Rank 500 Ghost Night Travel Goo. The wandering souls flew everywhere, crashing into the shadow crows and shattering their souls. The shadow crows were unharmed, they fell down one by one, and after landing on the ground, they were quickly eaten by the earth spike rats. Ghost King's wanton slaughter caused the blood energy in this area to thicken, attracting even more shadow crows to hunt for food. At the same time, the entire earth spike rat group was alarmed. Countless earth spikes flew up from the hole, trying to pierce Ghost King. Gui Wang laughed heartily, activating 100 Ghost Night Travel Goo and hundreds of Ghost Face Goo. At once, countless wandering souls flew in the sky, mixed with the Ghost Face Goo flying around. It was like a millstone destroying everything. Hundreds and thousands of shadow crows fell to the ground like dumplings in a pot. The earth spike rats had a feast, but the flying wandering souls and Ghost Face Goo Master also caused damage to them. Earth spikes landed on Ghost King's body, but were blocked by the black profound light covering his body. Other than that, large numbers of shadow crows attacked with their steel claws. Ghost King did not dodge, he flew straight ahead. If it were any other rank 5 Goo Master in this situation, they would be attacked every second, and their primeval essence would be expended after a while. But Goo Immortals had immortal essence. A bead of green grape immortal essence could be diluted into boundless primeval essence. It could fill the entire blessed land for decades or even centuries. This meant that any Goo Immortal had endless primeval essence. They could use rank 5 Goo endlessly. After sacrificing thousands of shadow crows, the shadow crows retreated in fear. Ghost King did not chase them. After flying past the Earth Spike Rat's territory, he landed at the place where Fang Yuan had landed. Here, Fang Yuan had used dust cover goo on bright pearl goo. The aura is fading again. How can immortal goo seal an immortal goo? No, there is another possibility. This immortal goo is heavily injured. It is on the verge of death. I need to hurry. Ghost King felt a strong pressure. He flew close to the ground. He used another rank 5 goo worm to accelerate. His speed was extremely fast. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the battlefield where Changshan Yin and Ha-Tu Gu fought. Here, Fang Yuan took out Changshan Yin's corpse and used Dark Throw Gu to suppress Fixed Immortal Travel's aura. Sensing that the Immortal Gu's aura was almost undetectable, Ghost King's patience was reaching its limit. He stopped for a while and used Investigative Gu to check the surroundings. After finding nothing important, he continued his journey. This Immortal Gu will definitely be mine. If it's alive, I want to see the goo. If it's dead, I want to see its corpse. The banquet had been going on for a long time. There were girls singing and dancing, good wine and food were served. In the lively atmosphere, Fang Yuan and Mantu were already calling each other brothers. Brother Mantu, this cup of wine is a toast to you. Regarding Gu tribe's matter, I hope you can give me face and make an exception. Fang Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Mantu showed a difficult expression. After drinking the wine, he said, I do not dare to refuse Brother Chang's wine. But Hongyan Valley is small, our Man tribe expanded quickly and has a huge population. If we add in Gu tribe, I'm afraid. Furthermore, Gu tribe went back on their words. They clearly agreed to the marriage but delayed it again and again, even going back on their word. This is truly infuriating. Mantu's tone was furious, but he had a plan in his heart. He wanted to annex Gu tribe, but he could not find an excuse to do so. At the same time, Gu tribe leader was a rank 4 Gu master. Gu tribe's vitality was still there. Man tribe could not swallow it. So, when Man Duo proposed the marriage to him, he readily agreed. Chapter 452. Speaking of Gu tribe's matter, the lively atmosphere of the banquet turned cold. Old Gu tribe leader quickly stood up and explained. Gu Guang sat at the side, looking at his father with bitterness and sorrow. His own sister had died and his father was extremely sad. How he wished that all of this was not true. But now he had to prove to outsiders that his daughter was truly dead. What a painful ordeal it was. But Mantu pretended to listen attentively, not accepting it. Changshan Yin was a hero of the righteous path, and was a genius Gu master nurtured by Chang tribe. Ever since he killed Ha-Tu Gu's group of bandits, he was praised by the people. His reputation was extremely high, and he was a household name in Northern Plains. Thus, to protect Changshan Yin's face, Mantu pretended to listen attentively. But even if Changshan Yin's reputation was 5 to 6 times higher, it could not compare to the benefits of annexing Gu tribe. Now that he had finally found a legitimate reason, Mantu would not let it go so easily. Thus, after he patiently listened to Gu tribe leader's explanation, Mantu looked at his third son. Man Duo sneered inwardly, standing up. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan before taking out a Gu worm. Senior Chang, please take a look. This Gu was like a dragonfly, but its body was like a stick of sandalwood. The tail of the dragonfly was still burning, emitting smoke. The smoke was colorful at times, colorless at times, colorless and odorless. Don't tell me this Gu is the chase smoke Gu passed down from ancient times? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Man Duo was stunned before saying in an admiring tone, Senior's eyes are truly sharp, you are very knowledgeable. Junior is in awe. Indeed, I obtained this Gu by luck. As long as one is infected by this chase smoke, they will not dissipate for half a year. It is very convenient to track someone. After pausing for a while, he continued, to speak the truth, the first time I met Gu Yao, I secretly used this smoke on her. Now, as long as I activate this chase smoke Gu, the smoke can be seen with the naked eye. Man Duo had a pleased expression, continuing, Gu tribe leader, if I use this Gu and find Gu Yao hiding in your Gu tribe camp, what will happen? If he wanted to annex the Gu family, he naturally had to plan and make arrangements. The chase smoke Gu was suggested by Third Z Man Duo, to think it would be useful now. Facing Man Duo's threat, Gu family father and son heaved a sigh of relief. This chase smoke Gu was good. This way his words could be verified and his grievances could be cleared. On the contrary, Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This chasing smoke could infect each other. He had once walked side by side with Gu Yao and even carried her in his arms. If chasing smoke appeared, wouldn't he be exposed? What should they do? Fang Yuan hadn't expected such a turn of events and his heart sank. His set of goo worms originated from Changshan. They were enslavement path goo worms that were good at fighting in battle, but weak at fighting alone. In this banquet he was only at rank 4 initial stage. There were also Man tribe and Goo tribe leaders who had higher cultivation level than him. There were even some elders and guards who had rank 3 cultivation. Even if he brought his wolf group here, 2 to 3,000 ordinary wolves would not be able to turn the situation around. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, all sorts of thoughts flashed like lightning. Immediately he laughed heartily. This is great. With the chase smoke goo as a witness, the truth will be revealed. Nephew, quickly use it. It was impossible for him to delay or refuse to use it. Firstly, it was very strange for an outsider like him to refuse to use the chase smoke goo. It was almost a confession. Secondly, be it Man tribe or Goo tribe, they both wanted to use the chase smoke goo to confirm some things. The situation was already set and they could not resist it. Thirdly, the chase smoke goo was in someone else's hands. Even if Fang Yuan refused to use it, would Man tribe not use it? Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to request it, to give an impression that he was open and honest. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Man too was overjoyed. Since brother Changshan has spoken, son, use it. Man Duo, however, was not happy. He observed Goo tribe's father and son's expressions and saw that they were looking forward to it. Is Gu Yao really dead? Man Duo suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He willed and activated this chase smoke goo. Immediately, the colorless and odorless chase smoke in the air turned black. What is going on? This is, as Fang Yuan expected, there was a lump of thick black smoke on his body, and in the brightly lit banquet, it was extremely conspicuous. At once, everyone's gazes were gathered on him. The lively atmosphere stopped, no one made a sound, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan frowned, his expression was just the right amount of surprise and shock. It made people feel that he was an innocent person. As if he felt that he was not conspicuous enough, Fang Yuan stood up under everyone's gazes. He left his seat and walked a few steps. The lump of black smoke on his body followed him, leaving behind a thin trail of smoke in the air. Man Duo's gaze flickered. Man Tu said excitedly, this means that brother Changshan has seen Gu Yao before, and even had intimate contact with her. Old Gu tribe leader had a complex expression. His expression kept on changing as he looked at Fang Yuan. Gu Guang was young after all, he could not keep his cool. He jumped up from his seat and stared at Fang Yuan with suspicion, questioning, Uncle Changshan, what is going on? Could it be that you met my sister Gu Yao in the poisonous grassland? Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not explain in a hurry, instead he walked back and sat on his seat saying, to speak the truth, you guys are curious, I am also curious, why is there such heavy chasing smoke on me? Man Duo said eerily, Senior Chang, you are a great hero of Northern Plains, I do not dare to guess your suspicions. Senior Changshan. Gu Guang could not restrain himself, his gaze burning as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heard this and looked at Gu Guang calmly before looking at old Gu tribe leader. Brother Gu, you know my character. I will use my reputation as the Wolf King to guarantee you that I have never seen your daughter in poison grassland. Old Gu tribe leader placed his right hand on his heart, his expression solemn as he bowed. Brother Changshan, I feel like old friends with you, I believe you. Gu Guang, who was standing at the side, wanted to speak but stopped. Fang Yuan knew that just this sentence was not enough to dispel everyone's suspicions. Next he frowned, showing a pondering expression as he said, I slept for 20 years. After I woke up, I left poison grassland. On the way I subdued many poison-beard wolves. It was cold at night, so I hugged the poison-beard wolf to warm myself. It must be one of the poison-beard wolves that ate Brother Ji's daughter. Thus my body was also tainted by the smoke. Is that so? Gu Guang gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering. Fang Yuan's explanation was reasonable. He had seen Fang Yuan walk out of poison grassland with his own eyes. When he saved him from the wind wolves, he was controlling the poison-beard wolf group. It is very easy to prove this. My wolf group is being kept in Gu tribe's farm. Why don't you all go to the farm and check, wouldn't the truth be revealed? Fang Yuan suggested. This suggestion made everyone's heart beat faster. Then shall we go with Brother Chang's suggestion? Man Tu looked at Gu tribe father and son, he still did not believe that Gu Yao was dead. Gu clan leader stood up and said, everyone please step forward and be a witness. Everyone boarded hump wolves and went to Gu tribe's farm. Fang Yuan's wolf group was kept here, they were all fat and strong. Under the night sky, the poison-beard wolf group was even more energetic. Using the chase smoke goo's black smoke, Everyone found that several poison-beard wolves in the wolf group were tainted with smoke that was even thicker than Fang Yuan's. Longevity heaven above, immortal ancestors' blessing, my daughter's killer is here. Old Gu tribe leader cried bitterly. He turned around and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. He was about to speak when Fang Yuan stopped him. Brother Gu, I know what you want to say. I will leave these poison-beard wolves to you. Fang Yuan said. Gu tribe leader was moved to tears. Benefactor Chang Shanin, thank you. Not only did you save my son, you even brought my daughter's killer to me. You will be the closest friend of my Gu tribe for generations to come. Gu Guang remained silent. It was true that Fang Yuan saved his life, but this evidence could not prove his innocence. If Chang Shanin killed his sister and ordered the poison-beard wolves to devour his sister's corpse, it would be too painful to explain. Man Tu, who was at the side, was secretly anxious. From start to finish, he did not believe that Gu Yao was dead. If Gu tribe found out about the chase smoke Gu, they could easily cooperate with Gu Yao to create this fake show. Thus his lips twitched. Old Gu tribe leader, you have wronged Brother Chang Shanin. Brother Chang is a great hero of Northern Plains. He is such a righteous and respectable person. How could he murder your daughter? In my opinion, we should follow this chase smoke and enter poison grassland, continue to collect evidence and prove Brother Chang's innocence. He used Fang Yuan as an excuse, but the truth was that he wanted to find out if Gu Yao was dead or not. If Gu Yao entered poison grassland, there would definitely be chase smoke on the grassland. But at this time, Gu Guang suddenly spoke. No need to enter poison grassland, I have a way to prove Uncle Chang Shanyin's innocence. Lord Father, you prepared a set of precious water path Gu worms for my sister in the past. You used the rank 5 clues and clues Gu on this set of Gu worms and left an imprint on it. My sister also knows about this. If she was killed, she would follow your instructions and not destroy these Gu worms, but leave them to the killer. This way we can find the killer and take revenge for her. Now you just need to use that clues and clues Gu. Chapter 453. Gue Wang flew rapidly, following the faint aura of the immortal Gu and arriving under a snow willow. The aura of the immortal Gu is here, there is nothing further. Gue Wang's gaze was anxious as he searched the snow willow tree. No immortal Gu. The snow wash Gu on the snow willow had been plucked. Someone had clearly been here. But why did they not have immortal Gu? If the immortal Gu continued to move, its aura would naturally shift as well. But this aura stopped here. Don't tell me the immortal Gu died? Gue Wang made a guess. But he refused to believe this conjecture. He used investigative Gu and flipped the surrounding area upside down. No, still no. The Ghost King gritted his teeth, his heart full of regret and unwillingness. Wait. Suddenly, his gaze turned ruthless as he thought of another possibility. At the center of poison grassland is Zidu Blessed Land. The rank 7 Gu immortal Lady Poison Scorpion lives there. Did she take away the immortal Gu? Mortal apertures could not contain immortal Gu, but Gu immortals could. Once the immortal Gu enters the aperture, its aura will not dissipate. This explains everything. This means Lady Poison Scorpion is sitting at home, and immortal Gu will be delivered to her door? Damn it. Gue Wang stomped his feet in anger. He would rather believe that Lady Poison Scorpion took the immortal Gu than think of the possibility of the immortal Gu dying. But he did not expect that the true immortal Gu was not destroyed, and instead its aura was sealed by Fang Yuan's iron coffin Gu. Then he went back the way he came and was buried halfway. The Ghost King followed the aura and moved forward. Fang Yuan purposely divided the seals into sections, causing the Gu worm's aura to become weaker and weaker. This formed the inertia of thinking. Gue Wang was thinking of flying forward. He did not expect fixed immortal travel Gu to be buried in a certain location along the way. When he thought of Lady Poison Scorpion, jealousy and hatred drove him into a dead end. Lady Poison Scorpion is a rank 7 Gu immortal. She is very strong. I was able to gather the 3 deities of the Sea of Hua and Loner Hong Yu to attack Langya Blessed Land because I promised them some benefits. However, he did not have the power to rally them to attack Purple Poison Blessed Land. How hateful. If I had come more than 10 days earlier, I might have gotten the immortal Gu. Looking at the time, it's almost time for the Purple Poison Blessed Land to open its door and expel the poisonous gas. I'm no match for Lady Poison Scorpion. I'd better leave first. The Ghost King stomped his foot and flew up into the sky, diving into the dark clouds. The dark clouds billowed. The Ghost King stared at them for a while, unwilling to give up. Then he flew back to his lair. Tonight was destined to be eventful. On the farm of the Gu family, everyone focused their attention on Fang Yuan again. If Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao and took her gu, then the clues and clues gu would expose him. Fang Yuan's previous lie would also be completely exposed. Since you have never seen Gu Yao, how did you get her gu worm? At that time, no explanation would make sense. Bastard. Old Gu tribe leader stared fiercely at Gu Guang, extremely furious. Chang Shanyin's benefactor is so righteous and benevolent, how can you doubt him? Kneel down and kowtow to our benefactor to ask for forgiveness. Father. Gu Guang was shocked. He did not expect old Gu tribe leader to have such a reaction. Didn't he always want to take revenge for his sister? He forgot one point. I am helping him find out what he missed. I am not doing anything wrong. Man tribe father and son, on the other hand, were watching from the sidelines. Brother Gu, your young master's words are so convincing. You indeed have clues and clues Gu, right? Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his gaze was clear as water. Then please take it out and activate it in front of everyone. This. Old Gu tribe leader hesitated. Brother Gu, since you have a method to prove my innocence, why are you hiding it? Haha, I can't wait to be happy. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Old Gu tribe leader observed his expression for a while before looking at Man tribe father and son. Man tribe father and son remained silent, as if they had become bystanders, but their gazes were filled with deep meaning. All right, since benefactor Chang Shanin insists, then I will offend you. Old Gu tribe leader gritted his teeth and took out clues and clues gu. This gu was shaped like a black spider. It was the size of a fist and had a plump body. Its 8 legs were black and furry, the tips of the legs were hard and shiny like small horse hooves. Old Gu tribe leader instilled primeval essence into it, and clues gu's body slowly let out a faint white light. As long as a gu master used a gu worm within a radius of 500 li, it would let out a red light and point out the direction. If a gu master kept the gu worm in their aperture, its detection range would only be 1,000 steps. However, from start to finish, it stayed in old Gu tribe leader's hands without any changes. Seeing this, Gu Guang knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Yuan. Uncle Fang Yuan, I was wrong. I was too eager to prove my innocence and offended you. Please punish me. Please get up, I still need to thank you for clearing my name. What did you do wrong? Fang Yuan smiled, quickly taking a step forward and helping Gu Guang up. Back in time to the night when Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao. Before the girl died, she cried to him, Chang Shanin. I don't know how I blocked your path to success. But even if you killed me, I don't hate you. Maybe you want revenge? I will leave all my gu worms to you. I hope they can be of some help to your success. Cough, cough, cough. The girl coughed out a mouthful of blood. She smiled bitterly and pleaded to Fang Yuan, I am going to die. Before I die, I have a small request. I hope you can hug me. I miss your warm embrace. But Fang Yuan did not move. He looked at the girl coldly. He looked at the girl and saw her expression stiffen bit by bit as her life slipped away bit by bit. Eventually, the flower-like girl became a cold corpse. Fang Yuan looked at Gu Yao's face and fell into a long silence. You actually left all your gu worms to me? What do you mean? It is true that she fell in love with Chang Shanin, but I killed her. How can she not hate me? Her love is just a young girl's love, brewed for a few days. Her hate is the hatred of losing her life and being killed unjustly. It is clear which is more important. Ha. This girl is still too young, her acting is too bad. How can the hatred in her eyes hide from me? Although I lack gu worms, her gu worms are also of high quality. She purposely left them to me. For safety's sake, I cannot take them. Next, Fang Yuan willed and the poison-beard wolves moved out, devouring Gu Yao's corpse. From start to finish, he did not touch the gu worms in Gu Yao's aperture. Seeing this result, Gu tribe leader let out a breath of turbid air. He looked at Fang Yuan with endless praise. Brother Chang Shanin, I have finally seen something today. You are indeed the great hero of the grassland. Your conduct is like the moonlight tonight, pure like water without any impurities. No matter how dirty the ground is, it will not taint the moonlight. No matter how thick the dark clouds are, it will not obstruct the moonlight for long. Our Gu tribe owes you a lot. My son was ignorant and rash, but he still suspected you. Our Gu tribe only has this rank 5 clues and clues gu. It is our apology for today. Please accept it, otherwise I will never be able to rest in peace. Rank 5 gu were hard to find. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Gu tribe leader handed the clues and clues gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan tried to reject it several times, but Gu tribe leader insisted. He could only reluctantly accept it. This way he would have a second rank 5 gu from northern plains. After that, everyone continued the banquet until late at night, before parting under the moonlight. Man Tu warmly invited Fang Yuan to his tribe as a guest. Fang Yuan expressed that he would be leaving soon to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. But before he left, he would definitely pay a visit to Man tribe. Looking at Fang Yuan and Gu tribe's father and son riding the hump wolf away, Man Tu's smile faded, turning ugly. It seems that this Gu Yao is really dead. Man Tu's tone was gloomy. Lord Father, don't worry. Man Duo sneered. This Gu tribe wants to stay in Hongyan Valley, they need our help, they cannot run away. Being enlightened by his son, Man Tu's expression eased up, he patted Man Duo's shoulder. You can see this clearly, I was too stubborn. These years, Man tribe has been expanding continuously, it is all thanks to you. Unfortunately you are only C grade, your aptitude is not good. When father abdicates and your brother takes over Man tribe, you need to assist him. Yes father, don't worry. Man Duo's reply was crisp and clear, but he was snorting in his heart. He was also father's son, why could he not fight for the tribe leader position? Why must he give it to his brother? Was poor aptitude the reason why he could not become the tribe leader? No. If brother becomes the tribe leader he will definitely kill me. Sigh, such a pity. I proposed to Gu Yao because I wanted Gu tribe to become my wife tribe, to become my force. Damn it, the heavens are playing tricks on us. Gu Yao is dead. Unfilial son Neil. Once in the secret room only the father and son were left, old tribe leader's face darkened. He roared at Gu Guang. Father. Gu Guang jumped in fright. Although he did not know why his father suddenly became angry, he subconsciously knelt on the ground. Father, I am your son, you can scold me however you want as long as you can calm down. But I have a small request, after father calms down, please tell me why you are so angry. I will change in the future, I will not make you angry anymore. Gu Guang said. Old patriarch Gu chuckled coldly and stood in front of Gu Guang. He pointed at the bridge of his nose and said, I know you are very unconvinced in your heart. Father will tell you the reason now and let you know how dangerous tonight is. Do you think Man Duo is really interested in your sister's beauty? Gu Guang was dazed. Is it not? Gu Yao is the beauty of our tribe, many young men are pursuing her. Chapter 454. Ah, Man tribe wants to annex our Gu tribe? Gu Guang gasped. Old Gu tribe leader heaved a long sigh. Sigh, your sister is dead, they are not willing to listen to my explanation. Why? It is because they want to use this excuse as a legitimate reason to attack. But I found Chang Shanin to help me. Chang Shanin is a hero of Northern Plains, he has great prestige and has Chang tribe as his backing. Man Tu does not dare to twist logic, thus he regretfully stopped tonight. Gu Guang was shocked. So there is such a twist behind this? But father, I do not understand, since you saw through Man tribe's intentions, why did you agree to this marriage and betroth my sister to that monkey Man Duo? Old Gu tribe leader bent his finger and knocked on Gu Guang's head. Do you not have a brain? Why did you agree to this marriage? Do you think I want to mistreat my daughter? It's all because of the approaching snowstorm. If we can marry into the Man family, we can stay in Hongyan Valley and protect our own tribe as much as possible. We can sacrifice your sister's happiness to protect the entire Gu tribe. This marriage is a transaction. Sigh, it is a pity that your sister escaped and died in poison grassland. Gu Guang frowned, blinking his eyes. Father, I understand now. No, you still do not understand. Old Gu tribe leader understood his son very well, he continued to explain in disappointment. Tonight, Man tribe father and son invited Chang Shanin on the surface and we accompanied him. But the truth is, their true motive is to deal with us. And I will use Chang Shanin as a shield. That Man Duo took out the chase smoke Gu, he is extremely sinister. When all of you were suspecting Chang Shanin, I swore to Chang Shanin that I would trust him. Do you think I am not suspicious? I am not that muddle-headed. Old Gu tribe leader stomped his feet, saying with a bleak tone, but I do not dare to suspect him. We are able to resist Man tribe because of Chang Shanyin's strength. If we suspect him, then Man tribe father and son will have succeeded in sowing discord between us and Chang Shanin. If Chang Shanin does not stand on our side, we might not even be able to return to tonight's banquet. Gu Guang's face was filled with shock. Ah, is the Man clan so daring to kill us? Why do you think you were surrounded by so many wind wolves when you went out to search? In Northern Plains were there any lack of methods to use beast groups to kill others? But in this situation the Man clan won't kill us, but they will definitely put us under house arrest. At that time the Man tribe will use Gu Yao's matter as an excuse to swallow our Gu tribe. Without us, the Gu tribe will be like a group of dragons without a leader. After hearing his father's explanation, Gu Guang finally understood the danger tonight, and his face revealed an expression of fear. For the tribe, for the big picture, even if Chang Shanin is the murderer, we cannot suspect him. Do you really think I have forgotten the hints and clues, Gu? How could this be? But you had to mention this. What if Chang Shanin is really the culprit? Old Gu tribe leader spoke with deep sincerity. Gu Guang fell into silence. After a long while, he said, "That is why father gifted the precious rank 5 hints and clues Gu to Chang Shanin. Is it to mend the crack in our relationship and make him stand on our side?" Old Gu tribe leader nodded. "You finally have some understanding. Son, although your aptitude is outstanding and your cultivation is high. But to become the new tribe leader of Gu tribe, you are still far from it. Father, it is great to have you here. I will definitely learn from you in the future. Gu tribe can lose anyone but you cannot," Gu Guang said sincerely. Old Gu tribe leader shook his head. "Time and tide wait for no man. I am already old. Gu tribe still needs to rely on you." So, after this incident, I have finally understood Mantu's character. He is a greedy jackal. No matter how much wealth we have, it will not be enough for him. Now that your sister is gone, we have lost the right to borrow Hongyan Valley. We cannot split up the tribe and join Man tribe, right? No, Gu tribe cannot be destroyed like this, otherwise I will be the greatest sinner of Gu tribe. After this night, I have thought it through. I cannot stay here. I will be killed by Man tribe sooner or later. A few days later we will set off for the heroes' assembly. Father, if we leave like this, will Man tribe let us off easily? Gu Guang asked worriedly. Of course they will not let us off, but we will follow Chang Shanin. Man too is wary of Chang Shanin. He will not dare to make a move. Old Gu tribe leader snickered. Then if we use senior Chang Shanin like this, isn't it? Gu Guang was slightly embarrassed. You idiot. Why not use him? What is wrong with using him? A good hunter is good at making use of everything around them. When we lack strength, we will use intelligence to make up for it. All of this is for the survival of the tribe. Old Gu tribe leader stopped after reprimanding, a complex expression appearing on his face. But this Chang Shanin is indeed a hero worthy of his reputation. Maybe he has already seen through it, but he is still on our side. Such righteousness, supporting the weak, this is the true role model of the righteous path. He is the light of the world. Son, rejoice that our Gu tribe met such a person. Time passed quickly. Several days passed. Inside the room, Fang Yuan looked at the bone bamboo Gu in his hand. It was burnt by the ghost fire. He let out a breath of turbid air. This is the last bone bamboo Gu. These days he had been cultivating diligently, using up to 100 bone bamboo Gu in the gift box. After his vigorous repair, the 8 most serious injuries on the battle bone wheel were all healed. Although the war bone wheel was still full of scars, it was finally out of danger. After returning the battle bone wheel to his aperture, Fang Yuan started to inspect his aperture. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. Thus, the 4 walls of the aperture were transparent. 90% of his primeval sea was made up of true gold primeval essence. But Fang Yuan had just arrived in northern plains. He had not adapted to the environment yet, so his true gold primeval essence was only equivalent to initial stage light gold primeval essence. Thus, Fang Yuan's cultivation had stopped for the time being. Using light gold primeval essence, he could not break through the barrier and become a rank 5 Gu master. It is not like there is no way to speed up my adaptation. The most common way is to use third watch Gu to speed up my own time. But this way the Gu master's remaining lifespan will be shortened by 3 times. This was a short-sighted move. Fang Yuan naturally would not take it. It was not because he treasured his lifespan, but because of spring-autumn cicada. If Fang Yuan used third watch Gu on himself, the flow of the river of time would be 3 times faster. Then, the spring-autumn cicada residing in his body would also recover 3 times faster. Other than his vital Gu spring-autumn cicada and the fixed immortal travel Gu hidden in poison grassland, Fang Yuan had many Gu worms on him now. The first were the 2 rank 5 Gu, both from northern plains. One was the battle bone wheel. It was currently being repaired and could not provide any help in the short term. The other was the clues and clues Gu. It could be used for reconnaissance and tracking. Gu tribe has quite the foundation. They actually have a rank 5 clues and clues Gu. This Gu can be used to track Gu worms. It is a powerful method to capture wild Gu worms and prevent them from escaping. Unfortunately, although old Gu tribe leader has this Gu worm, he does not dare to search for his own daughter. Fang Yuan was clear about the conflict between Gu tribe and Man tribe. Man tribe's third son, Manduo, had great ambitions. He wanted the tribe leader position. But due to his insufficient cultivation, he set his sights on Gu tribe. He wanted to marry Gu Yao and make Gu tribe his wife tribe, to help him fight for the tribe leader position. Man too might not be able to see Man Duo's true intentions, but he had always been interested in annexing Gu tribe. Gu tribe, on the other hand, wanted to use the marriage alliance and sacrifice Gu Yao, using Man tribe's Hongyan Valley to survive the once-a-decade blizzard and get through the current crisis. Gu tribe naturally did not want to split up the tribe, but Man tribe wanted to swallow this fat piece of meat. But they were afraid of being stuck in the meat. After Gu Yao escaped, Man tribe used this legitimate excuse to not let go. They might even attack Gu Guang in secret. As long as they killed Gu tribe leader and his son, Gu tribe would be leaderless and fall into internal strife. It would be easier for Man tribe to swallow them. Gu Guang was ignorant, but the old chief of Gu tribe was old and experienced. He gradually understood the situation and realized that he could not satisfy Mantu's greed. But he was in deep trouble, so he could only endure it and stay in the tribe all day long, not giving Man tribe any chance to do anything. And Chang Shan Yin's arrival gave Gu tribe hope of escaping. Gu tribe leader might have thought of making use of Fang Yuan's Chang Shan Yin identity when he found out about it. Thus, he warmly received Fang Yuan and even gave him 1 million as a gift. Next, he made good use of it, borrowing Chang Shan Yin's strength to compete with Man tribe. That banquet under the moonlight seemed to be a joyous and harmonious affair, but in reality the competition between the three parties was surging with undercurrents, hidden with the dangers of blades and axes. The result was, Man tribe suffered a setback. Not only did they not target Gu tribe, they even lost Gu Yao's legitimate excuse. But this side did not fail, they were still the strongest. On Gu tribe's side, Chang Shan Yin was sent out. Using his strength, they successfully defended their tribe and temporarily survived this crisis. They succeeded, but they were still in a weak position. As for Fang Yuan, he pretended to be ignorant. Using the competition between the two sides, he achieved his original goal of appearing on the stage, and at the same time he benefited from it and strengthened himself. Man was the spirit of all living things. Battles between people were not just simple and desperate fights. Even in northern plains where people were fierce, there were battles of wits and schemes. As for Gu Yao, this innocent young girl was only a sacrifice in the political battle between the two tribes. And according to Fang Yuan's guess, Gu Yao's escape from the marriage was also very strange. To be able to escape from the Gu tribe camp, which was loose on the outside but tight on the inside, it might have been arranged by Gu tribe leader to probe Man tribe. Unfortunately, accidents always happen in reality. No matter how good the schemes were, they could not keep up with the changes. Maybe Man tribe leader's eldest and second son's forces made a move, afraid of Man Duo's influence and hoping for Gu Yao to die. In any case, Gu Yao escaped to Poison Grassland and met Fang Yuan, which led to the series of events. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan threw these guesses out of his mind. The foundation of any scheme is strength. Why did Man tribe not annex Gu tribe? It is because they are not a super tribe, they are only a large tribe with limited strength. Other than using me, the reason why the Gu family was able to turn the situation around was that they were once a large family and had a foundation. If Gu tribe leader had rank 5 cultivation, he would have taken out traces and clues Gu long ago. Chapter 455. The development of the matter was as Fang Yuan expected. A day later, old Gu tribe leader visited Fang Yuan, saying that he had thought things through. He did not want to stay in Hongyan Valley, but wanted to migrate the tribe to participate in the Heroes' Assembly and fight for a place in the imperial court. Fang Yuan knew old Gu tribe leader's intention. He wanted to use Chang Shan Yin to escape from Man tribe's control. Fang Yuan agreed readily. If he traveled alone in the grassland, it would be troublesome. With the Gu clan traveling with them, the risk would be greatly reduced. At the same time, it would be a cover for him. Brother Gu understands, but it is better to leave as soon as possible. Once there are any disturbances, Man tribe will sense it immediately. Fang Yuan instructed. Old Gu tribe leader's heart shook. Hearing this, he understood that Chang Shan Yin was an understanding person. Fang Yuan continued, I had agreed to Man tribe's request and wanted to visit them. But since Gu tribe wants to migrate, to be safe, I will not visit them. Just say that I have been cultivating for the past few days and feel that my cultivation level is showing signs of recovering, so I will go into closed cultivation. I will write a letter now, brother can find someone to pass it to me. If Gu tribe did not migrate, there was nothing wrong with Fang Yuan visiting Man tribe. But now that Gu tribe wanted to leave, Man tribe was not willing to let go of this juicy piece of meat. Man tribe was wary of Gu tribe and Chang Shan Yin's alliance. Man tribe might put Chang Shan under house arrest and turn around to deal with Good tribe. Earlier, when Gu Guang found the wind wolves, it was very likely Man tribe's handiwork. Man tribe was a righteous path faction. They would not kill Chang Shan in consideration of their reputation, but Good tribe was too juicy. They could use all sorts of reasons to put Chang Shan under house arrest. Old Good tribe leader heard Fang Yuan's words and looked at him deeply. He stood up and bowed. In front of brother, what is this bit of intelligence? I was muddle-headed earlier. Brother is still able to see the whole situation clearly. Ha, it's normal for one to lose oneself in a situation like this. You don't have to worry about it, old brother. As long as we leave this place, the Gu family will have a bright future. Fang Yuan comforted the Gu family patriarch. Then he wrote a letter on the spot and passed it to the Gu family patriarch. Brother Gu, I still need to continue cultivating, so I won't be seeing you off. Today, I will give the order to prepare for migration. The letter will definitely be delivered. Goodbye. Elder Gu took the letter and left the room. After returning to the king's tent, he immediately summoned the clan elders and gave the order for the entire clan to prepare for migration. After Gu Yao's marriage, the elders of Gu tribe all had a bad impression of Man tribe. They all praised Man tribe's wisdom. Gu family's father and son returned to the study room. The old clan leader opened Fang Yuan's letter on the spot. Dad, your behavior is not very good, right? Gu Guang felt embarrassed. Hey, today I'll give you another lesson. This is Chang Shanyin's letter to Man too, but he did not use the letter Gu. Do you know why? Gu tribe leader chuckled. Is it because he does not have a letter Gu? No, if he wanted to use a letter Gu, he could have borrowed it from our Gu tribe. Gu Guang thought for a moment before his eyes brightened. Did he do this on purpose? That's right. The reason why he used this ordinary letter is to let us see it. Gu tribe is going to migrate. He will be on the same path as us. This letter is to express his intention to cooperate with us. Come here, let us father and son take a look. Saying so, Gu tribe leader opened the letter. The content of the letter was simple. It stated that he needed to go into closed cultivation to recover his cultivation. He expressed his regret that he could not visit Man tribe personally, and said that he would make up for this regret in the future. At the latter part of the letter, Fang Yuan requested to purchase bone bamboo Gu from Man tribe, expressing that he was willing to buy it at 20% higher than the market price. At the same time, he wrote a large pile of Gu refinement materials as well as third watch Gu and other Gu worms, hoping to trade. So Uncle Chang Shani needed these things. Dad, I feel that our Gu tribe should try our best to satisfy him. After all, he has helped us so much. Gu Guang said. Gu tribe leader, however, stared at the letter in his hand, his eyes shining brightly as he felt a chill in his heart. Gu tribe and Man tribe's battle was mostly done in the dark. They did not fight openly. This was the rule of the righteous path. There were many sacrifices. A Gu tribe elder died because of Man duo's challenge, and Gu Yao also died in poison grassland. Other than that, there were also many Gu masters who died in the wolf's mouth. In this battle, be it Man tribe or Gu tribe, they were not the victors. Man tribe did not achieve their goal, and Gu tribe had many sacrifices. There was only one person who truly benefited from it. This person was Chang Shan. Think about it. Chang Shan came from poison grassland. He was penniless and did not even have a complete collection of Gu worms. But now, in this battle, he earned a lot. Just the Yuan stone alone was worth over 1 million. Not to mention that rank 5 hints and clues Gu. Gu tribe leader suddenly understood. Gu tribe made use of Chang Shan, but wasn't Chang Shan also making use of Gu tribe? Chang Shan looked like he was innocently sandwiched between the two tribes, falling into the whirlpool of battle and getting into trouble that he should not have. But the truth was, neither side wanted to offend him. He instead benefited from both sides. We do not need to prepare these things for Chang Shan. Man tribe will send the things in this letter to him, and they might even give them to him for free. Gu tribe leader let out a breath of turbid air, as if trying to get rid of the chill in his heart. Gu Guang was extremely shocked. This is impossible, right? Uncle Chang Shan is clearly helping us. Man tribe can't be so stupid, right? Those who are in high positions have different views. How much can these things be worth? Just over 100,000 Yuan stone. To Man tribe, it is not even worth mentioning, not even a drop in the ocean. Paying such a price to befriend an expert, why not? Think about it, how much did we give Chang Shan? Gu Guang immediately thought of the 1 million Yuan stone, as well as the traces of that rank 5 Gu. Gu tribe leader heaved a deep sigh. There was a deeper meaning in this. It was too early to explain it to Gu Guang. Why did Chang Shan want to make a deal with Man tribe? This was not a deal but a friendship. Using this method, Changshan expressed to Man Tribe that although he went against the agreement and did not visit Man Tribe, and was in Good Tribe, he was not Man Tribe's enemy. He did not want to become enemies with Man Tribe, but wanted to be friends, thus he could make a deal. Man too was not an idiot, he could understand the goodwill in Changshan Yin's letter. If Man Tribe rejected this deal, it would be rejecting Fang Yuan's goodwill. If they traded according to the price, they would be expressing their dissatisfaction. If they gave it to Changshan, it would mean Man Tribe accepted this goodwill, and was willing to befriend Changshan. This deal was not the main point was the meaning behind the deal. This kind of obscure and hidden communication was something the righteous path higher-ups often played. Good Tribe leader suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a thought. This Changshan is helping Good Tribe not because of his righteous nature, but because he can only obtain the greatest benefits by standing together with Good Tribe. Man Tribe was powerful, Changshan was only the icing on the cake. But Good Tribe was weak. With Changshan he was a timely help, an important factor that could tip the scales of strength. This thought made Good Tribe leader's body shudder. He felt a chill in his heart, almost to his bones. Old Tribe leader subconsciously denied this guess. If a hero like Changshan is so scheming, then what justice and light is there in this world? I am gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. 3 days later. Man Tribe's father and son stood on a hill, watching Good Tribe slowly move south. Lord Father. I have something I don't understand I would like to ask you. Man Duo spoke. Speak. You gave all the things you mentioned in the letter to Changshan, I can understand that. But why did you give 30,000 loads of rations to Good Tribe? Good Tribe, this fat piece of meat flew away but we still have to stick to it. Man Duo had an unwilling expression. Man Two's gaze was deep, looking at Good Tribe's departing figures. He only said one sentence. Man Hao, you explain. Elder Man Hao, who was standing at the side, smiled and explained, Third young master does not need to worry, Lord Tribe leader has already made arrangements. If Good Tribe wants to leave like this, they are too naive. Among the 30,000 loads of rations, many wolf lure goo have already been secretly used. At the same time, tribesmen are already luring them. There are about 3 myriad wolf groups waiting for them. So that's it. Man Duo immediately understood. Father is wise. Once Good Tribe cannot resist the wolf groups, we will move out and save them, using this chance to annex them. Even if people question us in the future, these 30,000 loads of rations will show Lord Father's sincerity, it will shut their mouths. But, at the end, Man Duo's tone was hesitant. Man Hao sighed, continuing, but this way Good Tribe will also suffer heavy losses. Our gains from annexing Good Tribe will be much lesser. We will even need to invest a portion of our wealth to take care of the injured. But Man Duo shook his head. Man Hao was not talking about his worries. Good Tribe has that Changshan. He is called the Wolf King. Can these wolf groups stop him? Man Two frowned slightly. Man Duo's words were what he was thinking. He had the same worry. But Good Tribe left too decisively. Man Tribe was a righteous path cultivator. They had to consider the impact of their actions. They could only lure out these 3 myriad wolf groups in a short period of time. If Good Tribe survives the attack of these wolves, then Man Tribe can only watch as they leave. But if Good Tribe suffered heavy losses during the attack, Man Tribe would have a reason to send troops to save them. The biggest variable in this plan was Changshan. Third young master, don't worry, although this Changshan is called the Wolf King, that was 20 years ago. His cultivation has already fallen to rank 4 initial stage. During the banquet we also secretly investigated him. His soul is no longer 1,000-man soul. Now it is only 100-man soul. Brute Hao said with a disdainful tone. Even if he is the Wolf King, he is just an old Wolf King struggling at death's door. Furthermore, what trump cards does he have? Only over 1,000 wind wolves, over 1,000 poison-beard wolves, and over 1,000 water wolves. Against tens of thousands of wolf groups, what can these troops do? In my opinion, his reputation will be ruined soon. Let's wait to annex Good Tribe. Chapter 456. Urgent report. 3,000 li ahead, a large group of turtleback wolves have appeared. There are so many of them, it seems to be a myriad wolf group. Good Tribe's investigative Goo Master rushed over and reported to old Good Tribe leader. Good Tribe leader's expression was solemn as he waved his hand at the person. Continue investigating. Not long ago, he had already received the letter Goo sent by the investigative Goo Master. But in the battlefield, to prevent the letter Gu from being intercepted by the enemy, there would usually be investigative Gu masters rushing back and forth to personally deliver the letter. Turtleback wolves have the strongest defense among wild wolves. 10,000 turtleback wolves are a tough bone to chew. Gu masters had attracted them earlier, but there was no effect. This wolf group is still coming towards us. Humph, how many days has it been since we started migrating? This wolf group is already here. It seems Man tribe doesn't want to let us off. Fortunately, their speed is not good, giving us time to set up the formation. The elders of Gu family discussed among themselves. In this chaotic northern plains, Gu masters who could climb to a high position were not fools. By now they had already reacted and recognized the reality. Gu tribe's troops had already stopped moving, forming a circular formation. Large numbers of Gu masters were nervously using Gu worms to build high walls, arrow towers and many layers of defense. And Gu tribe's higher-ups were guarding the central area. "My son." Gu tribe leader softly called. "Lord Father, your son is here." Gu Guang immediately received the order. "Go and invite Lord Changshan over." This was a battle of life and death for Gu tribe. Old Gu tribe leader was not willing to let go of any battle strength. "Yes." Gu Guang bowed and left. Just as he left the main tent, he saw Fang Yuan. "Uncle." Gu Guang happily called out and bowed. Fang Yuan nodded and walked forward, his tone slightly anxious. "I already know about the wolf group's invasion. How is the situation?" "There is still about 7 minutes before the wolf group attacks. Since our tribe migrated, to prevent Man tribe from playing any tricks, Father has sent light cavalry and expanded the scouting range to 600 li." Gu Guang followed Fang Yuan's footsteps and reported. The two arrived at the main tent, which was situated on a hill. The mound was also raised by Gu worms. Gu tribe's higher-ups stood on the mound and had a good view. If they were attacked by a group of eagles or crows, the Gu family would dig a hole in the ground. In short, there were different ways to deal with it. Seeing the higher-ups of the Gu family, everyone hurriedly bowed. The atmosphere was tense, as though a storm was brewing. With Brother Wolf King's help, Gu tribe is so honored. I'm also at ease. Old tribe leader of Gu tribe sighed. His gratitude was beyond words. The fate between me and the Gu family is not shallow. Friends should help each other, it's only right. What's the situation? Fang Yuan asked. Wolf King, please take a look. Gu tribe leader led Fang Yuan to the table, pointed at the sheepskin map, and introduced the surrounding terrain, Gu tribe's defense line, and the movement of the wolf pack. Your Highness has made the appropriate arrangements. There is nothing wrong with your response. Fang Yuan first complimented. He then extended his finger and pointed at the markings on the map. Everyone looked over. This was a river beside the camp. Since there is such a danger zone, why don't we use it for defense? Fang Yuan suggested. Brother, you might not know we had the same idea before. But the large group moves slowly, there is not enough time to set up camp and defense line after reaching the river. Old tribe leader smiled bitterly. When tribes migrate, most of the tribesmen use big stomach horses. But big stomach horses are loaded and their speed is slow. Good tribe Gu masters ride hump wolves and can quickly move to the river. But most of the mortals can only fall behind. When the wolf pack comes, the mortals will be slaughtered. No tribe has mortals, how can there be future Gu masters? Mortals are the foundation of all tribes. But Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother, I am also a northern plainsman, I know this. We cannot get close to the river, but we can make the river water come to us. Once he said this, Gu tribe's higher-ups' eyes brightened. That's right, we can dig a canal and draw the river water to assist in defense. Turtleback wolves have heavy bodies and are unable to swim. Once they fall into the river, they will sink to the bottom and drown. Lord Tribe Leader, quickly give the order. Old Tribe Leader also said straightforwardly, yes, Gu Chui Team 1, Gu Xiang Team 7 and Gumi Team 18, immediately stop what they are doing and go to the river to dig the canal. Next, order Team 3, 5 and 16 to take over the construction tasks of Team 1, 7 and 18. Yes. The investigative Gu masters outside the tent immediately received the order. After a few breaths of time, 6-letter Gu flew out and towards the distance. Fortunately, brother is here to guide us. Old tribe leader bowed towards Fang Yuan, his expression of gratitude coming from the bottom of his heart. Just based on Fang Yuan's suggestion, he could save hundreds of Gu tribe Gu masters, or even more sacrifices. He is the Wolf King after all. At once, Gu tribe's elders' gazes towards Fang Yuan also faintly changed, they were filled with admiration and admiration. Time always passes very quickly amidst nervousness and busyness. Investigative Gu masters returned to the camp one after another and reported the wolf group's location. At the same time, the number of turtleback wolves was also clearly investigated. There were over 38,000 of them. When the wolf group was only 800 li away from the camp, old Gu tribe leaders started to gather the investigative Gu masters in an orderly manner. At 500 li, the ditch was dug and the river water was drawn in. At 300 li, the 3 defensive lines were completed and the combat teams were urgently in position. The support Gu masters and logistics Gu masters in charge of construction retreated to the rear and used Yuan stones to quickly recover their primeval essence, not daring to relax for even a moment. When the battle line is not able to hold on, they would be the backup team, the reinforcements. At around 100 li, there were vague shadows of wolves in the horizon. In the main tent, 8 investigative Gu were activated and smoke rose, showing the scene in all directions. The turtleback wolf group was mainly charging from the north, but there were also many in the northeast and southeast. The wolf group was getting closer and closer, even mortals could see them. Turtleback wolves had broad bodies, their whole bodies were dark green and their eyes were eerie blue. On their backs there was a turtle-like carapace. This carapace was very heavy, about a third of the weight was concentrated inside. Other than defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the effect of storing nutrients. 10,000 wolves galloped, the ground started to tremble. Fang Yuan walked out of the main tent and gazed at the grassland, only to see the boundless wolf group covering the ground. Looking down at the camp, Gu tribesmen were busy but not in a mess. Living in northern plains, encountering beast attacks was a common thing. Thus, be it Gu masters or mortals, they all had strong mental fortitude. The first defensive line in the north was the first to engage in battle. Attack! The Gu master leader on the tall tower shouted loudly and sent out a wind blade. Soon after, the surrounding Gu masters attacked at the same time. A row of wind blades flew out and slashed, instantly knocking over dozens of turtleback wolves. The wolf group got closer and closer. The Gu masters gave up on using the wind blades and switched to the more powerful fire Gu, lightning Gu and so on. For a moment, the battlefront was filled with countless colorful lights and shadows, like fireworks. The roars of humans, the furious howls of the wolf group, and the sharp whistling sound of the wind blades piercing through the air, all of them merged into one. The wolf group withstood the rain of attacks and successfully charged forward. They first collided with the earth wall. The earth wall was thick, and the base was reinforced with a layer of copper and iron. Countless turtleback wolves were smashed until their heads bled and died on the spot. But the wolf group advanced wave after wave. Some stepped on the corpses of their comrades and jumped up. Some clawed at the earth wall trying to break it. Next, the southeast and northeast defensive lines also started to engage in battle. Battle cries shook the sky and casualties started to appear. Healing Gu masters started to display their usefulness. Because of the ample preparations, the whole Gu tribe camp started to operate in an orderly manner. Look, it's the myriad beast wolf king. Someone pointed in a direction and shouted. Everyone immediately looked towards the direction of the voice. This turtleback myriad wolf king was so huge that even if an ordinary turtleback wolf expanded by 10 times, it would still be slightly inferior to it. Its domineering aura manifested as it squatted on the ground and howled, commanding the wolf group to split up. The turtleback wolf group split into 5 to 6 groups and started to attack Gu tribe camp, trying to find a loophole in the defense. Like this, wolf shadows appeared all around Gu tribe, and the whole periphery of the camp started to fight. On a nameless hill outside the battlefield, Man tribe used Gu worms to conceal themselves and used investigative Gu to observe from afar. They are fighting. Elder Man Hao laughed in schadenfreude. Gu tribe actually diverted the water into a canal. That old man Gu is really an old fox. But this is over 30,000 turtleback wolves. Even if Gu tribe can resist them, they will suffer heavy losses. Man Hong sneered. He looked very similar to tribe leader Man Tu, and was the eldest son of Man tribe, with rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Young tribe leader is right. Even if Gu tribe blocked the first wave of wolves, there will still be the second and third wave. Man Hao flattered. Although Man Hong was the eldest son, Man tribe had not officially appointed a young tribe leader. But Man Hao had already submitted to Man Hong and was his hardcore supporter. He called Man Hong young tribe leader, which was both flattery and expectation. Young tribe leader? Man Hong did not refute, instead nodding and continuing, Father gave me this important mission. After I complete it, I will have made a great contribution. Once I return to the tribe, I will probably become the young tribe leader. Unfortunately, that scoundrel man duo did not come along. Otherwise, I will borrow someone else's knife to kill him and get rid of that treacherous kid. Although man duo is smart, his aptitude is insufficient, he is not young tribe leader's match. Look, the 100 wolf kings have entered the battlefield. Manhao said. 100 beast kings had ranked 2 goo worms on their bodies and had great battle strength. Their participation in the battle immediately increased the pressure on Goo tribe's front line. The number of casualties soared, and even 200 to 300 wolf kings smashed through the mud walls, fiercely stabbing into Goo tribe's defensive line. Seeing Goo tribe Goo masters dying one after another, Manhong's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. This group of ignorant fools, they actually didn't join Man tribe, now they are suffering. Manhong's laughter stopped. Using his goo worm's investigative ability, he saw 100 wolf king was implanted with wolf enslavement goo. It immediately changed sides, and after letting out a howl, it caused chaos in the wolf group around it. Next, these turtleback wolves followed the wolf king into Goo tribe's camp, and gathered at the feet of a goo master. Looking at this goo master, Manhong squinted. Is this wolf king Chang Shanin? Yes. Manhao confirmed. Manhong sneered. Father said that he's the biggest variable. I want to see what ability he has. Chapter 457. Look over there, it is the great hero of Northern Plains, Chang Shanin. Chang Shanin has made his move, he is truly extraordinary. Goo tribe's camp was filled with cheers. Not only Man tribe's goo masters, even Goo tribe's goo masters were looking at Fang Yuan. Just now, Fang Yuan had made a small demonstration by taking 100 wolf king as his subordinate, immediately causing hundreds of turtleback wolves to submit to him, turning the situation around for the better. Chang Shanin. On a tall hill, Goo tribe leader stared at Fang Yuan's back as he muttered. Everyone had a question in their hearts. The former wolf king, the once famous genius of Northern Plains, how much strength did he have left now? Fang Yuan looked at these tens of thousands of turtleback wolves with a fervent gaze. In other people's eyes, these wolf groups were scourges. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, these were gifts that came to him on their own initiative. He was worried that he did not have enough wolves. If he could subdue these wolf kings, his strength would definitely rise sharply. Right now, the sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly. It was the time for a great battle. Goo tribe had made ample preparations. They had 3 earth walls as a defense line and also channeled water into a canal. The wolves would be separated layer by layer when they entered and would not be surrounded by the wolves. This was the geographical advantage. Looking at his side, Goo tribe's goo masters were guarding him, and young tribe leader Goo Guang was the leader, ensuring his safety. Goo tribe's unity in resisting the wolf group was like a stronghold. All of them were united. This was human harmony. If I were to travel alone, I would definitely retreat if I met such a myriad beast group. But now, the timing and geographical advantage are right. This is a peerless opportunity. The opportunity is already in front of me. How can I not grab it? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his battle intent surging as he said to his left and right, "Everyone follow me." Goo Guang and the others loudly responded. Under Fang Yuan's lead, the group of goo masters started to move their camp and soon arrived at another part of the battlefield. Rumble. The tall arrow tower fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. The main culprit of this disaster let out a roar, and was fighting fiercely with more than 10 ranked 2 goo masters beside him. This was 100 wolf king. By the time it reached here, the wolves around it had all died, leaving it to fight alone. The surrounding goo masters continued to use goo worms to attack it from afar, trapping it here and whittling away its life force. There were already 3 goo masters' corpses on the ground. At this time, Fang Yuan and the others arrived at the scene riding on hump wolves. Wolf enslavement goo, go. Fang Yuan pointed his finger, and the rank 2 wolf enslavement goo turned into smoke, landing on the 100 wolf king's body. The wolf king roared again and again. It resisted with all its might, unwilling to be enslaved. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. 100-man soul, suppress. The wolf king whimpered as the light smoke completely descended and fused into its body, instantly turning it into Fang Yuan's personal pet. The 100 wolf king was lying on the ground, its claws and teeth withdrawn. Its body was covered in wounds and blood was flowing out. Healing Goo Master. Fang Yuan lightly instructed as a person walked out from behind him and activated a goo worm to heal this 100 wolf king. This damn beast. He killed my brother. A young goo master who had just joined the battle wanted to attack again. Goo Can. Gu Guang shouted, staring at this person. The young Gu master straightened his neck and walked to the 100-wolf king, kicking it fiercely but did not attack again. Next he covered his face and cried, making muffled sounds. The surrounding Gu masters were all sorrowful. The young Gu master cried a few times before raising his head and wiping his tears. Go, let's continue killing wolves. Let's follow Big Brother Gu Qin. This ordinary small team once again entered the front line of the battlefield. Let's go to the next stop. Fang Yuan urged his wolf forward. At the northwest direction, 300 wolf kings broke through the earth wall and were wreaking havoc in the defensive line. Fang Yuan rushed to the scene. I am Wolf King Chang Shanin, all Gu masters listen to my commands. With Gu Guang beside him, he smoothly took over the commanding authority. These 300 wolf kings, what Gu worms do they have? Fang Yuan asked. Immediately someone reported. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he split everyone into 3 groups. First group, lure the 100-wolf king on the left and let it enter the second line of defense. Fang Yuan ordered. Let it go? A Gu master was shocked, expressing his doubts. Fang Yuan stared at him fiercely. I said let it go, so let it go. Carry out my orders. Yes. Second group, you are in charge of restraining the wolf king on the right. You must destroy its defensive Gu. Yes. Third group, follow me. Fang Yuan commanded, going into battle personally. After a while of intense battle, he used the wolf enslavement Gu. Just as the smoke was about to fall, the wolf king suddenly spat out a flame from its mouth and burned the smoke away. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Losing the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu caused his heart to ache. Gu Guang scolded, why does it still have a fire-like Gu? Young tribe leader, please forgive us, this is the first time this wolf is using this Gu. The subordinate quickly reported. Gu Guang, you are in charge of this fire-like Gu. Use all methods, I will come back later. Fang Yuan saw that he could not deal with this wolf king in a short time, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to deal with the problem. He then moved his target to another wolf king, using another wolf enslavement Gu. This wolf king's defensive Gu was destroyed by the Gu masters. Without any accidents, Fang Yuan successfully subdued it. Turning around, Gu Guang had already succeeded. The 100 wolf king's mouth was tightly bound by the green vines, unable to spit out any more fire. Good binding. Fang Yuan praised, activating another wolf enslavement Gu. The 100 wolf king watched as the smoke landed on its body. It resisted for a while, but its soul lost to the 100-man soul, becoming Fang Yuan's pet. After subduing these 200 wolf kings, Fang Yuan turned around and charged back. He also subdued the 100 wolf king at the third line of defense. In the blink of an eye, these 300 wolf kings were split up and subdued by Fang Yuan, resolving this crisis. Everyone was convinced, continuing to follow behind Fang Yuan, waiting for his orders. They had already found out that as long as they followed Fang Yuan's orders, they would have the least casualties. This Chang Shanin does have some skill. Outside the battlefield, eldest Z-Man Hong looked at Fang Yuan's performance through the investigative Gu, his expression turning grim. His soul is a 100-man soul, it is not hard for him to subdue these 100 wolf kings. However, this alone was not enough to change the outcome of the battle. We still need to see his wolf enslavement skill. Man Hao consoled. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, holding 2 Yuan stone in his hands, replenishing his primeval essence. Activating wolf enslavement Gu did not expend much primeval essence, but the crucial point was the soul. Fang Yuan subdued 100 wolf kings, using his 100-man soul to suppress the 100 wolf kings. The collision between the souls caused Fang Yuan's soul to tremble and become restless. The vexed feeling in his heart became heavier and heavier. If he ignored it, he would feel dizzy, and in more serious cases, his soul would be damaged, he would lose his memory and his intelligence would drop. Fang Yuan closed his eyes to rest, calming his heart and soul. After resting for a while, the 100-man soul stabilized, all the vexed feeling vanished into thin air. Everyone follow me and continue the battle. Fang Yuan rode on his hump wolf, Gu Guang and the rest followed closely behind. Like this, after a while, Fang Yuan subdued 300 wolf kings and over 800 ordinary turtleback wolves. Fang Yuan's actions thoroughly angered 1,000 wolf king. Seeing its subordinates surrender to someone else, this 1,000 wolf king roared and led its wolf group to charge towards Fang Yuan. 1,000 beast king could control thousands of wild beasts, and had several hundred beast kings as its subordinates. On its body there was a rank 3 Gu worm. Disregarding the wolf group, It needed at least 3 Gu master groups with good coordination to hunt a single 1,000 beast king. Perhaps 3 rank 3 Gu masters would be needed to barely fight one of them. Seeing the 1,000 wolf king leading its group to attack, Gu Guang and the rest's expressions changed. Most of them were rank 2 elites, only Gu Guang was a rank 3 Gu master. Young tribe leader, don't panic, we are here to lend you a hand. At this time, 3 Gu tribe elders flew over. Fang Yuan had made an agreement with Gu tribe's higher-ups in the main tent. He needed Gu tribe's help. Haha, with your help, this wolf can be captured. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. A fierce battle immediately broke out. This 1,000 wolf king's attacks were berserk as it pounced, bit and clawed. It could actually produce wolf phantom images. It rampaged on the battlefield, tyrannically and unreasonably, wreaking havoc to its heart's content. But Fang Yuan's side was even more powerful. There were 4 rank 3 Gu masters, 1 rank 4 Gu master and several rank 2 elites. After paying the price of light injuries to 2 elders, Fang Yuan finally found a good opportunity and used a rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu. The rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu turned into a light smoke, much thicker than the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu, and landed on the 1,000 wolf king's body. Fang Yuan used his 100-man soul to suppress it, and after a stalemate of over 10 breaths of time, the light smoke successfully landed and completely fused into the 1,000 wolf king's soul. This was the first 1,000 wolf king that Fang Yuan had subdued in this battle. As soon as the 1,000 wolf king surrendered, the 200 wolf kings under its banner, as well as thousands of ordinary turtleback wolves, also followed suit. Such a large number of turtleback wolves rebelled and entered Gu tribe's camp, wiping out the entire battlefield. The whole wolf group only had 15,000 wolf kings, and now Fang Yuan had taken one. This time even the myriad wolf king sensed something amiss and howled. A huge 4-leaf wind blade spun rapidly and flew towards Fang Yuan. 3-claw water dragon Gu. A tribe elder roared and pushed with both hands. A light blue water dragon flew out and collided with the wind blade, immediately shattering into pieces and turning into rain. Fist stone Gu. The second elder punched with his right fist, and instantly a huge rock condensed in the air like a tightly clenched right fist. As it flew over, it was cut off by the wind blade. Lightning net Gu. The third elder threw out a large net with lightning coiling around it, temporarily trapping the wind blade. The wind blade was continuously weakened, and after falling into the lightning net, it continued to spin, and although it finally cut the lightning net, it was already at the end of its tether. It flew in the air and gradually dissipated. Fang Yuan did not make a move during the whole process. Gu tribe's Gu masters were extremely careful to protect Fang Yuan, even though he was a rank 4 Gu master and had a higher cultivation than them. The safety of an enslavement path Gu master was extremely important. When fighting, there would often be other Gu masters protecting them. Chapter 458. Myriad wolf king's attack made Gu tribesmen nervous. Slashed far away, Manhong's eyes shone. Don't tell me this myriad wolf king is going to join the battle now? But soon his eyes dimmed. After myriad wolf king's attack on Fang Yuan failed, it did not continue, but continued to command the wolf group from the rear. Another 1,000 wolf group rushed over, making up for the lack of manpower on this battlefield caused by the surrender of the 1,000 wolf king. This 1,000 wolf king's body was burning with scarlet flames, and black smoke was spewing out of its nostrils. This is rank 3 burning body Gu. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu worm. With this Gu worm protecting the 1,000 wolf king, wolf enslavement Gu's smoke would be burned to ashes before it could even land. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched as he took a deep look at the distant myriad wolf king. Myriad wolf king also seemed to be staring at him. At myriad beast king level, their intelligence would far surpass their own kind. This was clearly targeted at Fang Yuan. Gu Guang, stay behind and cooperate with the 3 elders to kill this wolf. The rest follow me. Fang Yuan turned around and left. It was not impossible to subdue this 1,000 wolf king, but it was troublesome and a waste of time. If this one did not work, then he would change to another one. The battlefield was so big, Fang Yuan did not believe that all the wolf kings had methods to restrain wolf enslavement Gu. Sure enough, he moved to a few places and reaped great profits. In just 2 hours he had subdued another 1,700 wolf kings and 2,000 wolf kings. Adding the wolf groups from before, Fang Yuan had 4,000 wolf kings, over 3,000 wolf kings, and over 8,000 ordinary wolves, close to 10,000. Among them, most were turtleback wolves, but there was also a 1,000 beast-level wind wolf king. Among the 100 Wolf Kings, there were Poison Beard Wolf King, Water Wolf King, and Wind Wolf King. After his drastic measures, the situation had changed. The difference in military strength on the battlefield was also increasing. The myriad wolf group that had over 30,000 was subdued by Fang Yuan, and countless more died, leaving only around 20,000. The battle was in full swing. Gu tribe leader's eyebrows loosened as he saw the hope of victory. With Chang Shanyin's help, the pressure on our front line has lessened by a lot. As expected of a legendary hero. This ability is really impressive. This is not strange, he is a rank 4 Gu master. It is also enslavement path, it is most suitable for this kind of battlefield. The elders praised him and the atmosphere in the king's tent became relaxed. Don't be careless. The myriad wolf king hasn't made a move yet, so the outcome of this battle has yet to be determined. The Gu clan elder spoke in a timely manner. He warned. Lord Patriarch is right, we still can't relax. However, in my opinion, this myriad wolf king might not participate in the battle. It's very common for the wolf king to retreat after losing more than half of the wolf pack. Not good. While they were talking, the myriad wolf king suddenly howled. All the wolves on the battlefield heard this howl. At the same time he launched a wild attack. More than 20,000 turtleback wolves risked their lives and charged towards the camp. For a moment, the Gu clan was caught unprepared and was defeated. Order the front line. Quickly retreat to the second line of defense. Gu clan elder immediately ordered. The wolf group has launched an all-out attack. Gu Guang, who was at the front line, had a change of expression. You guys go help the front line Gu masters retreat, I will return to the ranch to rest and reorganize, wait for my reinforcements. Fang Yuan's expression was like iron. Lord, we are here to protect you under the tribe leader's orders. Some Gu masters were hesitant. Fang Yuan stared with his eyes wide open. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Everywhere his gaze passed, the Gu masters lowered their heads. Gu Guang. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu tribe's young tribe leader. Gu Guang gritted his teeth and said, I will listen to uncle. Saying so, he waved his hand, everyone follow me. Fang Yuan rushed back to the ranch alone, surrounded by wolves. He gathered all the wolves together. Close to 10,000 wolves squeezed together, making this temporary ranch seem extremely small. Fang Yuan willed and a vigorous water wolf scuttled out from the wolf group. In the eyes of ordinary people this was a water wolf. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a white-eyes wolf. White-eyes wolves were mutated beasts, like Biao in a tiger group, Thunderboar in a pig group and so on. Any ordinary adult exotic beast would automatically attract wild Gu insects to live in its body, and it would possess battle prowess comparable to a myriad beast king. But this white-eyes wolf in front of him was only an infant and had not matured yet. Its fur was like water with a hint of blue, resembling an ordinary water wolf. But as long as one observed carefully, they would find that its pupils were less black and more white, very different from ordinary water wolves. When it fully matured, its entire wolf eyes would turn white. At the same time, their vision would increase greatly, comparable to some rank 4 investigative Gu. Even at night their vision would not be affected. In the market, Fang Yuan accidentally found this ingrate and bought the entire water wolf group it belonged to without batting an eyelid. Now this white-eyes wolf had already been successfully planted with rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu by Fang Yuan. At the same time, to speed up its growth, he used third watch Gu. This caused the white-eyes wolf's appetite to increase sharply, 13 times that of an ordinary water wolf. At the same time, its lifespan would be shortened correspondingly. Go! Fang Yuan ordered inwardly, and this white-eyes wolf's speed surpassed the wind wolves, quickly leaving the farm and arriving at a high spot. Wolf Kergu. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and covered his right eye, looking at the white-eyes wolf with his left eye. At the same time he activated his primeval essence and injected it into Chang Shanyin's investigative Gu. In an instant the scene in his left eye changed. It was like he was standing at a high spot looking down at the battlefield. This was the effect of Wolf Kergu, shifting a certain wolf's vision to the Gu masters. Fang Yuan opened his right eye, and 2 different scenes appeared in his mind at the same time. On the left was the battlefield, allowing Fang Yuan to observe the situation at all times. On the right was the farm with wolf groups huddled together. Fang Yuan summoned the wolf kings one by one, and searched their bodies for Gu worms. If there were any rare Gu worms, Fang Yuan would keep them himself, to prevent them from being destroyed in the battlefield. Of course his main focus was still the wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. After capturing so many wolf kings, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of wolf enslavement goo. Normally speaking, a beast king's body would have a corresponding beast enslavement goo. As expected, Fang Yuan found a rank 3 wolf enslavement goo from these wolf kings. 5 rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. As for the other goo worms, they were ordinary and there were 1 or 2 premium goo worms, but Fang Yuan was not interested in them, thus he left them on the wolf kings to preserve their battle strength. Wolf smoke goo. Fang Yuan activated this rank 4 healing goo. This goo was specially used to heal wolf injuries. Wolf smoke shrouded the whole farm, not dispersing for a long time. The primeval sea in Fang Yuan's aperture. It rapidly descended and soon reached the bottom. Healing so many wolves at once consumed a lot of primeval essence. After his primeval essence reached the bottom, Fang Yuan took out Yuan stone and quickly recovered. Like this he healed them twice. Fang Yuan saw Gu tribe leader leading a group of elders, hurriedly rushing to the front lines. Not long after, intense explosions could be heard from the front lines. Through his left eye, Fang Yuan saw that the unmoving myriad wolf king had also entered the battlefield. Gu tribe leader and the rest were fighting it with all their might. Once the myriad wolf king appeared, its influence was huge. The wolf group attacked even more crazily under its lead. Gu tribe's second line of defense was thus broken through. Fortunately, with the canal blocking the way, most of the Gu tribe Gu masters successfully retreated. They retreated to the third line of defense. At once, the atmosphere of the battle was extremely heavy, and everyone was panicking. The third line of defense was the final line of defense. Behind it were the mortals with low battle strength. Once it was lost, the consequences would be unthinkable. There is no time to heal anymore. He recovered 90% of his primeval essence in his aperture. Fang Yuan looked around. After 3 rounds of healing, the heavy injuries on these wolves became light injuries. The light injuries on the wolves were completely healed. Wolf howl gu. Fang Yuan howled towards the sky, letting out an angry howl like a wolf king. The wolf group in the farm, under the effect of the gu worms, had their bodies swell up, their spirits were roused and their battle strength rose sharply. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, riding on the hump wolf, and with a thought, the wolf group howled together. Howl. Right now, the setting sun was like blood in the sky, strong winds blew, and the battle flags fluttered. The wolf howl could be heard even in the clouds, spreading for 1,000 li. Oh! Chang Shanin is finally making a move. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong and Man Hao's expressions became solemn. Good tribesmen were overjoyed. Chang Shanin, it is Lord Chang Shanin. We still have Lord Chang Shanin. Lord Chang Shanin is coming to reinforce us, everyone hold on. Move aside, quickly open up a path for Lord Chang Shanin. At once, good tribesmen's morale rose sharply. Fang Yuan sat on the hump wolf, waving his hand as 10,000 wolves charged through the simple fences of the farm, but they did not go to reinforce the north but to the south. Like a dam collapsing, a torrent of water gushed out. The entire wolf group quickly charged out of the camp, with the 1,200 beast kings as the arrowhead, charging into the battlefield. The wolf group had fought for a long time, they were already exhausted. Under the charge of such a large force, there were countless casualties. With just one charge, Fang Yuan caused the turtleback wolves in the southern battlefield to collapse. Wolf enslavement gu. Wolf enslavement gu. Wolf enslavement gu. Under the protection of the wolf group, Fang Yuan attacked repeatedly. 3 wolf enslavement gu turned into smoke and attracted 300 beast kings. Turn left charge. With a thought, the entire wolf group army changed direction, charging towards the southeast battlefront of the camp. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle, locking onto the 1,000 wolf king on the battlefront. The 1,000 wolf king howled, trying its best to mobilize the wolf group. But most of the wolves were stuck at the front lines, unable to turn back immediately. This 1,000 wolf king only managed to mobilize a few hundred wolves before they were overwhelmed by Fang Yuan's army. Rank 3 wolf enslavement gu. Fang Yuan found an opportunity and a puff of smoke descended. This 1,000 wolf king might have been scared stiff, it whimpered, but its soul did not resist as it went under Fang Yuan's command. This was the 5,000 wolf king. The wolf group that was fighting with the gu masters turned around and joined Fang Yuan's army under its call. Chapter 459. The gu masters were fighting with great difficulty, but in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield had calmed down. Their mortal enemies had instead become their allies. This is Lord Chang Shanyin's method? So powerful, using his own strength to lead a myriad wolf group. No wonder he is called Wolf King. The Gu master stared at Fang Yuan with dazed gazes. They watched his back as he left this place and charged towards another battlefield. Rampage, rampage. Anyone who dared to block his path would be swept away. With a thought, countless wild wolves would charge forward. With a finger, the sharp edge of a weapon would be unstoppable. Using his own strength to turn the tide and change the situation, this was the style of the enslavement path. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong, Man Hao and the others turned pale. Under their complicated gazes, Fang Yuan's wolf group expanded like a rolling snowball, increasing in number as he killed. Wherever he went, he swept away the battlefield. After a while, he left behind a mess and a group of dazed Gu masters. Such a wolf enslavement technique was tyrannical and tyrannical to the extreme. Under his immense strength, the slightest obstruction was directly crushed. Fang Yuan intentionally avoided the myriad Wolf King battlefield and circled around Gu tribe's camp, subduing another 3,000 Wolf Kings. Adding on the previous ones, the number of 1,000 Wolf Kings had already risen to 8. As for the number of 100 Wolf Kings, it had nearly doubled, reaching as many as 59. Fang Yuan's wolf formation was like a monster, devouring almost all the turtleback wolves along the way and strengthening itself. After subduing these Wolf Kings, Fang Yuan's soul also received a backlash, making him feel restless and nauseous. Fang Yuan endured this uncomfortable feeling as he gathered the wolf group and returned to the ranch. The ranch could no longer hold these wolves. There were too many wolves. Fang Yuan could not count them all in a short time. He roughly estimated that there were definitely more than 12,000 wolves. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to join the battle. Now that the situation was settled, he got off the hump wolf and closed his eyes to rest. During this period of time he would open his eyes to take a look. With the ingrate monitoring the battlefield, Fang Yuan was constantly paying attention to the situation of Gu clan's patriarch and the others. These higher-ups of the Gu family could not die. Once he died, the Man family would be tempted. It was very likely that they would make a move. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan rejoined the battlefield. Although he had not fully recovered, he was no longer lacking in strength. This time he only mobilized 8,000 Wolf Kings to participate in the battle. An ordinary wolf pack. To the myriad Wolf King the threat level was too low. Along the way the Gu clansmen all shouted his name. Chang Shanin is here to help. Hearing such a commotion, the Gu tribesmen's higher-ups who were attacking myriad Wolf King became energized. Members of the Gu clan, please retreat and rest for the time being. Let me handle this. Fang Yuan arrived at the battlefield. With a thought, the 8,000 Wolf Kings surrounded Zhang Xian. The myriad Wolf King already had the intention to retreat, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the encirclement. Such a wolf taming technique. Seeing the myriad Wolf King being easily toyed with by Fang Yuan, Man Hao, Man Hong and the others finally showed expressions of shock. Earlier, when Fang Yuan charged into the formation, it was only a grand formation that pushed everything in its path. He did not have the foundation of the wolf taming technique. Now he was manipulating it meticulously. Northern Plains' first-rate beast taming technique was on full display. Merely 8,000 Wolf Kings, 7 of them. Due to the myriad Wolf King's influence, they could not display their full strength. But under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the myriad Wolf King felt like it was trapped in a huge army, or like a fly trapped in a spider's web. Eventually, the myriad Wolf King was exhausted to death by Fang Yuan, and its counterattack at the last moment also took away the life of 1,000 Wolf King. Wolf King. Lord Chang Shanin is the true Wolf King. Looking at the myriad Wolf King's enormous body collapsing, a Gu master shouted, Wolf King. Wolf King. Wolf King. After this battle, everyone felt that the title Wolf King was truly too appropriate. Shouts came one after another, soon forming into one. Many people raised their arms and cheered, some had fervent gazes, and some had tears streaming down their faces. This was a kind of emotion, a kind of worship towards a hero, and reverence towards strength. With this person here, it will not be easy for us to annex Gu tribe. Man Hong's expression was ashen. This battle had completely dispelled his ambitions and plans. Wolf King. Man Hao, who had always looked down on Chang Shanin, muttered absent-mindedly, muttering this title. There had never been a moment like this when he felt the weight of this title was so heavy. On the battlefield, Gu tribe leader led a group of elders and surrounded them. The past hero is still as glorious as ever. Today's battle has truly made me prostrate myself in admiration. On behalf of Gu tribe, I am extremely grateful to you for your help. Gu tribe leader bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Brother Gu, you are too serious. Let's clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Fang Yuan smiled. The myriad wolf king's corpse was lying on the ground, but to avoid arousing suspicion, Fang Yuan did not overstep his boundaries. If I had a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, this turtleback myriad wolf king would be my subordinate. What a pity. Fang Yuan felt regret. Rank 4 beast enslavement Gu could control myriad beast kings. Once they had a myriad beast group, it would be a huge force to a tribe. Thus, in Northern Plains markets, rank 4 beast enslavement Gu were not sold. Many Gu worms would have their value rise sharply when they reached rank 4 and above. Beast enslavement Gu was one of them, and there were also relic Gu. Thus, in the market, Fang Yuan only bought rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu, and did not buy a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. I have large numbers of rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu now, I do not lack them. As for rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, it seems I will have to refine it myself. Fang Yuan currently lacked a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. With a rank 4 Gu, he could directly control the myriad wolf king, and indirectly control the wolf group through the wolf king, reducing the burden on his soul. As for his mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, it was still an infant and could be enslaved with rank 3 Gu. But once it matures it would need a rank 4 Gu, otherwise it would not listen and might even escape. Lord, we found a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. At this time a Gu master who was searching the myriad wolf king's corpse shouted. Oh! Old Gu tribe leader's eyes shone with brilliance as he laughed. Ha! A treasure Gu goes with a hero. This Gu was prepared for you, Brother Chang. Although the myriad beast king's body had a higher chance of having a rank 4 beast enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan was still happy. In today's battle, although there were some flaws, he was still very satisfied with the result. Although a myriad wolf king died, it was a pity, but he obtained a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. This Gu worm came at the right time. Fang Yuan had not encountered such a good thing in a long time. Carefully receiving this Gu worm, Fang Yuan bade farewell to Gu tribe's higher-ups. He did not even participate in the following celebration banquet. They all used the excuse of refining this rank 4 Gu as an excuse to avoid it. Night fell. Outside the house, the celebratory bonfire was blazing. The laughter of victory, the crying of the dead. Mixed together, it faintly entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his mind as he looked into his aperture. 90% of his primeval sea was calm, the sea water was like gold, shining brilliantly. Unfortunately, he had not completely adapted to northern plains, and was still under the suppression of the foreign region, causing Fang Yuan's cultivation to temporarily stagnate. His true gold primeval essence looked impressive but was useless. But cultivation. It was only a portion of his strength. If Fang Yuan wanted to raise his strength, he had other ways. For example, he took out the strength of Tenjun Gu. This Gu was also rank 4, but compared to the rank 4 beast enslavement Gu, its value was much lower. Because it was easy to refine and its cost was low. It was also commonly seen in the market. The strength of Tenjun Gu's appearance was not eye-catching, like an ordinary iron weight. When Fang Yuan activated it, it floated above Fang Yuan's head, emitting profound light that shone on Fang Yuan's body, engraving the Tao mark of a certain strength onto Fang Yuan's body. A moment later, the strength of Tenjun Gu suddenly exploded, only leaving behind some iron scraps that landed on Fang Yuan's hair. The strength of Tenjun Gu was also an expendable Gu. This was the third strength of Tenjun Gu that Fang Yuan had used. Fang Yuan shook off the iron scraps on his hair, clenching his fists, feeling the increase in strength. The increase in strength has reached a bottleneck. Next, I need to modify my bones, skin, muscles, tendons and so on. I need to make the bucket deeper, bigger and more sturdy so that it can hold more strength. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, taking out Wolf Soul Gu. This is the last Wolf Soul Gu. Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence again. The Wolf Soul Gu exploded, turning into a gray wolf soul that crashed into his body. The 100-man soul and wolf soul intertwined, but this time, it was several times more difficult than before. Earlier, when Fang Yuan used Wolf Soul Gu, he only had over 3,000 wolves. In today's battle, he had subdued many wolf kings, and the burden on his soul was huge. Fang Yuan frowned, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, the 100-man soul and wolf soul fused together. Boom! A soft sound echoed in his ears, and at the moment of Fang Yuan's plan, the long-term accumulation finally caused a qualitative change. The 100-man soul completely turned into a wolfman soul. The whole wolfman soul was dark gray in color, condensed to the limit. The soul's appearance was Fang Yuan's original appearance, but the bridge of the nose was taller, the eyes sharper, and the body thinner. 2 sharp wolf ears grew on the top of the head, and long hair hung down to the side of the waist, while a furry wolf tail grew on the butt. Once the wolfman's soul was formed, Fang Yuan immediately felt relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. In his mind, the connection with the wolf group became even closer, and there was even a faint sense of familiarity coming from the Wolf King's souls. This was something that the 100-man soul did not have before. After forming the wolfman's soul, Fang Yuan had the aura of a wolf, and the Wolf Kings mistakenly thought that he was one of them. Thus, it was no longer the simple suppression of the 100-man soul, but a sense of recognition. The 100-man soul has almost reached its limit when it enslaved so many wolves. Now that it has become a wolfman's soul, I can still subdue 3 times the Wolf Kings. It is just that such a good opportunity like today will be rare in the future. But the grassland is so big and there are so many wolf groups on the way to the heroes' assembly, I can at least double the size of this wolf group. He looked at the 2 corpses in front of him and said proudly, "Ants of this level, killing them is as easy as flipping my palm. Elder is mighty. With Elder, these investigative Gu masters of Gu tribe are practically useless." Several accompanying Gu masters immediately flattered him. Shi Wu squinted his eyes in pleasure and looked towards the direction of Gu tribe's main group. Humph, Gu tribe could win earlier because their reconnaissance was effective and they made a lot of preparations. This time, Lord Tribe Leader has sent almost all the elders here. Gu tribe cannot escape this calamity. I really want to see the panicked expressions of those Gu tribesmen when 10,000 night wolves attacked the camp. Although Gu tribe had already moved for several days and left Hongyan Valley, and even successfully repelled the turtleback wolves, Man tribe did not intend to give up. 3 days after the turtleback wolves attacked, Man tribe's Gu masters secretly led the second wave of night wolves towards Gu tribe. At the same time, Man tribe's elders also moved out and killed large numbers of Gu tribe's investigative Gu masters. A huge plot had already started against Gu tribe. When this myriad wolf group was discovered, they were only 100 li away from Gu tribe's camp. Wolf assault! Wolf assault! The investigative Gu master on the tower shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several signal Gu were shot into the sky and exploded into dazzling fireworks. Wake up, there are wolves, 10,000 night wolves. Gu tribe's camp woke up from its deep sleep. Quickly report to tribe leader. The investigative Gu masters ran with all their strength. From every part of Gu tribe's camp, people gradually walked out, asking questions in confusion and shouting in panic. In the main tent, Gu tribe leader's expression changed when he heard the news. These investigative Gu masters deserve to die. This was the old tribe leader's first thought. But soon after, he frowned deeply. Night wolves were hard to detect in the night, but with so many night wolves, why didn't any investigative Gu masters report in advance? The astute him could smell a trace of a plot. He quickly tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. The night wolf group is so close to the camp, it is too late to set up defenses. What should I do? In the boundless night, the situation of the enemy was unclear. Gu tribe leader only knew that this wolf group had a large number, at least 10,000 wolves. But he did not know if there were other wolf groups. Would Man tribe's Gu masters be hiding in the surroundings? Unable to think of a countermeasure in this urgent situation, Gu tribe leader could only shout, "Quickly send my order, all Gu tribe's Gu masters are to gather in the main tent." The night wolf group's speed was extremely fast, rushing to Gu tribe's camp. The wolf group is here. Block them, we must block them. Quick, activate light ball Gu. A Gu master at the front line shot a rank 2 light ball Gu towards the sky. Under the light ball's illumination, the densely packed night wolf group was revealed. These night wolves were tall and strong with glossy black skin and no fur. Their black wolf eyes and claws were emitting a cruel and cold light. 100 Wolf King howled and charged over. Oh my god! The Gu master only had time to scream before he was killed by the Wolf King. The night wolf group was like a torrent, destroying the simple wooden pillars around the camp and ruthlessly charging into the camp. At this time, Gu tribe's Gu masters were still gathering in the main tent. The huge outer camp had already fallen into hell. The wolf group's excited howls, the mortals' cries of death, and the terrified screams erupted together. The night wolves moved quickly, destroying the tents one by one. Many mortals were still in their dreams when they were brutally killed. They used death and fresh blood to give a warning. In the inner camp, the mortals rushed out in fear, tangling together, trampling on each other as they ran around crazily. The camp was howling. Good tribe leader stood outside the main tent and saw this scene. His eyes were bloodshot and his heart was bleeding. The wolf group's slaughter did cause casualties, but the greater casualties were caused by the stampede of the mortals. Such a chaotic situation had already gone out of control, causing good tribe leaders' plan to organize the mortals and counterattack to fail. Most of the Gu masters were trapped in the chaotic crowd. Only most of the tribe elders and a few elite Gu masters managed to gather in the main tent. The situation is hopeless. Gu tribe leader closed his eyes in pain, his limbs turning cold as he fell into deep despair and regret. After this battle, even if we manage to gather the remaining mortals, Good tribe will fall to a small-scale tribe. Good tribe declined in my hands, I have let down my ancestors. I am the sinner of Good tribe. In the main tent, some elders were shouting, some had lifeless expressions and some were panicking. Good tribe is not finished yet, everyone, there is only one way to turn the tide. Following a voice, Fang Yuan charged into the main tent. Good tribe leader's eyes brightened, like a drowning man who had grabbed onto the last straw to save his life. Brother, speak quickly. He looked at Fang Yuan and asked anxiously. Fang Yuan went straight to the point, resolutely saying, Good tribe is in chaos now, we simply cannot defend ourselves, the situation has already collapsed. Only by attacking instead of defending can we have a chance of survival. Wolf King, what do you mean? Good tribe leader muttered. Everyone looked at each other. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Brother Gu, have you forgotten that I have a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu? He looked around and saw everyone's expression. He continued, Here in the main tent are the elites of the Gu family, the strongest fighting force. We will set off immediately and form a group to go against the current and take down the myriad wolf king. In the battle formation, I will subdue the myriad wolf king and the situation will turn around. The elders' expressions changed. This was the worst idea ever. One had to know, Gu masters had always defended against beast groups and fought a battle of attrition, but even so they still suffered huge losses. Now they actually wanted to use their bodies to charge against the myriad beast formation and assassinate the myriad wolf king amidst the myriad wolf group. This was simply courting death. This method was too risky. If anyone else said it, they would probably be scolded and mocked mercilessly. But now that Chang Shan-yin suggested it, everyone could only remain silent. Crazy, this is too crazy. An elder mumbled. The others showed hesitant expressions. Going against the wolf group was a near-death experience. Frankly speaking, they had to sacrifice their lives to exchange for the tribe's survival. Chapter 461. Old Good tribe leader was also hesitating. He was not afraid of death, but at his age, his cultivation had stagnated and he was indifferent to life and death. What he was hesitating about was whether he should use this method. Good tribe's power was gone now, but that did not mean it was exterminated. If the mortals died, they could just rob them. In the eyes of Gu masters, mortals were just numbers. As long as the Gu masters and elders were alive, the tribe's prestige would remain. But now that they retreated and gave up on the others, only Gu tribe's higher-ups would remain. They would have to rely on Man tribe for the time being. And Man tribe already had the intention of annexing Gu tribe. This night wolf group's arrival was probably one of their schemes. But if they used Fang Yuan's method, the risk was too high. Once they failed, Gu tribe's higher-ups would be finished, and no matter how many mortals they had, they would just be sheep to be annexed by outsiders. Father, uncles, I feel Uncle Chang is right. This is the only way to save the tribe. Gu Guang spoke, looking at the hesitant people. He felt a chill in his heart. He was still young and hot-blooded. At the crucial moment he saw everyone's true colors. He had never found Good tribe to have such a weak side. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. When he learned of the wolf group's attack, he was first shocked and then joyful. If he could take this chance to subdue this myriad beast king, his strength would double from his current foundation. This was a great opportunity, he wanted to grasp it. But to enslave the myriad wolf king under this situation, he needed Good tribe's help. Charging into the formation was risky, but to Fang Yuan, it was not a big problem. He was a rank 4 Gu master and also had rank 3 eagle wings Gu. If the situation was unfavorable, he could just fly and escape. It would be too much of a pity to let Gu tribe decline like this. Since he wanted to make use of them, he had to make the best use of them. Everyone! Fang Yuan shouted, attracting everyone's attention. He shouted like thunder, What are you waiting for? What are you hesitating for? Are good tribesmen so afraid of death? Listen outside, those are the good tribesmen's screams. These hateful night wolves are slaughtering our parents, our friends, our wives and our daughters. If Gu clan is annihilated tonight, all of you will become stray dogs. Can you bear to see our loved ones die in front of our eyes like this? I can't. Even though I, Chang Shanin, am only an outsider, in these days that I have interacted with you, I have felt warmth, I have felt the deep love in Gu tribe's bloodline. For my friends, for the sake of justice in the world, I will charge forward and fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Men of the Gu family, do you still have your sabers? The spirits of your ancestors are watching over you. Could it be that cowardice and cowardice are flowing in your blood? Fang Yuan was filled with righteousness as he roared furiously. His momentum was astonishing. His voice was very loud, even the Gu masters outside the main tent were attracted. The elders all stared at him with astonished gazes. What is a hero? It was only the power of a hero to turn the tide. And at every critical moment at the juncture of danger, he would step forward bravely and face the difficulties head-on, bringing confidence and courage to others. This was the demeanor of a hero. Gu Guang heard Fang Yuan's roar and his whole body trembled slightly. At this moment, Fang Yuan's image was so tall that it was deeply engraved in his heart. His eyes shone and the rims of his eyes turned red, his heart pounding as he felt his blood boiling in his chest. With a swoosh, Gu Guang activated Saber Gu, his right hand tightly gripping the saber as he raised it high. Then the young patriarch of the Gu clan roared, "No! Gu tribe's bravery is still here. Gu tribe's saber is still here. Our ancestors are watching over us, our descendants. O Wolf King, other people are afraid of death but I, Gu Guang, am willing to die with you." These words immediately provoked a few of the hot-tempered elders to the point that they roared in anger and humiliation. "At worst we will just die, what's there to be afraid of? Bullshit night wolf group, I will kill you. Wolf King young tribe leader, count me Gouda in the charge." Not only did these people agree but they also looked around with disdain and contempt. Even more people's killing intent was aroused. Northern Plains people had always been valiant. Kill. Use our blood to prove the bravery of Gu tribe's men. Fight to the death, fight to the death. Count me in, I also want to fight. A fanatical atmosphere gradually filled the main tent. Even the elders who did not want to participate in this action said they wanted to count them in. They did not want to have a reputation of being afraid of death. In Northern Plains which revered martial arts, once they had such a reputation, they would be spurned by others. The situation developed so quickly that the old tribe leader who had been hesitating was caught unprepared. He was old and prudent, not willing to gamble. Originally he was already thinking of retreating. As long as there were higher-level Gu masters, Gu tribe would have a foundation and could start over again. But if they charged, the risk was too high. Who knew how many night wolves there were in the dark night? Besides that, there might be man tribe's sneak attack, and Chang Shanin might not be able to subdue the myriad Wolf King. Even if everyone charged, what if the Night Wolf King did not fight them head-on and moved away on its own? Fang Yuan's plan had too many loopholes, it was not reliable at all. Damn it. Gu tribe leader saw the surrounding elders' bloodshot eyes and immediately understood that their earlier hesitation was useless, they could only fight now. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. For Gu tribe, for tomorrow? At this moment of life and death, it will depend on our bravery and hot-bloodedness. Inside and outside the main tent, there was an uproar, the morale rose sharply and the morale of the troops could be used. Fang Yuan's few words led the situation to the direction he wanted. Everyone's wills were strong, Gu tribe leader could only go with the flow and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. "Wolf King, you have the spirit of a true hero. Tonight, Gu tribe's future is in your hands. We will follow your wolf group and kill our way out, taking down the myriad Wolf King." Everyone accepted the order. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Gu tribe leader's meaning was to sacrifice the wolf group to protect Gu tribe's Gu masters. But it did not matter if they sacrificed some. As long as they obtained the myriad Wolf King, it would be a profit no matter what. Everyone follow me in charge. Chapter 462. The old tribe leader was even more dissatisfied with Fang Yuan, shouting, "Wolf King, where are the reinforcements you promised? Brother Gu, don't worry, they will arrive soon. Everyone follow me and kill, we will take revenge for our dead elders." Fang Yuan shouted as he charged towards the front lines. Quick, protect Lord Changshanin. Gu Guang immediately shouted. Wolf Wangde, you are the key to our victory. Please retreat to the middle of us. We will protect you. Kill all these beasts. The eyes of everyone in the group were bloodshot. They had already forgotten the worry of death, falling into some sort of frenzied state. Even if they died, they would bite off a piece of the wolf group's meat. The valiance of Northern Plains people could be seen at a glance. Gu Guang, who was charging at the front, was pulled back by the old tribe leader. Follow behind me. Gu Guang shouted loudly. After charging for a while, he went to the front again. Old Gu tribe leader was anxious, grabbing him back and slapping him. Follow behind me, don't forget you are our Gu tribe's young tribe leader. This old man. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly as he saw this. In the whole group, he and the old tribe leader were the only two clear-headed people. You guys go, I will restrain these damned wolves. The battle hall leader shouted. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant stone man. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master, but now he had rank 4 battle strength. Battle hall elder. Old Gu tribe leader felt great heartache. The battle hall elder was the second expert in Gu tribe after him, but he died here. Lord Battle Hall Elder used this Gu and sacrificed his life. Everyone had an intense feeling of sadness. Don't let the Battle Hall Elder's life be in vain, we must turn defeat into victory. Fang Yuan shouted. Come beasts, let this old man play with you. Ah! The Battle Hall old man laughed. With his own strength, he temporarily restrained almost all the 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. With his help, the group finally reached the myriad wolf king. Kill. Since it had come to this, the Gu clan elder did not say anything else and was the first to attack. The rest of the people followed closely behind, bursting forth with powerful attacks. The night wolf king spat out acid and shot out poisonous needles. Its entire body was covered in a layer of golden light, making it extremely ferocious. This is Golden Shield Gu. They had to get rid of it. Only then can I activate Wolf Enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan shouted. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the wolves howled and surrounded him. Beside the Night Wolf King, other than Gu Masters, there were also large numbers of Night Wolf Guards. The Gu Masters had to deal with the Night Wolf King as well as these ordinary Night Wolves. More and more Gu Masters died. They used their lives and blood. He composed a solemn and stirring battle song. The Night Wolf King moved extremely quickly, even faster than a cheetah. Its entire body was hairless, and its black leather armor was shiny and flickering with dim light. It possessed quite a bit of defensive power to begin with. It charged left and right, and every time its sharp claws struck, an unfortunate Gu master would be smashed into meat paste. A wolf tail that was as long as a whip. Every time it lashed out, it would sweep through an area and clear the surrounding battlefield. Gu masters died one after another, and the Night Wolf King's body was riddled with injuries. But the Golden Shield Gu had not been destroyed yet. The siege did not last long. A large group of Night Wolf Kings rushed over from the back. The Battle Hall Elder died and could no longer stop these Wolf Kings. Wolf King, where are your reinforcements? Gu tribe leader shouted anxiously. They will be here soon. Fang Yuan hurriedly replied. He then ordered, Gu Guang, bring a portion of people to restrain these Wolf Kings. Understood. Uncle Chong, don't worry, as long as I still have a breath left, I will not let these Wolf Kings disturb you. Those who are willing to follow me, come over. Gu Guang shouted, turning around and bravely charging towards these Wolf Kings. Gu tribe leader's face turned purple from anger. Fang Yuan shouted again, Brother Gu, don't be in a daze, quickly destroy the Night Wolf King's Golden Shield Gu. Once we enslave the Wolf King, not only us, even the whole Gu tribe will be saved. Changshanin, if anything happens to my son, I will not let you off. The old tribe leader cursed in his heart. Under everyone's gazes, he did not dare to call Gu Guang back. This was blatant favoritism. He could only suppress his anger and attack the Night Wolf King in a frenzy. Tribe leader is mighty. The elders saw the old tribe leader erupt with power and their morale rose. This old guy's battle strength is out of the ordinary. He hit it really deeply. Even Fang Yuan had a whole new level of respect for him. A person with a high position would definitely have something outstanding about them. The old tribe leader had led Gu tribe for so many years. He was smart and capable. He was not a simple person. The Wolf King was beaten up by the old tribe leader. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out countless eerie blue ghost fire. Ghost Fire Gu was a rank 2 Soul Path Gu. To advance, there was a rank 3 Ghost Fire Gu. And the one showing its might right now was the rank 4 Ghost Fire Gu residing in the Night Wolf King's body. The ghost fire surged and surged, the coldness was bone-chilling. The Gu masters had no choice but to retreat, the tight encirclement loosened. The Night Wolf King thus obtained precious time to breathe and immediately prepared to retreat. "Don't even think about it," Gu tribe leader roared, suddenly opening his mouth and sucking the whole ghost fire into his stomach. Rank 4, Swallow Fire Gu. This Gu was not an attack Gu, to be precise, it was a storage Gu. It was specially used to store flames. This old guy has a lot of good Gu. Fang Yuan was inwardly astonished. Gu tribe leader swallowed all the ghost fire, and his belly swelled up by 2 or 3 times, turning him into a deformed fatty. At the same time his skin was dyed eerie blue. Blood was flowing out of his eyes, nose, mouth and other parts. Rank 4 Vine Claw Gu. Gu tribe leader roared again, stretching out his left hand. His left hand expanded by 5 times, turning into wooden roots. His 5 fingers turned into strong purple vines, like snakes or whips, slithering onto the Night Wolf King's body. The purple vines quickly spread and tied up the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's attempt to escape was destroyed. It struggled crazily, using its enormous brute strength to tear at the vines. Gu tribe leader's expression changed. Although he also cultivated strength path, how could he compare to a wild beast like the Night Wolf King? The purple vines were violently torn off, and Gu tribe leader cried out in pain. His left hand returned to its original shape, his 5 fingers were all torn off. Wolf King. The old tribe leader roared. Fang Yuan knew he wanted to ask where the reinforcements were, so he rushed to his side and shouted, "Brother Gu, be careful." Right at this time the Night Wolf King's tail swung over. Fang Yuan activated Azure Wolf Skin Gu and moved in front of the tail, acting like he was blocking the attack for Gu tribe leader. Slap. With a crisp sound he was sent flying by the wolf tail, flying far away. "I can dodge." The old tribe leader was shocked. "Quickly go and save Wolf Wangda." The academy elder shouted furiously. He rushed towards Fang Yuan's direction. The Night Wolf King charged over. It felt that Gu tribe leader was the greatest threat to it, so most of its attacks were aimed at the old tribe leader. Bam bam bam. The old tribe leader dodged and continuously used Gu worms to bombard the area. One man and one beast engaged in a life and death battle. Dragon Head Drill. The old tribe leader retreated as he fought. Suddenly he shouted and activated 3 Gu worms at the same time, using his killer move. A 4-clawed wood dragon roared. The dragon head turned into a spear tip, continuously rotating and crashing into the Night Wolf King's body. The golden shield Gu on the Night Wolf King's body flickered. It was finally broken. The dragon head drill's might did not stop, piercing into the Night Wolf King's body. The Night Wolf King let out a painful howl. Its voice was so loud that it almost broke everyone's eardrums. Even the noises on the battlefield were drowned out by it. The Night Wolf King suffered such a heavy injury, its speed fell and blood flowed out. But before the Gu masters had time to rejoice, this Night Wolf King's eyes suddenly turned red. Its battle intent burned fiercely, forgetting all pain. It counterattacked crazily. Its battle strength did not fall, but instead rose to about twice its original strength. "This is a rank 4 bravery Gu, damn it. Where's Changshanin Changshanin?" The old tribe leader shouted. "Wolf Wangda is unconscious, we are saving him." The academy elder and the others were protecting the unconscious Wolf King, surrounded by the wolf group. Of all times to fall unconscious? Of all times to fall unconscious. The old tribe leader heard this and almost spat out blood. His eyelids twitched as he furiously shouted, "Then we won't wait for Changshanin anymore. We will kill this myriad Wolf King. Once we kill it, the wolf group will also collapse." Although the Night Wolf King's battle strength rose, it did not have the Golden Shield Gu's defense, so it was easier to get injured. The battle became extremely intense. Almost at every moment, there were rank 3 Gu masters who were heavily injured or even killed. At this point in the battle, the Gu masters' apertures did not have much primeval essence left. To win, they had to put their limited primeval essence into attacking. Exchanging injury for injury, it depended on who could last longer. The side that could last until the end would be the victor. The Night Wolf King felt the aura of death and became even more frenzied. The Gu masters were in a mess, only the old tribe leader was holding on. Hold on, hold on. The old tribe leader charged left and right, acting as a firefighter on the battlefield and saving an elder in time. He roared again and again, causing his voice to be extremely hoarse. His speed was getting slower and his mind was starting to slacken. He was old after all. "Old tribe leader, be careful." An elder not far away shouted. The old tribe leader turned around in time and saw the Night Wolf King pouncing down from the sky, its berserk killing intent surging towards him. Retreat. The old tribe leader thought this in his heart, but his body staggered. The accumulated fatigue finally made his old body unable to bear the burden. He was exhausted. Bam! At the next moment, the Night Wolf King pounced down and ruthlessly slammed him to the ground. Old tribe leader. Everyone shouted, rushing over without any regard for their lives. Good tribe leader poured his primeval essence into the defensive goo crazily, erecting a thick wooden shield. Bam bam bam. The Night Wolf King's claws slammed again and again. The wooden shield lasted for a few breaths of time before collapsing. The huge wolf claws directly slammed on Good tribe leader's body. The old tribe leader had also used goo worms like bronze skin and essence iron bone, but they could not withstand the Night Wolf King's brutal attacks. Old tribe leader. Everyone cried out in shock and attacked crazily, trying to attract the Night Wolf King's attention. But the Night Wolf King only had Good tribe leader in its eyes. It endured the fierce attacks and wanted to kill the old tribe leader to vent its anger. But the truth was the truth. Since it had already happened, it could not be changed or reversed. Father, old tribe leader. On the battlefield, a heavy sorrow shrouded everyone as sobbing sounds lingered in everyone's ears. As dawn approached in the main tent, the bright light lasted for the entire night. At daybreak, Man 2 finally received a letter goo from the front lines. As long as we swallow Good tribe, our Man tribe's strength will double. With such expectations, he opened the letter goo and looked around. Very quickly, his gaze dimmed, and his brows were filled with disappointment. Lord Father, did our Man tribe not succeed even after mobilizing almost all of our forces? Man Duo sat at the side waiting for a long time. Man 2 heaved a long sigh. Originally the Night Wolf group had already charged into Good tribe camp, but Good tribe leader and Chang Shan-in worked together, gathering all their high-rank battle strength to counterattack. In the wolf group, Chang Shan-in subdued the Night Wolf King. It caused the originally decaying situation to come to an abrupt halt. Good tribe has made a comeback. Chang Shan-in, it's Chang Shan-in again? Man Duo fell into deep thought. Soon, his eyes brightened as he suggested a plan. Lord Father, we have not lost yet, there is still the third wave of wind wolves. I have another plan. Tell me. Our Man tribe lost twice. The true reason is because of Wolf King Chang Shan-in. This person is truly amazing. As long as we get rid of him, Good tribe will be a plaything in our hands. Man Duo said. What plan do you have? Tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Man Duo laughed sinisterly, speaking with assurance. Chang Shan-in subdued the Night Wolf King. This is his strength, but also his weakness. With the Night Wolf King, the entire Night Wolf group was subdued. Such a strong battle strength has already surpassed the entire Good tribe. Chang Shan-in is already a fierce beast beside Good tribe. As long as he has any bad intentions, Good tribe will be in danger. Good tribe leader is such an astute person, he will definitely be wary and even panic. We can use this to spread rumors and make Good tribe suspect Chang Shan-in, driving a wedge between them. Man 2 sighed with regret. This plan is good, but it is useless now. I did not tell you earlier, Good tribe leader has already died under the Night Wolf King's claws. Good tribe leader has already been succeeded by Good Guang. What? Man Duo was stunned. That old fox actually died? How can there be such a coincidence? With the death of Good tribe leader, Good tribe only had one rank 4 Gu master left, Chang Shan-in. The others could not compete with him. Moreover, Good tribe had gone through 2 battles, while Chang Shan-yin's wolf group had increased to over 20,000, the strength of both sides had completely flipped. Fang Yuan's momentum was gone. His prestige was so high that it could not be shaken by mere rumors. Good tribe leader is dead, but the Wolf King is still alive. He has also subdued the huge wolf group. Lord Father, doesn't that mean we have no more chances? Man Duo asked unwillingly. Man 2 snorted coldly, placing the letter Gu on the table and leaving his seat, pacing around the main tent with his hands behind his back. What else can we do? Do you want us to mobilize the entire tribe? Gu Yao's excuse has already been lost. We have no proper reason. This time we listen to your plan and mobilize the tribe elders. We have already overstepped our boundaries. Chang Shan-in, our Man tribe lost to this person. Man 2 heaved a long sigh. Then the third wave of wolf group. Man Duo hesitated, asking again. Ruthlessness flashed in Mantu's eyes. We have already reached this step. Let's lure them over. Let's cause more losses to Good Tribe. If these wind wolves are also subdued by Changshanin, then I will be waiting to see the Great Wolf King become a joke. A few days later, Fang Yuan took the initiative to lead his army to fight against the Wind Wolf group. Under his meticulous control, he obtained a great victory. Apart from killing the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King, he also obtained a great victory. Other than killing the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King, they also subdued a large number of 1,000 Wolf Kings and 100 Wolf Kings. After the battle, Fang Yuan found that his wolf group had already grown to an enormous number of 35,000. Like doing business, the beginning was always the hardest. The initial stage was the most difficult. After accumulating capital, it would be easier to expand. After 3 battles, Fang Yuan's wolf group army had already taken shape. But to this extent, Good Tribe had also paid a heavy price. Tens of thousands of mortals died, a large number of high-ranking Gu masters died. Less than half of the elders remained, even old Good Tribe leader had sacrificed himself. Uncle Chang, it is all thanks to you that our Good Tribe can truly escape from Man Tribe's control. A few days later, Gu Guang visited Fang Yuan, bringing a rank 4 Gu impermanence bone. Uncle Chang's kindness to Gu Tribe is as great as the mountains and rivers. But Gu Tribe is facing difficulties internally and externally. We do not have the strength to repay this kindness. Junior found this rank 4 Gu in the tribe treasury. It might be useful to Uncle, so I brought it here. Gu Guang said calmly. Setbacks made people grow. After his father died, Gu Guang took over as tribe leader. His entire person seemed to have changed. He was much more composed. You have just become the tribe leader recently. If you need any help, you can tell me. Or if the other elders are not satisfied, you can tell me. Fang Yuan took the impermanence bone Gu and asked with concern. Are there any elders who are hypocritical? But right now, the tribe does not have enough Yuan stone, most of the rations have been destroyed, and the compensation for the injured has caused the tribe treasury to be empty. Recently, the situation has stabilized, and some tribesmen have even secretly escaped a few days ago. Especially the food. If this continues, the rations will be used up in less than half a month, and the whole tribe will starve. Gu Guang said this and looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze flickering. Fang Yuan chuckled. I know what you want to say. Your tribe is facing a huge burden in order to feed my wolf group. Gu Guang quickly stood up. Junior is ashamed. Uncle Chang is our Good Tribe's benefactor, but now we still need Uncle. No matter. Actually, even if you did not mention it today, I would have said it. The wolf group is indeed too many, and I do not want to implicate Good Tribe. This way, I will personally lead the wolf group to hunt for food. At the same time, when hunting, I will purposely reduce the numbers. The wolf meat produced can be used as rations for good tribesmen. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Uncle Chang, I really do not know what to say to express Junior's reverence towards you. Gu Guang was moved, his eyes turning red. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Speaking of which, I am also responsible for your father's death. After all, I was the one who suggested this idea. I will weaken the wolf group to 3 kings and 2,000 wolves. I will accompany Good Tribe along the way. I think Good Tribe also needs this force to protect them. Do you understand what I mean? Nephew understands. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder. Work hard, don't let down your father's expectations of you. You may leave. Yes, nephew will take his leave. Seeing Gu Guang leave, Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Youngsters are so immature. If Good Tribe leader was here, he would have already started to weaken the wolf group by all means possible. Chapter 464. The sun rose from the east, shining on the vast grassland of northern plains. The huge iron-shelled flower bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A pink-skinned bunny jumped out of the greenhouse. This was the pink flower rabbit, one of the most commonly seen animals in the grassland. It did not dig holes but lived in the heart of the iron shell flower. The petals of the iron shell flower were as hard as steel, and could defend against the attacks of those wild beasts. The pink flower rabbit jumped and jumped, putting its nose close to the wild flower and sniffing it. After finding it was not poisonous, it swallowed it in one bite. Suddenly the pink flower rabbit's ears trembled, and an intense warning rose in its heart. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, an iron feather pierced through it like an arrow, killing it on the grassland. 2 investigative Gu masters rode on hump wolves running from afar. Brother, your iron feather arrow Gu has 100% accuracy. The food in the clan is getting lesser. We have no choice but to hunt some wild beasts to fill our stomachs. The two talked about Gu tribe's current situation, looking worried. Although Fang Yuan reduced the number of wild wolves, and the dead wolves were made into jerky, to a huge tribe like Gu tribe, it could only alleviate a bit of the conflict between supply and demand. As the clan's rations got lesser, Gu tribesmen started to panic. The two investigative Gu masters continued to move forward. Not long after, Gu tribe's main group also moved here like an old giant beast. Most of the mortals were leading big-bellied horses. Families that were slightly wealthier would have curved horned running bulls pulling carts filled with goods. Gu masters mostly rode on hump wolves, and because they did not need to fight, the hump wolves also had large amounts of goods tied on their backs. Other than that, there were also many lizard house Gu, moving like elephants in a herd of deer, moving their four limbs and moving around. Fang Yuan was inside a lizard house Gu, resting with his eyes closed. Ever since he subdued large numbers of wolves, the burden on his soul had become very heavy. He had to ensure at least 4 hours of sleep every day, and other than that he had to rest from time to time. It was not so easy to become an enslavement path Gu master. Every Gu master had a glorious side, they all had their strengths, but at the same time, they also had their weaknesses and their own pain. His body moved along with the lizard house Gu, slowly moving up and down. Fang Yuan's mind entered his aperture. In the aperture, the true gold sea rippled slightly, the crystal walls were bright and clear. At this level in Hu Immortal Blessed Land he could already break through to rank 5. But now, Fang Yuan was in northern plains, his cultivation was temporarily stagnant. He checked the Gu worms. His vital Gu, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, was still hidden, sleeping in the center of the aperture. Above the sea, a dark cloud in the shape of a wolf floated. This was wolf smoke Gu, specially used to heal wolf group's injuries. On the primeval essence sea, the rank 5 battle bone will still had many cracks as it chased the waves. Similarly, there was also snow wash Gu. It was like a snow-white willow leaf floating on the surface of the water. As for clues and clues Gu, it was like a cuttlefish swimming in the primeval sea. At the bottom of the sea there were large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu, most of them were rank 2, few were rank 3 and none were rank 4. Other than that, there were 2 strength of 10 Jun Gu. Fang Yuan had bought 5 strength of 10 Jun Gu, but now he had used 3, only 2 were left. A Gu worm with a wolf head and fish belly was lying at the bottom of the sea, moving around from time to time. This was wolf swallow Gu, a rank 4 storage Gu. Fang Yuan still had 1 storage Gu. It was shaped like a cup, it was the rank 5 moving perspective cup Gu. Of course, originally, its effect was only rank 4. Other than the one in the aperture in Fang Yuan's left eye, there was a faint double pupil, it was wolf care Gu. In his throat there was wolf howl Gu. Under his tongue there was ghost fire Gu. On his chest there was an azure wolf tattoo, it was azure wolf hair Gu. On his back there was a pair of eagle wings tattoo, it was rank 3 eagle wings Gu. The bone bamboo Gu and wolf soul Gu that he had were all used up. On each of his legs, there was a rank 4 wolf sprint Gu used for movement. The immortal Gu fixed immortal travel had to be mentioned, it was buried under poison grassland. Chang Shan Yin's set of Gu worms was basically inherited by me. Now that I have tens of thousands of wolves, I can be said to have small success in the aspect of enslavement path. But at this level he could bully the weak, but against experts he was still lacking. What enslavement path Gu masters feared the most was beheading the leader. Fang Yuan had cooperated with Gu tribe before, and dealt with wolf groups that did not have much intelligence. But against Gu masters it was much more difficult. As long as one was not an idiot they would target Fang Yuan first. Back then, Chang Shanin was able to kill Hatu Gu and the other bandits not only because of his 1,000-man soul, but also because he had several myriad wolf kings, over 100,000 wolves, and even a trump card troop made up of mutated white-eyes wolves. Fang Yuan's enslavement path strength was not even 1/5 of the original Chang Shan Yin's. My biggest problem now is that I have reached a bottleneck, I have no choice but to stop cultivating in all aspects. In terms of soul, I have already nurtured a wolfman soul, but to strengthen it further, the best way is to use Guts Gu. Unfortunately, I am in northern plains and cannot return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and Dang Hun Mountain is also dying, waiting for me to save it. Because of the effect of Immortal Gu Gruel Mud, there are very few complete Guts Gu. A few days ago, Fang Yuan had used Impermanence Bone Gu, turning all his bones into Impermanence bones. A human's body was like a skin bag containing the soul. Impermanence bones made Fang Yuan's skin bag even sturdier, it was no longer a problem to contain 1,000-man soul. My cultivation has already stagnated because of the foreign region's suppression. My soul has reached a bottleneck. In terms of strength path, I have used 3 strength of 10 Jungu to nurture 30 Jun of strength, but this is also the limit of my body. Other than this, as the wolf group increases in numbers, the weakness of enslavement path is also becoming apparent. To feed these wolves, I have to let them out every day to hunt for food. Or I have to personally lead them to hunt, and if they are unlucky they will have to starve. The burden is too heavy and the resource consumption is also too high. If not for good tribe, I would not be able to raise them by myself. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to reduce the number of wolves. It was to reduce the pressure on himself. Enslavement path Gu masters expended too many resources, only large clans could afford to raise them. Even super clans would only focus on nurturing 2 or 3. These days, Fang Yuan had been thinking about how to solve this problem of feeding the wolves. Different from others, he had a huge advantage, that was, he had a blessed land. If he could send the wolves to the blessed land to feed them and teleport them back when needed, this problem would be perfectly solved. But Hu immortal blessed land was in central continent, and whole Earth Gu's range was limited to one region. That is to say, whole Earth Gu could connect to any place in central continent. But outside of central continent, it would not be able to do so. Whole Earth Gu was useless, so Fang Yuan thought of Stargate Gu. This Gu was a new Gu invented during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life. It was also a rank 5 consumable Gu, and had even more restrictions than whole Earth Gu. Only when the night sky was filled with stars could it activate the power of the stars in black heaven. But its range was huge and it could cross the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had the recipe of Stargate Gu, but the materials were scarce, and many ancient Gu worms were needed. 1 or 2 of the supplementary materials were even from the immemorial era. Moreover, the success rate of Stargate Gu was extremely low, there might not even be 1 success in 100 attempts. Fang Yuan did not have any thoughts of Stargate Gu when he transacted with Crane Gate. This was one of the reasons. There was another important reason, that was Blue Charm Lightning movie. Ever since the Blue Charm Lightning movie was kicked out of the Blessed Land by Fang Yuan, it had been lingering on Tianti Mountain, not giving up on attacking Hu immortal Blessed Land. Crane Gate also did not care about this problem, and the Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain only cared about the snow in front of their own door, not caring about the frost on other people's roof. Why was Stargate Gu's usage related to Blue Charm Lightning movie? As mentioned earlier, Stargate Gu needed to attract the power of the stars in black heaven to form. But Hu immortal blessed land was its own domain, it did not have a sun or stars in the sky. If it wanted to attract the power of the stars, it would need to open the door and attract the starlight from the outside world. But this way the Blue Charm Lightning movie would take the chance to enter. This was something that absolutely did not make up for the losses. Dang Hun Mountain was dying, its power was greatly reduced. If the Blue Charm Lightning movie entered the blessed land, it would be even worse. This way Stargate Gu would not work. It seems I can only see if there is a solution in Langya Blessed Land. According to our current speed, we should be able to reach the Crescent Moon Lake in about 7 days. Fang Yuan sighed, placing his hopes on Langya Blessed Land. In the dark night, the moon shone brightly, the stars were sparse and a cool breeze blew. On the grassland there was a crescent-shaped lake. The lake was 15,000 li long and had an average width of 5,000 li. The 2 ends of the lake were curved and sharp, while the middle part was slightly wider, resembling a crescent moon. The lake was calm, sparkling with light, reflecting off the crescent moon in the night sky. It was Crescent Lake. Water plants were abundant here, it was tranquil and beautiful, with many living beings living here. There were 3-horned rhinos, water wolves, dragonfish, iron shell flowers, cliff grass, and horseshoe trees surrounding this lake, forming a sparse forest. A patch of dark clouds surged from afar, emitting a sinister aura. The dark clouds blocked the moonlight, casting a thick shadow. The shadow was like a ferocious beast, streaking across the surface of Crescent Lake, before stopping at its center. It is here. Several people were standing on the dark clouds, one of them was laughing loudly. He had an ugly appearance, his forehead was bulging, his eyes were deeply sunken, his eyes were tightly shut, and his ears were large and conspicuous. His hair was disheveled and he wore a black robe, giving off a sinister aura. It was none other than the rank 6 Gu immortal, Gue Wang. Langya Blessed Land is hidden here? Loner Hong Yu casually asked. He was also a rank 6 Gu immortal, he had a youthful appearance, a round face and was clean. Chapter 465. Time passed bit by bit, several figures stood silently on the dark clouds. Other than Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu, there were 3 female immortals. These 3 immortals were all beautiful and graceful. They were Hua Hai's 3 immortals. The green-clothed woman had a cold expression. She was Fairy Qing Suo. The yellow-clothed woman was petite and fair. She was called Fairy Huang Sha. The pink-dressed woman was charming and charming. She was called Fairy Fin Meng. The 3 of them stood together, separated from the Ghost King and Loner Hongyu by a distance, clearly separated from each other. Fairy Qing Suo stared at the crescent lake below, while Fairy Huang Sha and Fairy Fin Meng conversed softly, their gazes sweeping towards Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu from time to time. Their gazes were filled with vigilance. Not mentioning Gui Wang's ugly appearance, the 3 beautiful immortals were disgusted by him. Loner Hongyu, in order to refine Gu in the past, he killed his parents and betrayed his brothers. This made the 3 righteous path female immortals despise him greatly. But Langya Blessed Land was no small matter. The Gu immortal who had once lived inside was the famous number 1 refinement path immortal of all times, Long Hair Ancestor. This person was extremely skilled in refinement path. He had rank 8 cultivation and was one of the few refinement path geniuses in history. He had lived for a long time. He had lived through 2 generations of venerables, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. What did this mean? That was to say, the 2 rank 9 Gu immortals had not lived as long as him. Even Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun, the 2 venerables, were in awe of his refinement path talent and admitted defeat. They had even once asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. Later generations had calculated that Long Hair Ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal Gu in his life. This was only a summary of historical events. It did not include those legends and stories. But such a person could not resist the river of time. He eventually died of old age. According to rumors, after he died, he turned into a land spirit and continued to refine Gu in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was Long Hair Ancestor's residence. Thus it had a vast number of Gu worm recipes, including immortal Gu recipes. Although the 3 Hua Hai immortals did not like Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu, the allure of immortal Gu recipes was enough to make them abandon their righteous path identities and secretly cooperate with these 2 demonic path Gu immortals. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, with a soft sound, the void above the crescent moon lake shattered, revealing bright lightning. The earth disaster has begun, the Ghost King shouted excitedly. For a time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above the center of the crescent moon lake. Without a doubt, this was the sign of an earthly calamity, causing a hole to appear in the blessed land. Loner Hongyu's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the hole without blinking. The 3 Hua Hai immortals looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Their breathing also quickened. Immortal Gu were hard to find. These 5 Gu immortals did not have any immortal Gu. Of course, there were still rank 5 Gu worms and there were many of them. Each of them was of high quality. But no matter how many mortal Gu there were, they could not compare to an immortal Gu. Gu immortal's desire towards immortal Gu was even greater than a lustful wolf seeing a peerless beauty. Rumble. In the sky above the lake, thunder kept exploding and lightning kept striking. It even formed lightning, water, and lightning that poured down like a torrential rain. The second hole, the third hole, the earthly calamity created one hole after another, appearing one after another. This is the earthly calamity, myriad lightning rain, such terrifying power. Loner Hongyu's eyes revealed shock as he saw this. If it landed in our Hua Hai blessed land, even if we 3 sisters join hands, we might not be able to resist it, right? Langya blessed land is indeed Long Hair Ancestor's possession. Can we really obtain the immortal Gu recipe this time? The 3 Hua Hai immortals looked at each other, their faces pale. Earlier, the Ghost King had given them many benefits. The 3 Hua Hai immortals had rushed over excitedly. Now the 3 felt that this trip would not be easy. It would not be easy to barge into Langya blessed land. All Gu immortals were geniuses among men, possessing extraordinary wisdom. Be it the 3 Hua Hai immortals or the Loner Hongyu, they became vigilant. The Ghost King saw everyone's expression and laughed hoarsely. This dog's hit heaven and earth has always wanted to maintain balance. The blessed land has fortune, so heaven and earth send down calamities and tribulations, using all methods to wear down this fortune. The better the management of the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Look at this myriad lightning rain. Its power is simply on par with those blessed lands with secret forbidden lands. Think about it, how many recipes are stored in this Langya blessed land? There are bound to be many immortal Gu recipes. Otherwise why would the wretched heavens send down such a powerful calamity and tribulation? The immortals' hearts jolted at these words. Thinking of immortal Gu, these people's gazes became heated. The Ghost King is right. I have also entered some blessed lands, some of them are ownerless blessed lands that are about to be destroyed, their earthly calamities are nothing more than a drizzle. But blessed lands are very important, which Gu immortal doesn't want to manage them well. Loner Hongyu smiled bitterly, the better the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Gu immortal cultivation is not easy. Heh, cultivation is defying heaven, the wretched heaven wants to weaken us and suppress us so we have to defy heaven. Ghost King added. Your words are somewhat biased. Immortal cultivation is actually following heaven's will. We use Gu worms to learn the laws of the great Tao of heaven and earth. We manage blessed lands in place of heaven and earth, nurturing countless blessings and bringing blessings to all living beings. Fairy Ching Sua retorted, her voice was crisp and sweet. Loner Hongyu stopped speaking, considering the situation he did not want to continue on this topic. This was the difference in ideals between demonic path and righteous path. It had been differentiated since the immemorial era, and even now there was no clear difference. Ghost King chuckled, he pointed at the hole below and said, Everyone, the earthly calamity is getting more and more intense. To prevent the land spirit from cutting off these holes, we might as well take action now. All right. This meant the blessed land's immortal essence was exhausted. Everyone, I'll be going first. Ghost King suddenly laughed loudly, flapping his green-black bat wings and entering Langya blessed land through the hole. Oh no! Loner Hongyu shouted loudly, afraid of falling behind, he turned into a red light and flew in. These demonic path Gu masters are truly devious and crafty. Huahai's three immortals were so angry that their noses were crooked, they quickly followed behind. The three immortals entered the blessed land and could use all their rank 5 Gu worms at will. Langya blessed land's immortal essence was indeed used up. Fairy Huangsha said excitedly. The three immortals charged through the myriad lightning rain and arrived at the depths of the blessed land. The blessed land was filled with a pure white cloud sea, with smoke curling up and rising. In the primeval sea there were 12 pavilions, each with carved railings and painted rafters, looking grand and magnificent. It was a wondrous sight. In the pavilions there were immortal cranes flying, feathermen circling, colorful lights filling the sky, and sandalwood fragrance wafting in the air. This is cloud soil, it is like stepping on solid ground, the soil is fertile and far surpasses mortal soil. Fairy Ching Sua stomped her jade-like feet and said excitedly. This is indeed the aura of an immortal ancestor. Fairy Fan Meng exclaimed in admiration. In the legendary 12 cloud pavilions, each pavilion has a huge collection of secret recipes. To think I could see it with my own eyes today. Fairy Huangsha felt extremely blessed. Haha, these are all mine. Far away, Ghost King's ear-piercing voice could be heard, he was flying towards one of the cloud pavilions. As for Loner Hongyu, he was already extremely close to another cloud pavilion. Chapter 466. Several days later. Carriages rumbled and horses neighed. Good Tribe's group arrived at Crescent Lake and set up camp near the sparse horseshoe forest. Good Tribe's higher-ups finally let out a sigh of relief when they got here. Water and grass were plentiful here, there were large numbers of beast groups, they could hold a proper hunt and replenish their rations before setting off. We finally arrived here. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. That night, he used the excuse of leading the wolf group to hunt and left Good Tribe's sight. There was no moon tonight, but the sky was filled with stars. The wolf group galloped in the night wind, devouring any small or medium-sized beast groups they encountered. The wolf group howled in excitement. They had been half-starving these last few days, they could finally eat their fill tonight. Even with 30,000 wolves, Fang Yuan still carefully controlled the wolf group's movement. Although the wolf group was huge, Crescent Lake also had hidden dangers. There were even larger water wolf groups, 3-horned rhino groups, as well as thousands of mutated beasts, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of insects. Of course, these insect groups and beast groups had their own territories, unlike the beasts and insects on the grassland that moved around. Crescent Lake had plentiful water and grass, they did not need to move around to look for food. As long as Fang Yuan and Good Tribe did not invade their territories, they would not find trouble with them. According to his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan followed the lakeside and headed east, arriving at a stone forest. This stone forest was very ordinary. There were stone pillars of gray-white, purple-black, greenish-yellow and other colors, separated from each other, quietly standing upright. There were many stone forests around Crescent Lake, but this one was rather special. If someone looked down from above, they would only see the gray-white stone pillars. They would find that the stone pillars formed the word, thieving. Speaking of this stone forest, it had a huge origin. It was personally arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable asked Longhair Ancestor to refine goo for him. He made a bet with him, winning 3 out of 5 rounds. Longhair Ancestor lost and had no choice but to admit defeat, agreeing to refine goo for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had always wanted to enter the legendary Void Gate. He asked Longhair Ancestor to refine an immortal goo, Space Escape Goo, which could allow people to enter the Void Gate. He took out the secret recipe that he had spent his entire life studying. Longhair Ancestor was rather excited when he saw it. He felt that the recipe was very good and correct, but there were still some areas that could be improved. After discussing with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he was very happy. Longhair Ancestor's refinement path attainment was much higher than his. The two immortals worked together and spent 21 years to finally refine Space Escape Goo. But even though this goo was refined and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could use it, he could not enter Space Door no matter what. The Demon Venerable was disheartened. The proud Longhair Ancestor also suffered a huge blow. Later, Longhair Ancestor. There was no progress in his research with the Giant Sun Immortal. Space Escape Goo became Longhair Ancestor's only failure in his life. It was said that before Longhair Ancestor died, he couldn't forget it either. His good friend, Immortal Yen, could not bear to see his old friend pass away like this. Thus, he spent 50 years of his lifespan to perform a divination for him. Even after countless years. After 3 great eras there would be 3 venerables, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Ma Hong-yun obtained these 3 rank 5 goo and recuperated completely. He returned to the stone forest and displayed his might, turning defeat into victory and making a comeback, finally ascending to the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court for the 2nd time. Fang Yuan recalled as he walked slowly. Next, his eyes brightened as he stopped under a purple stone pillar. This stone pillar was ordinary, but there was a rock at the base and the top was smooth like a stool. Back then, after Ma Hong-yun was defeated, he was chased by the enemy and was on the verge of death. When he escaped here, he had nowhere to go and was on the verge of death. He sat on this stone stool and leaned against the stone pillar, looking up at the sky. Suddenly he felt that this stone pillar resembled his beloved wife's appearance. He was close to losing consciousness. He used his blood-stained hand to touch the stone pillar, calling out with deep emotion, "Lianyun, oh Lianyun. I really regret not listening to your advice. I want to see you, I want to tell you in front of your face, I love you, I was wrong." At this time, the enemy had already arrived, his saber was already raised high. But at the next moment, Ma Hong-yun suddenly vanished. He had entered Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan sat on this stone stool and leaned his back against the stone pillar, raising his head to look up. But he did not find anything resembling a woman on this stone pillar. Fang Yuan laughed. It seems that this Ma Hong-yun is thinking of her after seeing something. His longing is so deep that he can think of Zhao Lianyun in everything he sees. This Zhao Lianyun was a mystical woman. She would become a wisdom path goo immortal in the future. She was Ma Hong-yun's wife. She helped him plan and scheme. But right now she was just a little girl. Fang Yuan took out his dagger and cut a wound, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. This purple stone pillar. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once used a mysterious goo worm on it. Blood was only the first requirement to open the passage. There was still the second requirement, that was to say the word, want. The moment Fang Yuan said these 2 words, his body instantly vanished, and his vision abruptly changed. By the time he reacted he was already in a room. In the room there was a pill furnace's fragrance. Dragon pillars, golden curtains, crane lanterns, vermilion windows. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed, meditating with his eyes closed. He was tall and thin. His hair was white as snow, his beard reached his chest, his face was ruddy like a baby's and he wore a loose robe. His sleeves were fluttering. Demon Venerable's descendant Chang Shan-yin has come to pay respects. Fang Yuan placed his right hand on his chest, slightly bowing. "You are Chang Shan-yin?" The old man opened his eyes slightly. His eyes flickered with brilliance as he looked around at Fang Yuan. his gaze seemingly solid. Your skin is quite interesting. It is human skin, shame plum, autumn sound grass. There is also pill fire goo and medicinal strength goo. And some. The land spirit frowned deeply, stroking his beard with a hesitant expression. He actually saw through Fang Yuan's disguise at first glance, and even deduced the general contents of the human skin goo's recipe just by observing. Lad, do you want to exchange for this goo worm recipe? I will use a goo worm of the same level as the exchange. Or you can choose a goo worm recipe of the same level. Alright. Secret code, right, secret code. Halfway through, the land spirit came to a realization, slapping his forehead as he remembered there was a secret code. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. The secret code that Demon Venerable agreed upon back then? That means there is no secret code. As for the human skin goo's recipe, I cannot exchange it now. Oh, you want to exchange for connecting heaven goo? He spoke slowly and continued, to tell you the truth, young man, I have a huge amount of recipes here. If I have the recipe that you took out, I will not exchange it. Fang Yuan smiled confidently. Old man, you are already outdated. Bring me a pen and paper, I will write one for you. Halfway through, Fang Yuan stopped writing. Write quickly, write, what else is there? The land spirit stood at the side, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously, his eyes shining brightly. He had already confirmed that this was a brand new recipe that he had never seen before. This is a rank 5 recipe, where is your connecting heaven goo? Here, here. The land spirit waved his hand and moved a connecting heaven goo to the table. After Fang Yuan finished writing this recipe, he refined the connecting heaven goo and stored it in his aperture. At the side, the land spirit happily looked at this recipe. The goo worm in the recipe was a new goo developed by goo masters in the Great Era 500 years later. In that chaotic era of the 5 regions, the flames of war burned the whole world, all kinds of new goo emerged. In such chaotic times, rank 9 goo immortals would often appear. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, although he had forgotten a lot, he still had a large number of recipes in his mind. These recipes, to exaggerate, were simply ahead of an era. The land spirit had naturally not seen them before. Do you have divine sense goo here? Fang Yuan asked after keeping the connecting heaven goo. Yes. Do you want to trade? Do you have a goo worm recipe? The land spirit grandpa was surprised and happy. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile, spreading out the pen and paper and started writing. But this time, halfway through writing, the land spirit laughed. Young man, I also have the secret recipe for this goo worm of yours. Fang Yuan stopped writing with a shocked expression. He did not think that the land spirit was lying. The land spirit was simple. If he said he had, then he had. If he didn't, then he didn't. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this. The land spirit Langya grabbed at the air. A cowhide recipe was moved over and placed on the table. Fang Yuan took a look. It was really so. It seems that although the goo worms in my memories appeared 500 years later, they might not be brand new goo worms. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled and said to the land spirit, don't worry if this one doesn't work, I still have another one. But this time, Fang Yuan only wrote a third when the land spirit clapped and laughed. Although I do not have this goo worm recipe, I have a similar one. Take it and take a look. Saying so, he gave Fang Yuan a recipe. The similarity was as high as 90%. Fang Yuan immediately understood. This recipe of mine is very likely a goo master's modified old recipe. Young man, this recipe of yours is not worth much, I will not trade it. The land spirit said. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. Recently, I saw a group of starlight fireflies during the transactions in jewel yellow skies. It seemed to be Star Lord Wanxiang's goods. The land spirit recalled. Really? Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. The reason why he exchanged for connecting heaven goo and divine sense goo was to impersonate a goo immortal and transact in jewel yellow skies, exchanging for resources and breaking away from the trade blockade of Crane Gate. The land spirit's words increased his interest in starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and smiled craftily. Land spirit, I have many recipes here. But I will only exchange for starlight fireflies. The land spirit shook its head. This cannot be exchanged. What? I don't have starlight firefly goo. The land spirit replied as a matter of fact. Fang Yuan said snappily, if you don't have starlight firefly goo, can't you use connecting heaven goo and buy it from jewel yellow skies? The land spirit looked strangely at Fang Yuan. Why do I need to buy starlight firefly goo? If you don't buy starlight firefly goo, how are you going to exchange for my recipe? The land spirit shook its head and stubbornly said, your recipe can only be exchanged for the goo worms in the blessed land. Fang Yuan was speechless. The land spirit was too stubborn, it couldn't even understand this point. It was not a human after all, it was just a land spirit, it couldn't even be flexible. Eventually, Fang Yuan's lips were about to break from persuasion, but it still didn't work. The land spirit was stubborn. Fang Yuan could only give up, but he suddenly had a thought. Wait, land spirit, you said I will only exchange for the goo worms in the blessed land? Yes. He only knew a dozen or so immortal goo recipes. But most of them were incomplete. Blood Deity's recipe was already the best among the incomplete recipes. He only had 2 complete and correct immortal goo recipes, one was second aperture goo and the other was spring autumn cicada. But the former's recipe was already in Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan did not dare to casually expose the latter. Fang Yuan was silent. After pondering for a while, he asked, Land Spirit, if I use a rank 5 recipe to exchange for a Stargate goo, can I? The Land Spirit shook its head. No. You can only exchange for the goo worms I have now. Fang Yuan was not resigned and asked, Land Spirit, don't you want to refine the Stargate goo? After all, this is a brand new goo. Of course I want to. Although it is not suitable for me, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and sell it. But when I will refine it and when I can succeed, that is hard to say. The land spirit suddenly reacted. At this time he had become smarter. Little friend, you are thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritor. Here you have 3 chances for me to refine goo for you. But refining an immortal goo, regardless of success or failure, it is counted as 1 attempt. If it is refining immortal goo, I will definitely hand the refined goo to you. If you want the Stargate goo, I will definitely refine it for you. The land spirit suggested. Fang Yuan realized there was such a detail. No wonder Ma Hongyun wanted to choose 3 rank 5 goo. When he was reduced to this place, he was only a mortal and did not know the value of an immortal goo. Moreover, a mortal's body could not use immortal goo. Thus he chose 3 rank 5 goo to increase his battle strength. After returning to the outside world, he turned the tide and gathered his army, turning defeat into victory. When Ma Hongyun became a goo immortal, he realized how precious the opportunities in Langya blessed land were. Unfortunately, by that time it was already too late for regrets. Ma Hongyun's awkwardness was also Fang Yuan's awkwardness. Fang Yuan was immortal now. Even if he had an immortal goo, he could not use it. Little who immortal land spirit could use immortal goo, but whether it was grotto heaven goo, connecting heaven goo or Stargate goo, they could not bear the immortal goo. That is to say, even if Fang Yuan had an immortal goo, he could not bring it back to who immortal blessed land. Moreover, there was a precondition for these 3 chances to refine the immortal goo, that was Fang Yuan had to provide the immortal goo's recipe. If the recipe was wrong, he could not refine it. Immortal goo were unique. If others already had the same immortal goo, Fang Yuan could not refine it. According to the land spirit's words, if the immortal goo refinement failed, this chance would be lost. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was able to refine the immortal goo 6 times in the past. One was because Long-Hair Ancestor had pride and disdained purposely failing. Secondly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was overflowing with talent and had great abilities. He had made ample preparations and made use of every opportunity. This caused Long-Hair Ancestor to lose large amounts of precious goo refinement materials, causing him to bleed profusely 6 times. Now that Long-Hair Ancestor was dead and turned into a land spirit, although he would not play tricks when Fang Yuan refined the immortal goo, he was after all a land spirit and not Long-Hair Ancestor himself, his goo refinement ability would be reduced. Then should he waste such a precious chance to refine a Stargate goo? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. According to common sense, the best way to make use of these 3 opportunities was to imitate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then and refine 3 immortal goo. But to Fang Yuan there were many difficulties. Firstly, he did not have the immortal goo recipe. Chapter 469. If there was no external help, he could only rely on his own strength to slowly accumulate and break through when the time was right. But because he had spring-autumn cicada, what he lacked the most was time. At the same time, if he wasted time and missed some fortuitous encounters, the advantage of rebirth would be gone. These 3 opportunities are indeed very precious. But if I keep them for later, it might seem like I am making full use of these 3 opportunities, but it is delaying my development. The specific situation needs to be analyzed. I cannot blindly imitate thieving heaven demon venerable. Ma Hongyun's choice is wasting these 3 opportunities. After pondering for a while, Fang Yuan made his decision. Land spirit, I have thought it through. Fang Yuan said slowly, this time I will trouble you to refine Stargate Goo for me. As for the other 2 opportunities, I will leave them for later. You really want me to refine Stargate Goo? Do you know you are giving up a precious opportunity to refine an immortal Goo? Maybe you can take a gamble. Use that blood deity's recipe from earlier. Land spirit persuaded Fang Yuan. He was very fond of recipes. Although blood deity's recipe was incomplete, he still wanted to collect it. Fang Yuan shook his head. When he decided on something, he would not hesitate. No, I will refine Stargate Goo. All right. In this world there is no strongest goo worm, only a goo worm that suits you the most. You cannot use immortal goo, but it seems this Stargate Goo is very useful to you. I will refine this goo for you now. Land Spirit Grandpa said as he willed, and 5 goo immortals were teleported over. These 5 goo immortals, one was ugly, one had a rosy face, one wore green clothes, one wore yellow clothes, and one wore a pink skirt. They were Gue Wang's group. They attacked Langya Blessed Land and threw out their green grape immortal essence to expend Langya Blessed Land's white lychee immortal essence. But the result was that the land spirit purposely showed weakness and made a fool out of them. Langya Blessed Land had the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. It never lacked white lychee immortal essence. Gue Wang and the others did not have any immortal goo, so the land spirit lured them into the blessed land. By the time these 5 reached the cloud building, the land spirit had already sealed their rank 5 goo. Ghost King and the rest sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly used all of their celestial elemental energy, but in the end they were still no match for the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit didn't even summon a desolate beast to capture the 5 immortals alive. For the 5 immortals to be able to cultivate to this stage, they all knew how to adapt to the situation. They immediately chose to save their lives and submit to the land spirit. When they realized that they had been teleported over, they quickly reacted and bowed at the land spirit. They said in unison, "Greetings, land spirit of Langya." The land spirit stroked his snow-white beard and returned to the state of an otherworldly master that Fang Yuan had seen him for the first time. "This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor Chang Shanin. Come and greet him." Land spirit introduced. "Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's heir?" The 5 immortals looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The disdain he had for Fang Yuan's mortal identity instantly vanished without a trace. What kind of person was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? He was a rank 9 goo immortal. From immemorial antiquity to remote antiquity, olden antiquity, medieval antiquity, recent antiquity, and now, there were only 10 goo immortals in human history. An inheritor of a rank 9 goo immortal. This identity caused the 5 immortals to feel envy and jealousy after their initial shock. Why don't I have such good luck to become an inheritor? This kid's luck is too good, too heaven-defying. He actually became Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once set up many inheritances. It is said that the greatest inheritance is in Space Cave. I wonder how many inheritances he inherited? The 5 immortals' thoughts surged as they bowed to Fang Yuan. Goo immortals bowing to mortals was like elephants bowing to ants. But the 5 immortals did not feel any humiliation. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was unperturbed. Even if a rank 9 goo immortal bowed to him, he would not feel any honor. If the roles were reversed, even if he bowed to a mortal beggar, he would not feel any humiliation. In his opinion, but anyone who could die was equal. It was just a slight difference between dying earlier and dying later. The so-called status and class, nobility and lowliness, they were nothing more than a bunch of fools waiting for death. They were all fake tricks played by them. This kind of trick made a portion of the fools feel that they were living quite well. In fact, those fools who thought they were noble and had status were merely deceiving themselves. Those fools who thought they were lowly were even more pitiful. Kings, marquises, generals, and nobles all had guts. All living beings were born equal. Why should they lower their heads to others? Only eternal life, is what we should pursue. If we cannot live forever, what difference is there between a rank 9 goo immortal and a pile of shit in a toilet? I'm also a super idiot, but I am an idiot who does not want to be shit. These mental activities and aspirations were not worth mentioning to others, they were even more disdainful. Facing the five immortals' greetings, Fang Yuan indifferently accepted them. He looked at the land spirit of Langya. Land spirit, aren't you going to refine the goo yourself? Of course I am going to refine the goo myself, but using these five as assistants, it can be considered making use of trash. The land spirit snickered. Being called trash and being ignored by Fang Yuan, the five immortals' expressions turned ugly. They were filled with anger, but they were in a predicament and could not act out. They could only helplessly lower their heads and listen to the land spirit's instructions. But the first goo refinement, with the help of long-hair ancestors' land spirit and the help of the five immortals, ended in failure. This Stargate goo is hard to refine. It is not a mistake on our part, but it has a certain success rate to begin with. The land spirit explained, then said to Fang Yuan, "Don't worry, Stargate goo is only rank 5, it will definitely succeed for you." Hehe, then I will wait and see. Fang Yuan was half lying on the cloud bed, he was not in a hurry. The time flow in Langya blessed land was 36 times that of the outside world. A month here was less than a day in the outside world. The land spirit inherited long-hair ancestors' arrogance, and after failing once, his temper was somewhat bad. He glanced over and saw that Fang Yuan's cloud smoke tea was already finished, so he casually ordered an immortal, "You. Clumsy, big breasts but no brains. I don't need you to refine goo anymore, quickly go and brew tea for little friend." The female immortal that was ordered was Fairy Huangsha. She was furious but did not dare to flare up. Her life was in the hands of the land spirit of Langya, so she could only bite her lips and forcefully suppress her anger, going to brew tea for Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan said, "I don't like drinking tea, do you have wine here? I only like to drink top quality wine, this is the Grand Langya blessed land, don't tell me you don't have any?" "How can there not be? Pegasus wine and Destitute wine are both top quality wines, which one do you want to drink? Take them out and let me have a taste." Fang Yuan did not bat an eyelid. Thus, Fairy Huangsha became the maid that poured wine for Fang Yuan. Pegasus wine had milky white liquid, emitting a rich milky fragrance. When it entered the mouth it was mellow and soft. As for Destitute wine, it was plain, like a clear soup with no alcohol smell at all. After it entered the mouth, it was also bland and tasteless. But this wine had a huge aftereffect. Often drinking one mouthful would make one drunk for 7 to 8 days. While the land spirit was refining goo, Fang Yuan only had a small taste, before putting these 2 jars of wine into wolf swallow goo. The second goo refinement also failed. The land spirit's expression turned even uglier, shouting, "Humph, I don't believe it, continue refining." The land spirit naturally noticed Fang Yuan's action of hiding the wine, but because of his reputation he chose to ignore it. "Young master, please be merciful and save this servant." Seeing the land spirit and the others refining goo for the 3rd time, Fairy Huangsha, who was standing at the side, was on the verge of tears as she softly begged Fang Yuan. Her skin was white and tender, like a freshly peeled lychee. Her eyebrows were dark green, her eyes were like a lake, concealing amorous feelings. Her breasts were large and majestic, her waist small and slender, her figure was not just graceful, it could even be said to be soul-stirring. Right now, her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears, not to mention men, even women would feel their hearts soften. "If you can save this servant is willing to serve young master for the rest of my life, I will listen to young master's orders." Fairy Huangsha softly begged again. This was a female goo immortal's plea. If it were any other mortal man he would have already been extremely excited, his 3rd leg would have stood up in anger. Men all had a desire to conquer, especially to conquer noble women. But Fang Yuan did not even look at her. In his previous life, these 5 immortals were all cannon fodder, they died in Langya blessed land, none survived. They paid the appropriate price for their greed and impulsiveness. Although Fairy Huangsha was beautiful in Fang Yuan's heart, what difference was there between her and a pile of dung in a latrine pit? "As long as I don't have eternal life, I am also a pile of dung in a latrine pit." Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Fairy Huangsha opened her mouth to beg again, she was very confident in her beauty, and at this moment she vaguely felt that this person might be her only chance to escape. But she did not know that Fang Yuan was an even more abnormal monster than the land spirit of Langya. "You are too noisy, get lost." Fang Yuan stretched out his leg and kicked Fairy Huangsha, who was leaning forward, to the ground. Chapter 470. Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu were extremely disappointed. Fairy Qing Sua and Fairy Fan Meng let out a breath of turbid air, their expressions complex. Fairy Huang Sha's heart was finally at ease, she completely relaxed and almost collapsed. Her hatred towards Fang Yuan and the land spirit deepened by several times. As long as I escape, as long as I make a comeback, I will definitely tear you into pieces to vent my hatred. He, little friend, is indeed the demon venerable's successor. The land spirit laughed dryly and took out connecting heaven goo. This connecting heaven goo was activated and turned into an oval mirror, flying above the land spirit's head and embedding in the air. The mirror was pitch black, but suddenly the image changed and blossomed into a bright yellow color. The land spirit activated divine sense goo, sending wave after wave of divine sense into the mirror and receiving wave after wave of divine sense. At the same time, the mirror's surface changed continuously, showing images of materials one by one. The land spirit seemed to have reached an agreement. He took out 2 immortal Yuan stones and threw them into connecting heaven goo. The mirror's surface rippled as the immortal Yuan stones entered it, while the materials were spat out by the mirror. I bought 20 sets of materials this time, I don't believe I can't succeed, the land spirit said fiercely. At the final stage of the goo refinement, starlight shone brightly and converged into a pair of oval stones. Done. The land spirit laughed heartily, taking these 2 sapphire-like goo worms and personally handing them to Fang Yuan. This is Stargate goo, I have completed one agreement. How do I know if I can use it or not? Fang Yuan held this pair of Stargate goo and asked. The land spirit immediately blew his beard and stared at him as if he was greatly insulted. Are you doubting my goo refinement ability? If I can't, you can come in exchange for it. Alright, then I will take my leave. Fang Yuan was extremely straightforward, expressing his intention to leave. The land spirit stared at him fiercely. You are leaving just like that? Then you still have 2 chances left, are you not going to use them now? Of course I will keep them. Where is the exit? The land spirit waved his sleeves and teleported the 5 immortals away, his expression becoming much more relaxed. Do you still have any goo worm recipes? You can write them out for me to see. No more. If I have it, I will naturally exchange it with you. Fang Yuan evaded. I feel like you have a lot of stuff in your stomach. The land spirit looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously and mumbled. Fine, I'll wait for you to come again. After saying that, the land spirit waved its long sleeves again. Fang Yuan's vision blurred. When he looked again, he found himself standing in the stone forest. Beside him was the stone stool he had been sitting on, and behind him was the purple stone pillar. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the temperature had dropped so low that one's breath would turn into mist. Everything that had happened just now was like a dream. It gave Fang Yuan the illusion that it was a dream. Looking at the night sky, although they had been sitting in Langya Blessed Land for quite some time, only 1/36 of the time had passed in the outside world. The Stargate goo, Divine Sense goo, Connecting Heaven goo in his aperture, as well as the 2 jars of top-quality wine and wolf swallow goo were proof, causing Fang Yuan to recall this fortuitous encounter. I had planned to use these 3 chances, but who knew that the land spirit could also use recipes to exchange for goo. Thus, I still have 2 chances left. If I can use Stargate goo this time, it is definitely worth it to use one chance to refine goo. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not stay any longer. He left this place and returned to the wolf group. This was a crucial moment. To prevent any unforeseen events, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the grass beside the lake under the protection of the Wolf King and started writing a letter. The letter was quickly written and he activated Moving Perspective Cup goo. After a while he successfully moved the perspective cup using the space aperture, taking out a rank 4 goo and a letter from the cup. This goo looked like a dried-up small fish. It was called dried pond goo. It was a water path goo, but it had a special effect. It was specially used to increase the effectiveness of other goo worms. Once this goo reached northern plains, it was immediately demoted to rank 3. Fang Yuan took out the letter and glanced at it, nodding his head in satisfaction. It seems that while I was not in the blessed land, Little Who Immortal was very diligent. She did not forget my instructions and refined 20 dried pond goo. Very good. Immediately, Fang Yuan wrote back, praising Little Who Immortal a few sentences. Master praised me, I am so happy. Little Who Immortal's face flushed with happiness after receiving the letter. Master, I miss you so much. Little Who Immortal laid on the table and continued writing. Master is not here, I am feeling anxious and uneasy. Master, are you okay? Master, I will send another dried pond goo. Little Hu Immortal used her tender hands to fold the letter properly, before putting it into moving perspective cup goo. At the same time she put in a dried pond goo. After a while, moving perspective cup goo slowly flew up and entered the space aperture. After completing the exchange with the other cup, it was sent to Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan immediately took out the dried pond goo and looked at the letter. Next he absorbed Yuan's stone and replenished his primeval essence, activating moving perspective cup goo again. After doing this several times he took out a total of 8 dried pond goo. Using 8 dried pond goo together the effects will stack together, it should be at the level of rank 4. Immediately these dried pond goo were crushed by Fang Yuan, turning into 8 rings of light that coiled around the moving perspective cup goo. At the same time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Little Hu Immortal crushed 8 dried pond goo and superimposed them on moving perspective cup goo. Moving perspective cup goo was a rank 5 goo, but in Northern Plains, it was suppressed to rank 4. Thus it could only transfer rank 4 goo worms. Now, after using 8 dried pond goo, moving perspective cup goo's effect rose to rank 5, and could transfer rank 5 goo worms. Fang Yuan waited for a while before taking out connecting heaven goo and solemnly placing it into moving perspective cup goo, before injecting his primeval essence. Successfully activating, the 2 cups completed the exchange in the space aperture, and the cup with connecting heaven goo landed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Little Hu Immortal cheered and immediately took out connecting heaven goo. This epiphany could not be explained clearly, but it lingered in his heart, eventually turning into a sentence. Tonight's starry sky is really beautiful. This was a heartfelt emotion. Saying this, Fang Yuan's whole body relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he felt like he was floating in the air. His aura also seemed to have changed. The original dark dove aura disappeared, turning into a fresh and cheerful aura. His originally dark and deep eyes were now shining with a clear light, like a newborn or like the stars. The Stargate goo in his hand started to vibrate, the vibration increasing. Fang Yuan let go of his hand. The sapphire-like Stargate goo slowly flew into the air. It attracted a large amount of starlight and condensed it. The scene was brilliant like a dream, elegant like a fantasy. A moment later, the starlight formed into a huge circular door. The Stargate goo was finally successful. Fang Yuan looked at it quietly, his lips curled into a smile, showing happiness, but his eyes were calm. He calmly stepped into the Stargate, the starlight in front of him converging into a whirlpool, bringing his body along. After more than 10 breaths of time, he walked out of the Stargate, and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal was extremely happy, jumping into his embrace. Fang Yuan chuckled, rubbing the land spirit's head. Yes, I'm back, he said lightly. Chapter 471. After several months, Fang Yuan finally entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit was very happy. Because the time flow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was 5 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan had spent several months in Northern Plains, but to her, it had been more than a year. Fang Yuan first inspected the Stargate behind him. This Stargate was even smaller than the one in Northern Plains. It was only the height of a person, barely allowing Fang Yuan to enter and exit. The one in Northern Plains Crescent Lake was huge, tens of feet tall and wide. Stargate goo is not separated into mother and child, it consumes too much primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage goo master cannot sustain it for 3 breaths of time. Only immortal essence can sustain it for a long time. Little Hu Immortal activates one, and I activate the other one in my hand, so I do not need to expend primeval essence. However, the activation of Stargate goo not only requires immortal essence, but also large amounts of starlight to condense into a door. Northern Plains is one of the 5 regions, it is filled with stars and starlight. But here in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the starlight is too weak, and the starlight comes from a group of starlight firefly goo. Fang Yuan thought to himself as he looked at the group of starlight firefly goo flying in the air. Starlight firefly goo was a rank 3 goo, it was small and looked like a normal firefly. But what they emitted was true blue starlight. This group of starlight firefly goo originally had over 500. But because of the activation of Stargate goo, 32 had died. And to maintain Stargate goo, one would die in 3 breaths of time. Over 500 starlight firefly goo might seem like a lot, but they could not maintain the Stargate for long. Thus, Fang Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal to stop activating the Stargate goo. The Stargate dissipated, turning back into an oval-shaped blue gem. Little Hu Immortal stretched out her dainty hand and beckoned this precious Stargate goo into her hand. Master, for you. Little Hu Immortal held the Stargate goo with both hands, raising her head and opening her big watery eyes, handing the Stargate goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan rubbed her little fox ears, smiling warmly. I will leave it with you, take good care of it. In the future, if I need it, I will send a message to you through moving cup exchange goo. Yes, master. I will take good care of it. Little Hu Immortal solemnly placed the Stargate goo into a small pocket on her clothes, patting the pocket. As for the Stargate goo in Northern Plains, it was on the ground, guarded by the myriad wolves. Master, there are 2 more Immortal Yuan stone here. I listened to your instructions and used the Immortal goo's recipe to buy the Starlight Firefly goo. Little Hu Immortal presented the treasure again. Ordinary Yuan stone was the size of a duck egg, and was an oval-shaped gray-white stone. The Immortal Essence stone was also the size of a duck egg, but it was not oval in shape. Instead, it was the shape of a pearl. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent like a crystal, yet it also had a jade-like luster. If primeval stones were mortals, then Immortal Essence stones were goo immortals. Immortal Yuan stone. An Immortal Yuan stone was, and could. Yuan stones. Immortal Yuan stones. Mortal. Goo world Immortal Yuan stones. Yuan stones. Fang Yuan sighed with a smile. These 2 Immortal Yuan stones were extremely valuable, even 200 million Yuan stones could not be exchanged for them. These 2 Immortal Meta stones were extremely valuable. Even 200 million Immortal Meta stones couldn't be exchanged for them. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan only had 60 or so Immortal Essence stones in his possession. Treasure Light goo's main use was not only to appraise, it could also be used to search for treasures. Treasure Light goo's detection range was very small, it often needed to be paired with other goo worms to expand its detection range. Back then, Taoist many treasures used the Immortal Goo Treasure Light to find countless treasures. As time passed, the name, Many Treasures came into being. Little Hu Immortal continued to activate Connecting Heaven goo, the mirror's surface kept changing, showing the images of all kinds of items. Goo worms, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation, mineral veins, soil, water, wine, and all kinds of resources were sold. Suddenly the image froze, showing a group of Starlight Firefly goo. Master, it is that Star Lord Wuxiang who sold it. Little Hu Immortal said to Fang Yuan after using Divine Sense goo to communicate. Starlight Firefly goo cannot reproduce, I need large numbers of ordinary Starlight Fireflies. Ask him the price. Fang Yuan nodded and said. Little Hu Immortal said a few words before turning to Fang Yuan and reporting, Master, Star-Lord Wuxiang said he is not selling. Fang Yuan was not disappointed, instead he laughed. There is nothing in this world that cannot be sold. Those who are not selling are usually those who do not have high profits and are not tempted. Saying so, he wrote down the Immortal Goo remnant recipes in his memory on several pieces of cowhide, before throwing them into Connecting Heaven goo. These cowhide were very ordinary, but because they recorded the Immortal Goo remnant recipes, they were priceless. After entering jewel yellow skies through Connecting Heaven goo, each piece of cowhide shone with 10 to 10 feet treasure light. These treasure lights were of all colors, beautiful purple and red. It was very beautiful. Tell him the price can be discussed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and said to Little Hu Immortal. He was not afraid that Star-Lord Wuxiang would not be tempted. The temptation of Immortal Goo to goo immortals was incomparably huge. Although these were remnant recipes, even so they were still goods in high demand. Among the older generation goo immortals who had cultivated for many years, which one of them did not have dozens of goo immortal remnant recipes? But these remnant recipes were usually not sold. When the remnant recipes of the same Immortal Goo were combined, the correct recipe would be deduced. After refining the Immortal Goo according to these recipes, others would not be able to obtain them. Because of this, Immortal Goo remnant recipes were rarely traded. Even if there were, they were only exchanging remnant recipes for remnant recipes. Earlier, Fang Yuan used the most incomplete recipe in his memory. The treasure light was only 3 feet, and he exchanged it with Star-Lord Wuxiang for a lump of Starlight Firefly goo. At the same time, Star-Lord Wuxiang also gave Fang Yuan 2 pieces of Immortal Yuan stone. Now that there were so many recipes, the treasure light was at least 3 feet, Star-Lord Wuxiang could not help but be moved. After these remnant recipes were thrown in, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people in jewel-yellow skies. A large number of divine senses surged in. Little Hu Immortal used divine sense goo to receive the information until her face turned pale. Master, many Gu Immortals sent their divine senses asking us how much these remnant recipes are for sale. Fang Yuan laughed. Send your divine sense over and tell them. These remnant recipes are for sale, but they have to come one by one. First, we need at least 100,000 starlight fireflies. Little Hu Immortal sent her divine sense over, and immediately, a female Gu Immortal called Fairy Yao Guang called out, saying that she had nurtured many starlight fireflies in her blessed land and was willing to exchange them. Fang Yuan chuckled. Sure enough, Star-Lord Wuxiang could not sit still and changed his attitude. That's right, I have heard of second aperture goo long ago, but to think there really is such a goo recipe. Second aperture. Hee, mortals still can't understand the value of this. But for Gu Immortals who wouldn't be moved. Fang Yuan had already stood up from his seat, concentrating on connecting heaven goo in the air. He had second aperture goo's recipe in his hands, he only needed a thought to exchange for this goo. But this old man Inkstone who sold divine travel goo is probably targeting me. He directly asked for second aperture goo's recipe, and the timing to sell divine travel goo was neither early nor late. He chose the time when I was doing the transaction. Amazing. This Gu Immortal's path was likely immemorial wisdom path. He was skilled in deductions and deductions. Right now, I am activating connecting heaven goo and doing business in jewel yellow skies. He has already deduced it. Wisdom path was an extremely mysterious path among Gu masters. It had existed since the primordial era, and it had been passed down until now. Their numbers had always been very low. The founder of Wisdom Path was the immemorial Antiquity era's star constellation Immortal Venerable, the second-generation master of the Celestial Court. She had lived for 19,000 years, the second oldest among rank 9 Gu Immortals. Before her death, star constellation Immortal Venerable deduced everything that would happen in the next 3 million years. She calculated that after his death, the Celestial Court would be without a ruler for a long time. The universe would be in turmoil and 3 demon lords would appear. Thus, she set up 3 traps specifically to deal with the 3 demon lords. He also instructed his descendants to act accordingly, ensuring the peace of the Celestial Court for 300 years. After her death, heaven and earth indeed shook, eras changed, 3 great eras appeared, and 3 demon lords appeared one after another. The 3 demon lords were invincible in their respective eras. They attacked the Celestial Court, but were obstructed by star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements and failed at the last moment. The Celestial Court thus remained standing. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Old Man Inkstone. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes as he muttered. It was not a good thing to be noticed by a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals knew about heaven's secrets. They were most skilled at making arrangements and schemes. They often tricked people without leaving any traces, and plotted against people without batting an eyelid. They were the most difficult type of enemy to deal with. My limelight in the southern border is really too great. I attracted the attention of a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. In this life I advanced bravely, taking risks and sprinting along the cliff. I was too fast, even with my mortal body. I attracted the attention of a Gu Immortal. This situation was like an ant attracting the attention of an elephant. At once, Fang Yuan seemed to see a pair of eyes filled with wisdom and schemes staring at him through connecting heaven goo. The air was filled with a formless pressure. But Fang Yuan's current state of mind was different. He raised his head and laughed heartily, dispelling the pressure in his heart. Good, with a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal scheming, it is no doubt more interesting. Just a mere divine travel goo, just a mere second aperture goo, how can they entice me? The 500 years of experience in his previous life had nurtured an intuition towards hidden dangers. Fang Yuan had a vague feeling that this divine travel goo was highly likely to be the bait thrown by Old Man Inkstone. Although immortal goo are good, I vow to live forever, these so-called immortal goo are only tools for my cultivation. At the same time, southern border, life and death blessed land. An old man wearing a black robe, emitting the eerie aura of a rank 7 Gu Immortal, was quietly sitting cross-legged on a cushion. His face was full of wrinkles, his eyes were pitch black without any white in them. He stared at the connecting heaven goo in the air, sensing the countless divine senses in the jewel-yellow skies, expressionless and motionless. It was Old Man Inkstone. In front of the old man, killer ghost Dr. Chojio was kneeling. He looked at connecting heaven goo for a while, his expression disappointed. Supreme Master, it seems that Fang Yuan did not take the bait. Old Man Yanshi faintly smiled, not showing the slightest bit of anger. This little fish is indeed a bit interesting. He is able to give up and abandon, he is just a mortal, but his spirit surpasses most goo immortals. But he is too daring, he actually turned you into his slave, offending our shadow sect. This is courting death. Chojio quickly kowtowed. Thanks to the return of Supreme Master, Grand Disciple was able to avoid the miserable fate of being enslaved. Old Man Inkstone nodded. Little Grand Disciple, I have already done something to the slavery goo in your body. I have calculated that Fang Yuan will definitely participate in the righteous demonic battle on Etion Mountain. At that time, you can be a spy beside him and wait for an opportunity. Yes, Supreme Master. You can leave, call your junior sister by Ning Bing over. Land Spirit looked at the divine travel goo in his hands with a fiery gaze, laughing loudly. I have wanted to refine second aperture goo for a long time, this is great. He immediately took out another connecting heaven goo and communicated with jewel yellow skies, starting to search for goo refinement materials without restraint. You have fallen into my trap. Through connecting heaven goo, Old Man Inkstone saw this scene and laughed heartily. Regarding immortal goo, this heavy transaction naturally attracted the attention of many goo immortals. Fang Yuan had also been paying attention to it. Who bought divine travel goo? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he immediately asked Little Who Immortal. It was old immortal Langya. Little Who Immortal replied crisply. Land Spirit of Langya Hao, just as I expected. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, concentrating on connecting heaven goo. After a while, he sensed that Land Spirit of Langya had started to wantonly buy goo refinement materials. His eyes flickered with cold light. So many goo immortals selling precious goo refinement materials at the same time, and especially selling them to Land Spirit of Langya, this is clearly a trap. Although land spirits have intelligence, their obsession is deeper and can be easily used by goo immortals. Wait a moment. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Metal Path Goo Immortal Tai Jiazi selling goo refinement materials, Soul Path Goo Immortal Wang Ganyang, Wood Path Goo Immortal Fairy Tan Xiang, Enslavement Path Goo Immortal Great Immortal Shui Xiong. These names were very familiar. Weren't they the goo immortals who participated in the second wave of attacks against Langya Blessed Land? At once, Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. He realized a huge conspiracy that was buried in history and unknown to others. So that's it. In the 500 years of my previous life, Langya Blessed Land withstood 7 waves of attacks before finally falling. So there was a mastermind manipulating this from behind the scenes, plotting against us all along. Earlier, Fang Yuan was only a spectator, but now that he was involved, he discovered the truth. This Old Man Inkstone is selling divine travel goo not only for himself, but also for Langya Blessed Land. 7 waves of attacks, how many times did he organize? If he is a southern border goo immortal, then why are these northern plains goo immortals listening to his orders? Is he simply making use of them or directly ordering them? There was no doubt that the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Old Man Inkstone was part of an organization. An organized goo immortal, just this information gave off a formless pressure. Fang Yuan still did not know that this organization was the shadow sect that he had heard of before. But this did not hinder him from guessing the strength and mysteriousness of this organization. An organization that could span between southern border and northern plains, how huge would it be? But Fang Yuan had never heard of such an organization, he had never heard of it in the 500 years of his previous life. How mysterious was such an organization? Of course, all these speculations are based on the fact that Old Man Inkstone is a southern border goo immortal. Maybe I just happened to be here? Thinking about it, could the first wave of attacks also have been arranged by Old Man Inkstone? Were the remaining waves of attacks also his handiwork? At least, the 7th wave of attacks was made by Celestial Court. It was definitely not Old Man Inkstone's doing. Fang Yuan was certain of this. Celestial Court was high and mighty, it originated from Central Continent and had a strong foundation. It was not something that Southern Borders Earth Immortals could interfere with. Among the 5 regions, the largest Gu immortal organization since ancient times was Celestial Court. Celestial Court's strength was suffocating. Only rank 8 and rank 9 Gu immortals could enter it. If they were placed in jewel yellow skies, there would not be a single inch of treasure light. Rockman, I still need to supply Crane Gate as much as possible. This is also to prevent Crane Gate from finding any clues, to ease the conflict and delay as much as possible. Now that Dang Hun Mountain was dying, the production of Guts Gu was getting lower and lower. Every transaction caused the Rockman's numbers to decrease greatly. Crane Gate's patience was also wearing thin. There would be a battle sooner or later. Fang Yuan could only delay as much as possible. Fortunately, they will only think that I am trapped in Hu immortal blessed land and think that I am a trapped turtle. They would never have expected that I would go to northern plains and even return. Even that old man Inkstone would not expect this. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were good at deductions, but they did not make baseless guesses. Instead, they used all the clues and traces to trace back to the source and make deductions. Fang Yuan's core Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada. Its greatest advantage was rebirth. In his 500 years of memories, Stargate Gu, Moving Perspective Cup Gu and others were Gu worms that were ahead of the 5 regions by an era. I cannot sell remnant recipes for now. Rockman can only supply Crane Gate, but I still have something to sell. Fang Yuan had a plan. This item was none other than soil. The soil in jewel yellow skies was a rare item. For example, cloud soil, rotten soil, salt soil and so on. Many blessed lands produced soil and sold it to jewel yellow skies to exchange with other Gu masters. The soil that Fang Yuan sold was naturally not ordinary, it was gruel mud. Back then, when the earthly calamity descended, Dang Hun Mountain was plotted against and was contaminated by gruel mud immortal Gu's power. The whole mountain gradually turned into mud. But in this world, fortune and disaster were interdependent. The mud that Dang Hun Mountain turned into had the power of gruel mud immortal Gu. In the eyes of some Gu immortals, this was an essential material to refine gruel mud immortal Gu. Sure enough, after Fang Yuan put the soil into jewel yellow skies, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. What day is it today? There are so many good items. Gruel mud, this is the true gruel mud, it has an intense immortal Gu aura. Unfortunately, I do not have the recipe of gruel mud immortal Gu. This mud is useless. The Gu immortals' divine senses surged. Many people sent out their divine senses to bid against each other. I need the immortal Gu recipe of gruel mud. I will not exchange for anything else. Little Hu immortal transmitted her divine sense under Fang Yuan's command. This harsh request immediately made the Gu immortals sneer. Using a pile of mud to exchange for an immortal Gu recipe? Your way of thinking is too greedy. Gruel mud immortal Gu is a one-time consumable Gu. The recipe is clearly more important than the Gu worm. You are actually shamelessly saying you want to exchange for the recipe? This is too unrealistic. I advise you to exchange for it, otherwise this pile of mud can only exist in jewel yellow skies with no one interested in it. But Little Hu Immortal continued, I am not asking for the complete immortal Gu recipe, I will take the one with the brighter treasure light. The Gu Immortal stopped talking and started to observe. After a while, a Gu Immortal took out an incomplete recipe. The treasure light was 12 feet long. This naturally did not enter Fang Yuan's eyes. He stared at the mirror and smiled, instructing Little Hu Immortal, as long as the other Gu Immortals take out an incomplete recipe, we will add half a kilogram of gruel mud. Yes, master. Little Fox Fairy immediately replied in a crisp voice. There was a lot of gruel mud in Hu Immortal blessed land. From start to finish, all the gruel mud was cleared out of Dang Hun Mountain by Little Hu Immortal. It was not expelled from the blessed land, but moved to the western part of the blessed land. These last years, the gruel mud in the blessed land continued to transform. The amount was increasing. It was about to form a mud lake. The calamity of the past had become the current capital. In jewel yellow skies, the divine senses of the Gu Immortals started to ripple. Every time an incomplete recipe appeared, Little Hu Immortal would throw out half a kilogram of gruel mud. This attitude was clearly telling others, we have plenty of it here. One by one, the incomplete recipes were thrown out. The treasure light also strengthened. From the original 10 feet, it had already risen to over 20 feet and was still rising. Fang Yuan watched for a while. the smile on his face becoming even more pronounced. His soul came from Earth, his marketing methods far surpassed this world's. On Earth, businesses were launched, but here in jewel-yellow skies, immortal Yuan stone could only barely act as currency. Most of the transactions were still at the primitive bartering stage. Fang Yuan's method could be considered as creating momentum, attracting more Gu immortals to sell the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's remnant recipe. Of course, this was only a small trick at best. Next, Fang Yuan instructed Little Hu Immortal to take care of the other matters and make arrangements. It is time to go back. Fang Yuan had been keeping track of the time. The time he spent in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was reduced to 1/5 of the time he spent in Northern Plains. Master, goodbye. You have to come back often to visit. Little Hu Immortal brought Fang Yuan to the western part of the Blessed Land, and under the illumination of the Starlight Firefly Gu, she activated the Stargate Gu again. Fang Yuan carried many Gu refinement materials and low-rank Gu worms as he stepped into the Stargate. Not long after, he stepped out of another Stargate and returned to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Just as he had expected, it was already close to dawn. Dawn was breaking in the horizon. A trace of white appeared on the horizon. A cool breeze blew, causing ripples to appear on the pure lake water. The air was extremely fresh, the flowers and grasses around his feet were covered with dew, and there were already flocks of birds fluttering their wings on the lake surface. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, feeling joyful. By snatching Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter, Fang Yuan had obtained the help of Land Spirit of Langya. In Langya Blessed Land, he used one of the fortuitous encounters to obtain Stargate Gu and other Gu. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he used Connecting Heaven Gu to solve the problem of lacking resources. This way, the pawns that were already gone have a new path of development. The whole chessboard has been revitalized. The sky gradually brightened. Under the escort of the wolf group, Fang Yuan returned to Gu tribe camp. Chapter 475. Halt. The patrolling Gu tribe Gu master saw Yen tribe's group and shouted. Yen tribe's group stopped their hump wolves as an elder spoke. This person beside me is Yen tribe leader Lord Yen Tianji. He is here to visit Gu tribe leader. Yen tribe? Gu tribe's Gu master's expression changed. That's right, our camp is just 100 li away. Lords, please wait a moment. According to Northern Plains time, Gu tribe had just arrived at Crescent Lake, and had only set up camp for a day. Gu tribe's camp was currently under construction. Sir, the wolf pack's tracks have entered the Gu tribe's camp. An elder whispered to the Yen tribe's leader, Yen Tianji. Yen Tianji nodded, his gaze solemn. To think that this enslavement path Gu master is from Gu tribe. It seems we made the right decision. We can invite strong reinforcements to deal with water demon Hao Ji Lu. But Gu tribe might not help us. An elder said worriedly. Yen Tianji sneered as if he had Gu tribe in his grasp. Humph, Gu tribe is also participating in the Heroes' Assembly. My daughter is Lu Wenwu's fiancée. I will use Lu tribe's name to ask for help. Do you think Gu tribe won't help? Just as they spoke, the simple camp's door opened, and Gu tribe's new tribe leader Gu Guang led the elders out to welcome them. Yen tribe leader's presence is our Gu tribe's honor. Please come into the main tent. Gu Guang invited warmly. Why is he only a rank 3 Gu master? Sensing Gu Guang's cultivation level, Yen tribe's people looked down on him. After inviting Yen tribe's group to the camp for a banquet, after drinking a few cups of wine, Yen tribe leader looked at the elder beside him. The elder said, To speak the truth, Gu tribe leader, we are here to ask for your help. As for help? The elder continued, That's right. Our tribe's young lady Yen Shui heir was captured by Hao Ji Lu. Hao Ji Lu is despicable and shameless, hiding in Crescent Lake and extorting our tribe. He is a water path Gu master and has great battle strength in the lake. Our tribe's several rescue attempts have all failed. This time we are here to ask for Gu tribe's help. Hao Ji Lu? Could it be the water demon Hao Ji Lu? When Gu Guang thought of this person, his expression changed slightly. This person was a rank 4 upper stage Gu master. He walked the water path and was infamous in Northern Plains as a sinister and cunning demon. Gu Guang frowned deeply. After thinking for a moment, he refused. Everyone has the right to punish people of the demonic Tao. As a member of the righteous path, the Gu family should have done their part, but unfortunately they were powerless. My old father died on the battlefield and I took over the family in the face of danger. The Gu family has already suffered heavy losses, and can no longer support the nobles in eliminating the water demon. What? Clan leader Gu Guang is unwilling? Hearing Gu Guang's words, the Yen clan elders' faces all sunk. An elder sneered and said, Gu clan leader, you are indeed too young and don't know some things. I'll tell you now. Our clan's first young Miss Yen Shui heir was engaged to Lu Wenwu a long time ago, so she is Lu Wenwu's fiancée. If we can't save our clan's young miss, the Lu clan will pursue this matter in the future. Even your clan will have to bear the blame. Gu Guang's expression changed. There were several super clans in Northern Plains, and among them were He tribe and Lu tribe. Lu tribe's third young master Lu Wenwu was like his name, well-versed in both literature and martial arts, with outstanding talent and lofty ambitions. This time he had led a group of retainers and separated from Lu tribe, establishing his own tribe, and was one of the most popular candidates for the Lord of the Imperial Court. Lu Wenwu's forces were extremely strong, and Yen Shui heir was his fiancée. The Yen clan Gu masters who were still shouting earlier had frozen expressions. They looked behind them and most of their expressions softened. The only Yen tribe elder felt everyone's fighting spirit crumbling, and hated Gu tribe's psychological attack to the extreme. However, this resentment only turned into a long sigh when it reached his mouth. Under everyone's gazes, he walked out and said with difficulty, Our Yen tribe is willing to surrender. Lord Elder, Yen tribe's Gu masters shouted one after another. Some were in disbelief, some were sobbing, and some were relieved. At the same time, Gu tribe's Gu masters cheered. Victory, victory. The outcome has been decided, we have annexed Yen tribe. Even though they were at the same place, the two-side situations were as different as clouds and mud. Gather the troops and clean up the battlefield. Gu Guang's face was also filled with joy. In terms of strength, Gu tribe was below Yen tribe, but this time they succeeded in one fell swoop. As long as we digest these spoils, our Gu tribe's strength will increase by 3 times, and even surpass Hong Yen Valley. This is all thanks to Lord Chang Shanin. Gu Guang thought of this and turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. In truth, Gu Guang had hesitated when he received Fang Yuan's letter. But this hesitation only lasted for a moment before turning into determination. The facts showed that his choice back then was correct. If we had rejected Wolf King back then, our Gu tribe would have ended up like Yen tribe. Gu Guang's reverence towards Fang Yuan deepened. Sitting on the hump wolf, Fang Yuan sized up the entire Yen tribe camp. Everywhere he looked, there were broken walls and smoke, corpses could be seen everywhere, and blood flowed on the ground. The Yen tribesmen who were hiding were found by the search teams. Yen tribe Gu masters were shackled, their Gu worms were taken away, their primeval essence was sealed, and they became captives, strictly guarded. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He had seen such situations many times. During the 5 regions chaotic war 500 years ago, the situation was even more tragic and terrifying than this. Yen tribe is exterminated, next is the Heroes' Assembly. Of course before that, I need to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I also need to go to Langya Blessed Land if I am lucky. 3 days later, it was another night filled with stars. Fang Yuan led the wolf group into the wilderness, and first used moving perspective cup Gu to communicate with little Hu Immortal, before using Stargate Goo to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This time, thousands of wild wolves followed him into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. These wild wolves were either injured or old and weak. Their battle prowess was low. If it were an ordinary enslavement path Goo Master, their only choice would be to sacrifice these wolves as cannon fodder in the next battle, to prevent them from consuming more rations. But Fang Yuan had an even better choice with his blessed land. Chapter 480. Swish swish swish. In the aperture, the 90% primeval sea surged with waves. The true gold color was dazzling, shining on the aperture walls. These aperture walls were not ordinary, they were crystal clear, smooth and full, containing a sense of vitality. This was the rank 4 peak stage crystal wall. On the true gold sea, waves continued to surge, creating huge waves that reached the sky. Then wave after wave, the waves washed over the crystal wall. At first, the crystal wall was like a reef on the sea, unmoving. But gradually, the crystal wall could not bear the pressure, and cracks appeared on it from the attacks of the primeval essence wolf tide. As time passed, the cracks increased and became bigger. The primeval sea slowly decreased, and the crystal wall also became full of cracks, becoming extremely fragile. But it was still a step away from breaking through. Fang Yuan sat on the bed, his eyes closed, his mind almost completely focused on the aperture. He had 90% aptitude belonging to a grade and had deep accumulations. This time he could break through to rank 5 realm with his own foundation. Right now, the primeval sea was only left with 20%, and the waves on the sea were gradually weakening, showing signs of calming down. But suddenly, the true gold sea that had been accumulating burst out with a soaring wave. This wave was majestic and ferocious, surpassing any of the previous waves. It was like a tsunami, rising and fiercely smashing on the aperture walls. Boom. With a soft sound, the aperture walls finally could not bear the pressure, and were smashed into pieces by this huge wave. Large numbers of crystal wall fragments fell into the sea like shattered icebergs, turning into essence and slowly disappearing. After a while, the crystal wall fragments all fell off, leaving behind a light membrane that enveloped the surroundings. The light membrane shone brightly, its aura was strong, surpassing rank 4 peak stage crystal wall, showing the true aura of a rank 5 initial stage Goo Master. What followed was a trace of light purple primeval essence, forming at the bottom of the sea. Once a Goo Master turned into green copper primeval essence, rank 2 into red iron primeval essence, rank 3 into silver primeval essence, rank 4 into gold primeval essence, and rank 5 into purple crystal primeval essence. Although it was only a trace of light purple, it was a qualitative difference. From today onwards, Fang Yuan's primeval essence would be light purple primeval essence. Ever since rebirth, I have wandered around and finally became a rank 5 Goo Master. In Dang Hun Palace, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, sighing in relief. Rank 5 Goo Masters in this mortal world were absolute overlords, the true peak realm. The number of people who could cultivate to this level was more than 1 in 10,000. If it was someone else, they would probably be wild with joy. However, Fang Yuan had already experienced it once in his previous life. At this moment he was not ecstatic, but gratified and looking forward to the future. Compared to my previous life, it is a great achievement to be able to reach rank 5 at such a young age. Fang Yuan was only in his 30s now, cultivating to rank 5 at this age was definitely a top genius in the 5 regions. But rank 5 realm is not my end, it is a starting point. Next is to advance to Goo Immortal again. If it were those genius Goo Masters, they would also be hesitant when talking about advancing to Goo Immortal. But Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience, he was very confident in becoming a Goo Immortal in the future. After advancing to Goo Immortal, the danger of Spring-Autumn Cicada's death can be completely resolved. Fang Yuan looked at Spring-Autumn Cicada again. Ever since rebirth, Spring-Autumn Cicada had fallen into a deep slumber, absorbing the water from the river of time to recover. Chapter 481. Connecting Heaven Goo was embedded in the air, images of wolves flashing in the mirror. Suddenly the image froze and a turtleback myriad wolf king appeared. The turtleback wolf had a broad body, its whole body was dark green and its eyes were eerie blue. Just like its name, each turtleback wolf had a turtle-like carapace on its back. The shell was very heavy, about a third of the turtleback wolf's weight was concentrated inside. Besides defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the ability to store nutrients. Among ordinary wolves, this type of wolf had the strongest defense. And the myriad beast wolf king that appeared in Connecting Heaven Gu was no doubt even larger, 10 times the size of an ordinary turtleback wolf. Its round turtle back was towering, its bronze-colored turtle shell was shiny, giving people a feeling of abundant battle strength and strength. Right now, I have close to 30,000 wolves in my hands. Among them there are 3 main wolf groups. They are turtleback wolves, night wolves and wind wolves. Every wolf group has close to 10,000 in number. Besides these, there are also a small number of poison-beard wolves from poison grassland. Over 100 water wolves were bought because of the white eyes wolves. Fang Yuan originally had over 30,000 wolves in his wolf group. But after several battles, the losses were not small, and now there were only 27,000 wolves left. Excluding the old, weak and sick who had migrated to Hu immortal blessed land, the number of wolves he had left was less than 25,000. This way he needed to replenish them. Ordinary enslavement path Gu masters would need to organize people to capture and replenish their beast group. Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, they could not devour a beast group that was too big. But after Fang Yuan obtained Connecting Heaven Gu, it was like he was standing on the shoulders of Gu immortals. He had one more choice than ordinary Gu masters: to purchase beast groups in jewel yellow skies. The vast majority of blessed lands nurtured wild beasts. These wild beasts multiplied too much, causing pressure on the blessed land's ecology. The Gu immortals in charge of the blessed land would sell them in jewel yellow skies. This way, not only could they reduce the pressure on the blessed land, they could also gain some benefits. Similarly, many Gu immortals wanted to nurture their blessed land and replenish the ecology. They would buy some wild beasts to raise in the blessed land. Therefore, the trading of beasts in jewel yellow skies was very normal. In jewel yellow skies there were a wide variety of wolves for sale. Northern Plains night wolf, wind wolf, water wolf, poison-beard wolf, turtleback wolf, southern borders lightning wolf, ash wolf, blood wolf, two-headed wolf, western desert silk wolf, pearl wolf, sand wolf, tyrant wolf, eastern seas ink wolf, greedy wolf, red wolf, goldback wolf, central plains white eyes wolf, star wolf, pervert wolf, blood wolf. Among them, there were not only ordinary wild beasts, but also exotic beasts such as white-eyed wolves, tyrant wolves and greedy wolves. Of course, there were no desolate beast-level wolves with Gu immortal battle strength. However, according to what Fang Yuan knew, there was a desolate beast, peach wolf, buried in Langya blessed land. Among the 3 largest wolf packs in my hands, the night wolves already have a myriad beast king. If the wind wolves and turtleback wolves also have a myriad beast king as their leader, I wouldn't need to control so many hundred wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings, which would greatly reduce the burden of taming beasts. This would reduce the burden on my soul and allow me to take in even more wolf packs. Fang Yuan did not intend to change the wolf packs. That would be an unnecessary move. He decided to expand the wolf pack in his hands. Fang Yuan pondered for a while before finally deciding on the fish species. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had also managed a blessed land. Because of his rich experience and the many setbacks and mistakes he had experienced, the choices he made now were very wise. With the green jade carp, the food of the water wolf group was settled. Fang Yuan bought large numbers of pink rabbit and iron shell flower to use as food for the night wolves, wind wolves and turtleback wolves. And because of the poison-beard wolves, Fang Yuan chose some earth-skin pigs. These pigs could reproduce very easily, they could eat meat and grass, they could survive in the eastern part of the blessed land. Finally, Fang Yuan bought many Gu worms as well as a large number of Gu refinement materials. He spent a total of 8 immortal Yuan stone, hundreds of thousands of Yuan stone. I spent 8 immortal Yuan stone in one go. Fang Yuan did not care about ordinary Yuan stone, but immortal Yuan stone. Earlier, he had sold the remnant recipes in his memories and obtained 28 immortal Yuan stone. Now he only had 20 left. Although I can sell the remnant recipes, they will get cheaper the more I sell them. I lack a way to make profits, and the investment in air bubble fish and starlight firefly Gu will only see results after 100 years. I will have to carefully plan my usage of the immortal Yuan stone. Fang Yuan sighed, handing connecting heaven Gu to little Hu Immortal, letting her handle the wolf group and fish group, as well as the arrangement of iron shell flower and air bubble fish roe. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan went into Dang Hun Palace and used the materials he had just bought to refine Gu. Looking at the history of Northern Plains, how many people who have touched the bottom line like this have a good ending? Bei Chaoxing's words were filled with passion. As expected of Bei tribe's lobbyist, his words were filled with the power to incite people's hearts. But Wang tribe leader was also a shrewd person. He was not someone who would be easily moved. His gaze flickered as he said hesitantly, "Even so, the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. In a battle between dragons and tigers, there will definitely be injuries. After the battle ends, there will definitely be huge casualties." Bei Chaoxing shook his head, smiling unconcernedly. The Wolf King might be strong, but two fists cannot fight against four hands. Gu tribe has just annexed Yen tribe. They have eaten too much and are extremely arrogant. They are not stable. As long as Wang tribe joins us, with our four tribes working together, would we be afraid of a mere Gu tribe? Wang tribe leader pondered for a moment. "I am not afraid of Gu tribe, but the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. He has mysteriously disappeared for so many years. Who knows what happened? Maybe he had a fortuitous encounter. He definitely has a motive for coming out this time. Such a person definitely has trump cards that he has not used yet." Bei Chaoxing sneered, "Any kind of reputation is also made up by bragging. Why must Wang tribe leader boost the morale of others and diminish your own? Why fear the Wolf King? He is already past his prime. Even if he has trump cards, he is only an enslavement path Gu master after all. Since he is an enslavement path Gu master, we have methods to restrain him. Honestly speaking, our Bei tribe also has enslavement path Gu masters. Our tribe's grass soldier army also has a place in Northern Plains. We can completely face Changshanin head-on. Other than this, Zheng tribe has the famous lightning spear battle formation, and Pei tribe leader Lord Pei Yanfei is a famous fierce general in Northern Plains. Right now he has already advanced to rank 4 peak stage. Even if the Wolf King has thousands of troops, Lord Pei Yanfei can sweep through them unhindered, directly attacking the enemy's base and killing him. Everyone knew that enslavement path Gu masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic. As long as the leader was beheaded, the army would immediately fall into chaos, collapsing and escaping. Hearing Bei Chaoxing's words, Wang tribe leader was still hesitant. He could only say that this was an important matter. He needed to consider it for a few days. Bei Chaoxing's eyes flashed with disappointment. This is an important matter. It is natural for Lord Wang tribe leader to consider it. But this matter cannot be delayed. If Gu tribe is allowed to recover and slowly digest their gains, when we fight again, the price we have to pay will be even greater. Lord tribe leader, please consider it clearly." Wang tribe leader nodded. 3 days at most. During this period of time, please stay in our clan and accept our hospitality. No, Changshan Yin's next target is Zheng tribe. Someone realized. Not only did he attack my tribe, he also wants to attack Zheng tribe? Someone shouted angrily. Tribe leader, what do we do? My primeval essence is almost used up. They will catch up soon. Someone shouted anxiously. Bei tribe leader hesitated for a moment. He did not have much primeval essence left, so he could only change his direction and enter the dense forest. Fang Yuan led the army, not caring about these people, and advanced towards Zheng tribe. He did not chase us, he really went to Zheng tribe. Bei tribe higher-ups breathed roughly, standing in the forest, looking at the 10,000 wolves running with lingering fear. My initial estimate is that we've obtained at least 8 million yuan stones from this battle. There are thousands of goo worms, among which there are over 100 rank 3 goo. There is also a goo house secret room, we are still unraveling it. Hearing such a result, everyone in the Gu family was overjoyed. After taking over Zheng tribe, their gains were even greater than Bei tribes. Zheng tribe was a mid-sized tribe, they had deep foundations. Even though they had suffered losses, the resources that were left behind were still huge. Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Clan Leader, what should we do next? After the elder finished reporting, he immediately asked. Gu tribe looked at Fang Yuan. Lord Pei Yin Fei fought bitterly for a long time, and now he used his killer move to heavily injure the myriad Wolf King. He has little primeval essence left. Now is the best time to attack. Gu Guang suddenly shouted excitedly. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Gu Guang was right, Pei Yin Fei had fought for so long, he did not have much primeval essence left. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of this. But Fang Yuan had his 500 years of memories, and knew that Pei Yin Fei still had a mystical goo called pulling firewood from the cauldron goo. This goo was rank 5, and could allow the goo master to erupt with large amounts of primeval essence, but after that their cultivation realm would fall. Of course, just this alone was not enough for Fang Yuan to give up. But, is there any bad news from our tribe camp, Zheng tribe camp and Bei tribe camp? Fang Yuan turned around and asked. Gu Guang quickly replied, no. At the same time, that divine travel goo was definitely in his hands. Otherwise, why would he be so impatient to buy these materials after the second wave of attacks? The land spirit of Langya has been schemed against by Old Man Inkstone, and should be defending Langya blessed land now. Although this land spirit has high intelligence, he is honest and has no ability to scheme. What am I waiting for? Fang Yuan's heart pounded as he thought of this. He immediately left to immortal blessed land and returned to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Then he led the pack of wolves and arrived at the stone forest without stopping. Using thieving heaven demon venerables arrangements, he arrived at Langya blessed land again. There were many changes in Langya blessed land. The 12 cloud buildings were all attacked. Many areas had broken walls. There were signs of fire burning, lightning striking, frost freezing, and so on. These were the traces left behind by the great battle. Especially outside the buildings, the pure white cloud soil was soaked with large patches of blood. A deer-like desolate beast with the size of a small mountain fell on the cloud soil, completely dead. Even though it had lost its life, its fur was still glossy, shining with all sorts of colors, giving people a feeling of divinity and brilliance. Why are you here? The land spirit of Langya impatiently received Fang Yuan. What is going on? Fang Yuan did not answer him, instead asking a question with a bewildered expression. Humph, a group of daring juniors, they actually dared to target my family, I killed them all. The land spirit of Langya's expression was gloomy, his killing intent overflowing. Fang Yuan curiously looked at the land spirit. Isn't Langya blessed land very secretive? How did they get in? Did you open the door yourself? Scram. Am I that stupid? The land spirit shouted angrily. These damned fellows schemed against me, they tampered with the things they sold to me. I had originally bought divine travel goo to refine the immortal goo second aperture. But in the process of goo refinement, a tunnel suddenly formed and a few mice barged in. The land spirit said they were mice, but Fang Yuan could guess the sorry state of the 12 cloud buildings when he saw them. But Langya Blessed Land was the home of Longhair Ancestor in the past. Longhair Ancestor was known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. He had interacted with 2 venerables on equal footing. His foundation was extremely deep. The second wave of attacks would not be able to shake such a foundation. At least, Fang Yuan knew that there were 12 desolate beasts in Langya Blessed Land. Only one had died. But Old Man Inkstone was still alive. The second wave of attacks was not the end but the beginning. There was a good show to watch. Fang Yuan smiled. I guessed right, you are that Langya old immortal, the one who bought Jewel Yellow Skies' divine travel goo. It seems that you managed to protect divine travel goo. The land spirit of Langya smiled proudly. Of course. Otherwise that 9-colored spirit deer would not have died. Suddenly, his expression became serious as he thought of something, looking at Fang Yuan with vigilance. What are you doing here? Fang Yuan bowed towards the land spirit, saying slowly, what else can it be? Of course it is to ask you to refine second aperture goo. What? The land spirit shouted, glaring at Fang Yuan, his eyes almost spewing fire. Back then, Longhair Ancestor failed in refining an immortal goo for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, thus he made a promise to refine 9 goo worms for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable for free, regardless of mortal or immortal. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used 6 chances and obtained 6 immortal goo. As for the remaining 3 chances, they were left as a part of the inheritance, to the fated person in the future. He waved his hand again, distributing the prepared goo refinement materials. Today, we are going to refine an immortal goo, refine it according to the goo recipe I gave you. The hairy men had clearly experienced this more than once or twice. When they heard about refining immortal goo, the hairy men were stirred, revealing excited expressions. But soon they calmed down and started researching the goo recipe in their hands, before starting to refine the goo. Thousands of hairy men refining goo at the same time. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had seen such a scene. Among variant humans, hairy men were the most skilled at goo refinement. They had innate talent in goo refinement. According to the legends of Renzu, during the immemorial antiquity era, hairy men had started to refine goo on a large scale. They had even tied up Renzu's eldest son Verdant Great Son and attempted to kill him to refine eternal goo. Hairy men refined goo mostly by relying on their talent and inspiration. They did it casually. There were no traces of human goo masters. At the level of goo immortals they were far beyond mortals. They would usually raise some hairy men to refine goo. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also raised hairy men. But that was Blood Sea Blessed Land. It had an extreme environment. After several batches of hairy men died, he lost interest in raising them. After Fang Yuan became a goo immortal, he had gathered the hairy men under him to refine large numbers of goo worms for his demonic sect. Because he had personal experience, he could see that these hairy men in front of him were extraordinary. These hairy men were raised too well. Looking at their shiny fur, their eyes were spirited and their faces were rosy. It showed that their living environment was very good. They did not suffer any torture from land spirit of Langya. Most importantly, these hairy men were very intelligent, their movements were agile, they were all experts in goo refinement. During the process of goo refinement, there were even 2 old hairy men who suggested to modify the recipe. Looking at their casual appearance, Fang Yuan's heart pounded. Such a group of hairy men, if they were sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, they would definitely be the best of the best among slaves. They would have to emit a treasure light of at least 20 feet, they would be snatched by those goo immortals. These hairy men had shocking attainments, most of them were refinement masters. There were even a few old hairy men who suggested to modify the recipe. They were already refinement grandmasters. Fang Yuan could only barely be considered a master now. With such a powerful lineup, the goo refinement progress was more than 10 times faster than when Fang Yuan was at Sancha Mountain. The semi-finished products of these hairy men were first gathered in the hands of the old hairy men, before being handed over to land spirit of Langya. Once you teleport to the bottom of a volcano or the Earth's core, you are simply courting death. Secondly, I use divine travel goo to refine goo. What use does second aperture goo have to a land spirit like me? Fang Yuan was happy. When the land spirit was haggling, his gaze was fixated on divine travel goo. Although his tone was firm, his expression had already betrayed his inner thoughts. Land spirit, you are too stingy. I know Langya blessed land has many immortal goo. Divine travel goo is a rank 6 immortal goo. I am not greedy, I will only exchange it for one rank 6 immortal goo. The land spirit shook its head repeatedly and said many more things, but Fang Yuan did not relent no matter what. Land spirit gradually became anxious, his anger showed on the surface and he looked at Fang Yuan as if he wanted to eat him alive. Fang Yuan saw that it was about time and started to withdraw. How about this? I will take a step back and only ask for one consumable rank 6 immortal goo. After I use this immortal goo, you can refine it again, right? Land spirit's expression relaxed. Fang Yuan taking the initiative to give in made him feel a sense of victory. He snorted and raised his head, arrogantly looking at Fang Yuan. All right, let's do it. Saying so, he opened his hands and 5 immortal goo appeared out of nowhere. Langya blessed land's foundation is really deep. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, looking at them one by one. He was stunned. I want this immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a slightly strange expression as he pointed at one of the immortal goo. This immortal goo was none other than Gruel Mud immortal goo. The culprit that caused Danghun Mountain to wither, but unexpectedly, it was refined by the land spirit of Langya. Both sides quickly completed the transaction. Fang Yuan obtained the Gruel Mud immortal goo, but he could not store it in his aperture, so he could only keep it in his bag. I had spent a lot of effort to refine this half-finished product. You can save a lot of expenses if you get it. We are all familiar with each other. I will sell it to you cheaply. Just give me 1,000 hairy men. I am not greedy. I want those old hairy men that you commanded when you refined the goo earlier. Fang Yuan said. Bullshit. Land spirit of Langya was furious. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Those hairy men are at least refinement masters. If they are placed in jewel yellow skies, the treasure light would be at least 20 feet tall. Fang Yuan chuckled. He really coveted these hairy men. With these hairy men in his hands, they would be a huge help to him. How about this? I don't want 1,000, I only want 800. Bullshit. 800, these hairy men are my children, I will not sell any of them. Land spirit of Langya shouted furiously. Everything has a price. We can still negotiate. I am not selling. If you mention this again, you can take your half-finished product back. I am not buying it. Land spirit of Langya's firm attitude made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. He lowered the price to the bottom line. Land spirit of Langya was clearly profitable, but he refused to sell. It seems he really had feelings for them. This situation was not strange. Many goo immortals raised variant humans in their blessed lands like raising pets, watching them grow up and even spending a lot of effort to nurture them. If they died, the goo immortals would also shed tears of sadness. Of course, this situation would not happen to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that he could not buy these hairy men and felt a pity. He could only settle for the next best thing. In that case, I will exchange for wolf enslavement goo's recipe. Langya blessed land had a large number of recipes. From ancient times until now, it could be said to be as vast as the sea. It was impossible to not have a common goo recipe like wolf enslavement goo. In northern plains, vermilion flame wolves were much rarer than turtleback wolves, wind wolves and night wolves. Vermilion flame wolves had red fur that was as red as fire. These wolves had fierce attacks and had fire path goo worms on their bodies. They could easily destroy grasslands and create a huge fire. If this advantage could be used properly, it could cause huge casualties to the enemy. Fang Yuan's plan was to buy 100,000 vermilion flame wolves. Now he only had 80,000, thus he left 20,000 to Little Who Immortal. 6 vermilion flame myriad wolf kings, 1 water wolf myriad beast king, 3 turtleback myriad wolf kings, 2 wind wolf myriad beast kings, 1 mutated beast white eyes wolf and 1 night wolf emperor. Fang Yuan calculated, his wolf group's high-level battle strength had increased by 10 times. If it was an ordinary goo master without goo immortal methods, to reach this level, they would need the help of a large tribe and would need at least 6 to 7 years of hard work to search in northern plains. There were big and small wolf groups in northern plains. Small wolf groups often only had a few hundred wolves and were not worth looking at. Large wolf groups had tens of thousands of wolves and could not swallow them all. To capture a wolf group, one had to first consider whether they could win or not. A Pyrrhic victory was not enough, only with a great victory could one have any gains. So many years have passed, the connection with the Wolf King is still there, but I don't know how many wolves there are. But in this hero's assembly, the more wolves there are, the better it is. The more wolves we have, the more confidence we'll have. Fang Yuan's words made Gu Guang nod, agreeing, Supreme Elder is right, when do we set off? Viper Husband walked onto the stage and flirtatiously hooked his finger at Emo Shi Kuang. Emo Shi Kuang was provoked by this action and immediately flew into a rage, shouting loudly as he jumped onto the stage, "Die!" Saying so, he clapped his hands. Rumble. A formless force swept everything in its path, crushing towards Viper Husband with unstoppable force. What? Chi path. Rank 4 peak stage. Oh no. Viper Husband had yet to finish his words when he was smashed into minced meat, his flesh flying everywhere. With one move the outcome was clear. Hiss. Oh no. This is only the heroes' assembly, we cannot fight so intensely. If we suffer heavy losses, how will we fight for the imperial court? What do we do? Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Lu Wenwu and He Lulan felt something was amiss and wanted to stop them, but it was to no avail. Howl. Right at this moment, an intense and desolate wolf howl came from afar, displaying the bearing of a beast emperor. Howl. The evidence was irrefutable. Haha, Brother Shan Yin's luck is really enviable. Raising a beast group is a helpless move, there are very few harvests. Brother, being able to have such a harvest is the will of heaven, even the heavens hope that you can return to the world. To speak the truth, ever since you disappeared, the whole of Northern Plains has been silent. The heavens have pitied us, they do not want a person like you to live in seclusion. He Lulan's words were filled with flattery, making the whole of Northern Plains seem like there was only one Chang Shanin. But Fang Yuan curled his lips at the perfect timing, smiling arrogantly. This time I came out to take revenge and also to meet Ma Zun, Yang Pring, Jiang Baoya and the others. Thirdly, with the help of Imperial Court-blessed land, my cultivation can advance even further. From his words, it was as if the position of Imperial Court was already in his bag. Such arrogance, even Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was speechless inwardly. Good, this is the lofty aspiration that a Northern Plains man should have. He Lulan praised, giving a thumbs up to Fang Yuan before taking out a goo worm and handing it to Fang Yuan. A good goo should be given to a hero. Brother Shanin came to join me, that means you think highly of me. This rank 5 goo is my greeting gift, please accept it. Fang Yuan took a look, this was turtle jade wolf skin goo, it had extremely strong defense. Fang Yuan had heard of this goo's recipe in his previous life. Rank 5 turtle jade wolf skin goo's main ingredient was a living turtleback wolf emperor. If there really was a living turtleback wolf emperor, Fang Yuan would rather have it as his fighting strength than sacrifice it and refine it into a goo. Fang Yuan could communicate with jewel yellow skies and could get rank 5 goo. But this turtle jade wolf skin goo coincidentally suited his enslavement path. To get this goo, he would need to spend a certain amount of time and effort and most importantly, immortal Yuan stone. One had to know that Fang Yuan only had 2 immortal Yuan stone left. Now that someone had come to him, it was for the best. Alright, then I won't be polite. Fang Yuan said as he grabbed this goo without any politeness.